A lot of people go into jail and congregate with other people that made mistakes and come out and make some more mistakes. So we're not going to say that's everybody. I'm not saying that's everybody. That is those people. And we got to be clear on that because we got young people listening to this conversation. And I don't want to promote people because they made mistake, you know, that's the way it is in our community. That's not true. It's a lot of us that follow the rules that the government has put down on us and try to do the right thing for the right reasons. So I just want to share that. It's a lot of us, and we here, and it's being proven. All of us are not thinking like the masses. I yield the floor.
Well, that's the problem. Even though you're right, you're 1,000% right. But we got a critical mass of people that don't think like that. You get what I'm saying? The people that's running things, they're not on that type of time. You know what I mean? It's like we need more people to think like that. I mean, again, the media tells our people what and how to think instead of us understanding that they're catering to us. They obviously want what we got. So why can't we seem to use it to our advantage? If the
Okay.
Democrats want your vote so much, make them earn it. But we don't do that. All we want to do is say we voted. And I
Let
say
me.
we, the reason that I say we, because we are in this together. If
Well,
me and somebody were in a car with a cop, they're not going to, in a car, the police are not going to distinguish whether I'm this and he that. They're going to treat us both the same. So that's why I say we.
I disagree with that. And let me say this to you. The most people that is voting are seniors. And if you pay attention, the baby boomers are the most on this whole entire earth. Okay. And when you say chicken and all that, that's being catered to seniors. And a lot of seniors are doing absentee ballots, which can be touched without our knowledge when you send in absentee ballots. And I'm just speaking from a person that was a challenger on different elections. And I seen a lot of situations with senior votes. Most seniors are the people that are voting. Let's be real clear. And most of them are baby boomers.
And
Now,
Miss
if that
Sheila,
makes sense to you,
I'm going to add something to what you just said because that's very true. One of the biggest concerns that the Biden administration has expressed and most Democrat strategists have expressed is the fact that they're losing ground on the young vote. There, because a lot of people who are in their 30 somethings and 40 somethings are not swayed, are being swayed away from that lock and step vote that we typically see from seniors. Like you can go into a lot of your family members' households who are seniors, and I would guarantee you they would have a picture of Obama in their house, almost as if it was a shrine. Okay, I admit I know I got family members who have that, but those are people like I said in their 70s and in their mid 60s who are invested in voting for that party at all costs, with all costs, regardless of how shameful Billy Porter looks kissing Joe Biden's hand and Joe Biden actually allowing him to do that. So, and the younger people, particularly late teens and early 20s, who are black, they're the ones who verifiably, unless their family members are embedded in politics, they're the ones who verifiably are now becoming more critical of the Democrat Party and of the policies that have driven our communities for decades. So, no, Ms. Sheila, you're absolutely right on that.
I just want to share something too. Most baby boomers were not accepted of this new LBT, whatever, whatever. More young people are more open to people having self expression. Baby boomers, and I could speak as one, and my parent and my grandparent were baby boomers. And as I said to you, it's more of us on this earth than it is these young people. Okay. So I think, and this is my opinion, that they, whoever is catering to us because they know it's more of us and they know more of us vote, good or bad, but we vote. And most of us are women.
Can I ask a
Yeah, but
question?
the thing is, when them baby boomers vote, baby boomers don't vote with a purpose. Baby boomers just vote just to be Democrat. You don't really hear, like when you
Watch
hear
it,
baby
watch
boomers
it,
vote,
watch
they
it.
talk about abortion. We don't, abortion is an easy issue. They talk about prison reform. Everything that the Democrats talk about, we should was voted on back in the 1960s and 70s. We ain't got past that yet. It's like when you vote Democrat, you're in a like you on a hamster wheel. Every 4 years, it's always the same issues. There's never no progress when you vote
Can I say something?
Democrat. None of them have ever tried to progress us. Every group that come over here, they pass us up economically. You see what I'm saying? Like Democrats seem to make sure that they hold our economics hostage. But every other group that come over here, they get to flourish. Look at whose neighborhoods were gentrified. You know what I'm saying? In all of the Democratic cities, they gentrified our neighborhoods. They didn't gentrify no one else's. You know what I mean? The jobs that we had, they gave to immigrants now because they could pay them less. So when them baby boomers go vote, they go vote Democrat. And the Democratic policies have been killing us for decades. And again, I don't know what the Democrats have done that was so great for Black people that we feel that we need to keep continuing to give them our loyalty. Black people should be double agents with our vote. We should never be loyal to one party, and they should know that. Democrats don't have never felt like they had to do nothing for us because they never had to do nothing to get our vote. And then when you get you remember when Biden was first being elected, they had the Tamika Mallory's, the Amanda Seals. They had all of these celebrities that was telling you to get out and vote Democrat. Where are they this year? Where's Retardy B? Where you remember Retardy B is the first person that he spoke to. Now this woman is supposed to have been a spokesperson for the Black community. He couldn't even come get nobody that was actually Black. He wouldn't talk to say Candace Owens. He wouldn't even talk to Umar Johnson. Instead, he go get Retardy B. He go get these entertainers and rappers, like Kwame said. He go get the go along, the go along, get along gang. He go get one of those members, and they say whatever that the Democrats want them to say, and then Black people latch on to that.
Well, let me say this too, Big E. I want to make no mistake. If I'm up on the panel, I got to say, well, certainly, one thing I'll never do is I'll never, um, and I don't think you're doing this either, Big E. But I want to make a clarification. We're not up here discussing which plantation is the best for Black people. We're not up here discussing which slave master is going to give us the less lashes, whether it be Republican or Democrat. Black America has been catching hell for the longest of time, and it's time for us to have equity in our vote regardless. I think a lot of us are waking up to a lot of different things regarding politics overall as a whole. If anybody is lock and step invested in Donald Trump, I would say that they are fool as well. As much as somebody no, that's worse kissing the hand of. I don't know. That's like the worst of the worst. If you kissing the hand of an elderly old white man and you supposedly is the representation of black excellence, that's a shame. That's a shame.
Well, let me
So
ask you this, big dog.
yeah, go ahead, bro.
We had 4 pretty good years economically up under Trump. Now, we're not talking about these people personally. We're just talking about the better policies. People are going to vote.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to vote and Biden and Trump is the only two that you really have to choose from, okay, I'm going to vote for the guy who had it better for us economically. We're not talking. Now, I get what you're saying, but we're talking about just strictly when people vote, what policies, whose policies are going to benefit you more. Now, even though the red state, you could say that plantation too, but those policies were more beneficial to us.
So Biggie, I can respond
the Democrats.
To that. Go ahead. Okay. I can respond to that. So with Trump, the economy was a lot more successful than it was. But at the same time, I think when we talk about race and we talk about blacks specifically, I don't think black folks, we still were economically at the bottom of the rung when it comes to different things. Something has to change. We already know that the Democrat Party has failed. We know that the Republican Party don't care. I would much rather have the party that doesn't care, as long as they don't interfere with me trying to get mine for me and my family. And that's what I think a lot of black folks who are Democrats don't understand. When I say Democrats, I'm not saying people who vote Democrat, but people who are invested in living in that idea that the Democrat Party is the only solution. So I think when we invest, when we have the mindset that everything was great under Trump, it really wasn't, because gas was still high. Gas was still over $2. Gas will not be normal to me until gas is $1.20. We did not build enough relationships with countries in Africa, in my opinion, and we still were kind of cowtailing to the idea of immigration. Trump talked about building the wall. But Trump did not deport a lot of people who were here illegally for nefarious reasons. I could give you several examples where people were killed during the Trump administration who are part of MS-13 or other groups. So I say that very clear, as far as there were faults with the Trump administration that if he doesn't get corrected, he won't get my vote, period.
Okay, but boss, to me,
but I'm not voting for Dookie Hands Biden. So no.
Okay, well, we're not going to get nobody perfect. I mean, you got to understand. Let's kind of go back to the beginning. When we got over here under those situations, this country was not built to be fair towards black people. That's number one. When you expect fairness from a country that has oppressed you, that's kind of insane in itself. I mean, look at what they did to your ancestors up until now. We've been fighting just to get human rights. So what I'm saying, we're going to be at the bottom, bro, because that's the way that this country was designed, to have us at the bottom. So where we are now, we did make major progress. My whole point with these parties is saying that specifically the Democrats have put certain roadblocks up to hinder our progress as a whole, is all that I'm saying. They did not want to. Again, they fought the most powerful government in the world to keep you in chains. Okay, they did not want to let us go. So just on that fact alone, we had no business even considering voting Democrat. You see what Obama did. He gave the alternative people everything. You see what Biden is doing. All of our tax money is going to Ukraine, Israel, Afghanistan, and these illegals. So we're not talking about them personally. We're talking about the policies that they enact. Okay, Trump's policies were way more beneficial to us. We're not talking about the man personally. We're
Yeah,
only
no, no,
talking
no, no,
about.
brother. I totally get that. I'm not going to disagree with you at all. I didn't want to cut you off, but we got a young lady that popped up. KB's having some trouble hearing, so we got a young lady who popped up. I cannot see her name right now. So, sister, if you want to go ahead, and just add in on anything, go right ahead.
But I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna mute up.
Can y'all
Oh, you
hear
good?
me? Can y'all hear me?
Now we hear
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Oh man, finally I can hear the damn live and y'all can hear me. Shit, I missed the last damn near 20 minutes.
No,
Damn,
I
bro.
didn't
Am
even
I
hear
am I
you for
on
that
still?
long, KB.
Man, this is crazy. I couldn't hear y'all.
I told you, man, your shit
Oh,
always fucking up.
no,
Oh,
I
that's
don't
Rachel.
understand
Salute,
this shit.
Rachel. Salutes.
Salute, Rachel. Did Rachel get a chance to speak? Cause I've been
No,
out.
no, no, no.
I don't know what's been going on. Rachel, did you get a chance to speak? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we hear you.
I hear you,
Can you hear
KB.
me?
Yeah, did you get a chance to speak?
You know,
Cause
Yeah,
cause like I said, I've been out of the loop.
my mic was acting up a little bit. But yeah, y'all spend some gems up on this jump, but I have a question, right? Like, don't the Democrat and the Republicans still work for the same 1%er though? Aren't they for the same party?
yep.
At the end of the day, it started off as Republicans.
Yes.
Democrats came afterwards. I mean, I've done my research and done my history, and I really did had to because, like I said before, Kwame challenged me the first time I ever went on his panel, like for real, for real. But all this started off as a Republican Party. It was no Democrats until after, and
Yeah,
then my
like
whole
I don't do the side situation. I
no,
just
I'm
do
not
the
picking sides. I'm not.
no, I agree with you. Like you, everything you just said was 100% correct, and I just more so want people to be educated on policy. We do a good job of coming up and debating and arguing for the white man we like, but we don't do a good job of arguing about the policy. And I think if we can start switching gears to be educated on just policy alone and not about history of racism and all this other stuff, I think we'll be way better off in the future. But most people, they just touch their emotional heartstrings and that's all they need. Go get a rapper, go get somebody they like, go get a celebrity. And most people are mental midgets when it comes to that. Not all, but most.
Facts. Like me, I'm sitting here. I'm trying to see like why can't we aim towards like the mayors, the senators? Like those are the people we need to put people in place that are for our kids. Like a lot of these people say they are. Like for right now, for example, I'm gonna put I'm from North Philly, right? Mayor Park, Cheryl Parker, right? She's doing what she says she's doing, but I feel as though like there's a catch to all this. Like right now, her aim, like all these budget funds that she's collecting and all that, why is it going towards this secret safe house, to give the drugs, to the needles and all that stuff? Like the same shit Kwame's been talking about for the longest. Guess what? They're finding a way now to make it happen here in Philly. And I was talking about that for a minute. Like I'm against it. That's not going to make a difference. It's going to make it worse. So it's like it's a catch to every little thing. All right, she's cleaning our streets. She's doing what she's got to do with all this, but why is all the funds now that I'm peeping game from the housing and all this shit is going towards making these private establishments? What was it, babe? We was just talking about it the other day. Like everything's basically going to these little clinics and shit. Kwame's been warning us for the longest. That's why I'm like, oh shit, like everything he's been talking about is falling into place little by little. And what have we been doing? Nothing but sitting around waiting for the government to hand us what we're not even demanding for. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Nah, you good on that?
Hey,
Um, Go
but
ahead, brother.
do y'all notice when we get people in power? Like, look at what's going on with Tiffany Henry. Look at how bad Lori Lightfoot was. Look at how bad Brandon Jennings is. Look at how bad Eric Adams is. Look at how bad Karen Bass is. When you really look at what's going on, we have black mayors and stuff that's in place right now, but they seem to be just as corrupt as the establishment. I mean, if you really look at what's going on, Tiffany Henyard is coming under some serious fire. Lori Lightfoot, when she was mayor in Chicago, Chicago seemed like every weekend had a minimum of 20, 30 people being shot. Look at New York, it's a mess right now. Look at LA, it's a mess right now. Look at all the cities that got the black mayors and look at the state of those cities. Now, these are black mayors now. These are not white people. These are black mayors that's in control of these cities. And look at how bad the cities are. LA and Compton is bad. It looked like one big homeless city out here now. You know what I mean? Look at what's going on in Chicago. These are places with black mayors. These are people with places with black people in power.
That's because like what Miss Jackson down there on the chat just said, us people been gave up our power a long time ago.
Yeah, because we keep giving it to politicians. We keep giving our power to politicians in Hollywood, and that's been our biggest downfall.
Ain't that
We
what
tend
Kwame
to
said from day one? To go along, get along. That's who we give our power to. The go along, get along gang.
Yes, sir. This
That's
this
exactly what
brother
we did. We gave all of our power to them,
This
and
brother
now,
KB never failed us, man. Like every time I get the chance to talk to this brother, man, I gotta give him a cigar, cause like man, he been trill since day one. All this shit that we seeing and we have been seeing since 2020 and before, this man pretty much told us all this shit.
right,
And a lot of us,
bro,
we didn't listen. We had to experience it for ourselves and look at it from a different lens, and I mean the man was right on the money, man. It's a real go along get along gang out here, and the attack is on all of us. It's not just a certain demographic or anything. It's all of us. If you're not a part of the 1%, which none of us really are,
It's on all
bro,
of
the
us, but they
attack is on
aiming
you.
for our kids. It's on
Well,
all
yeah,
of us, but they
exactly,
aiming for our kids, our
well,
kids.
facts,
but see, and that's
facts,
what that's one thing that I wanted to talk about too, because I started following Donald Trump probably about 2020, and one of the biggest things that, well, not the biggest thing that made me support Donald Trump, even still to this day, Donald Trump signed an executive order to combat child and human trafficking, and he signed an executive order also to sign legislation for people for that violate human rights, and that's a big thing. A lot of our people don't know, but everybody just said it. The attack is on the children. It always has been. If you go down the rabbit hole a little bit, every little thing that was ever called a conspiracy theory that you heard, the common denominator is kids. I kid you not,
facts,
every single one of them. And Donald Trump,
facts.
Donald Trump, the second day in office, he declared a war on the CIA. The CIA is who pretty much runs their government, and the government
Well,
is basically they've been running a child trafficking ring for a very very long time, and it's $150 billion organization, and Donald Trump cut the head off that snake. And that's
And
why
What
they
you got to
want
do with
that's why they want the people to hate Donald Trump, because especially this is how you know it's true, because like the people that that love kids the most. I mean, everybody loves kids, but a certain demographic people love kids a lot, and that's what you would call melanated or black people.
Hold on, we got an echo. Somebody mute that mic. We got an echo going on. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and they keep us divided, because they know that one thing that we could all come together about is the children. When people find out what these people been doing to children, like when people find out what the Clintons did to the kids in Haiti during the earthquake, that would unite us all, and mainly the people in this community and in this chat right now, and they knew that shit. And it's time for all of us to unite, like for real, like uh everybody. We all need to come together and unite and stand behind this man that's fighting for us, and mainly stand behind it. Do it for the kids. If we don't do it for anybody else, we need to be doing this for the children.
now
hey,
you
salute
know
to
you
you, bro.
touched on me when you said that.
What was that?
well,
I said you touched on my heart because I'm for children.
Oh, Miss Sheila, I'm telling you, like
Sheila,
I've
I'm
been down the
telling you, like
rabbit
I've
hole.
been down the rabbit.
I don't want to turn this live in a different direction, but I'm telling y'all, When y'all see what these people been doing to these kids, it's gonna destroy you. Like here's one instance.
And
Barack Obama ordered $65,000 worth of pizza and hot dogs from the White House. I mean, from Chicago to the White House at 3 in the morning. Now, everybody with a little bit of common sense would know.
that's their
Like, first
secret
off,
word.
nobody would be ordering food. You know, $65,000 worth of food from Chicago to DC in the middle of the night. And if you look on the FBI code name for pedophilia names, pizza is one of those names on there, and so is hot dogs. So they were using taxpayer dollars to traffic children. And everybody, we all worried about racism, and we all worried about who we like and who we don't like. But these people were doing some of the most heinous things that you could ever imagine to children, and mainly children that look like all of us, because there's this thing that we have called melanin. It's like liquid gold, and that's definitely the biggest attack on that.
And then
And not to
too,
cut you
it's
off,
like
man.
KB asked the question all the time, why does Stephen A go to them schools? Okay, to me, Stephen A went to them schools to discourage more Kwame's. You know, Kwame actually has, his story is actually golden. And a lot of black kids could relate to Kwame's upbringing, as you know, as far as, you know, our economic deprivement. And he's, you know, Kwame went against the odds. So it's a lot of kids that's in Kwame's position, you know, that got the talent, that, you know, that could do just what he did. But they send them Stephen A's to them schools to say, don't you other niggas get no bright ideas. Don't you other niggas think that y'all could do that. We don't need none of you niggas to be smart. We don't need none of that. That's why they go to these schools, to discourage the
Yeah.
black youth, because you don't see white kids going from high school to professional athletes, any kind of professional athleticism. You only see that in black communities. So that's why they come to the black communities with it. And then as far as what you were saying about them code words, do y'all remember a few months ago in New York, it was in a small hat community. They busted a whole underground network up under their homes, up under their churches,
Yeah, the
up under their
synagogue.
schools. This was like a couple of months ago in New York. They
Yeah,
swept
the
that under the
synagogue.
rug.
It was a
Yeah,
synagogue.
yeah. I remember hearing about
You
that.
see what I'm saying? They had this going on, but we let them keep the camera on us. You know, they still got Ghislaine Maxwell in jail, but they made Diddy the face of this.
But see,
They got Harvey Weinstein in jail,
by
but they
design
made
though.
Diddy the face. You get
But
what
see,
I'm
that was by
saying?
design
And
though.
here's a question, right? You saying that there's somebody that actually exposed that. Are they really in jail, or is they somewhere else torturing these people, or they living their life somewhere else? Like,
Well,
No,
that's the
I can
point. They
pretty much
swept it
tell
expose
under the
you.
them.
rug. We don't know. We have no
I
idea.
can tell you like this. Ever since Donald Trump became president in 2016, these motherfuckers are gone. You're just now seeing the disclosure, because I'm telling y'all, I can't stress it enough. Like, even when I talk about this shit, it makes my body shake. What you're going to see over the next few months, the amount of information that y'all see over the next few months, it is going to affect the world as you know it. I'm telling you. This shit is very, very deep, and it's about children, and almost all of these motherfuckers were involved. So the reason why you hear about Puff Daddy is because for years, right? A lot of people that look like us and look like Puff Daddy, we call this shit a conspiracy theory. I've been telling people about this shit since 2020 when I first went down the rabbit hole, and my own people called me a conspiracy theory. Then said I need to get diagnosed and all this shit, telling me that what I saw isn't what I saw. And that's the problem. At the end of the day, we're talking
It's
about children. So
facts, and then
anytime
they
we
trying to
hear
put.
something bad about some children or something that affects or harms a child, we need to take it serious. But see, now people are starting to think it. That's when you get people to think, when you hear people that they like. Oh, so Diddy, or then maybe next you hear Ti or Jay Z or Beyonce, and then people really gonna start thinking, and that's what it is. But see, that's our fault, because every single year there's 800,000 kids that go missing a year in this country, and the reason why it's happened for so long is because we're stupid. They tell us what to care about, they tell us what to be mad about, and all we care about all this other shit. We care about all this other shit except for these kids, and they knew that. They knew that. All these look at all these shows that they got coming out in the last few years, documentaries. They got a show called On the Set with these Nickelodeon kids. We all grew up on this shit. We all grew up on this shit. They were telling us what they were doing to kids and all along. And then now we see the inversion, like Orlando Brown, and now we want to call him crazy and all that shit, and not even think about every little bit of torture that this man has received himself or seen himself. So
It
the
ain't
cycle
just
doesn't
him.
get broken.
While they was making our childhood happy, they was living hell.
Yeah.
Pretty
But
much.
it was done by design because when you think about it, right? One of the biggest lies that they told us, and this is why we fail so much in our community alone. But a lot of people don't know that the human your brain isn't fully developed until you're 26 years old. So
Hmm.
just think about all the people that have been forced to make adult decisions before they were 26. Most of us in our communities, we get put out on our own at 18.
Yep.
That's true.
They know
Well,
that because a child's mind, a child is innocent. They know that a child, that's the easiest mind to shape. You got a better chance of brainwashing a child than an adult.
Yeah, you do. That's why you got to also be careful with our kids online. Like I speak on that a lot, especially our kids with special needs, yo. Like I speak on it a lot heavy because my son almost fell victim to that. I had to save my son, and in order to save my son, I had to give him up and make this whole deal. Like I didn't lose my son, like he didn't die like that. What happened with me was I almost lost him to the underground. Like he almost fell for that, John. Like they're so easily manipulated, they're so easily brainwashed that it's not a joke. We have to be careful. And kids with autism are so smart. My son was into trading, coding, into all that stuff, and he knew about it. He could build a computer from scratch, getting all the pieces. He would build you a whole computer, and like I had to sit here and fight the whole system. Like I felt like listen, man, when you're in that and you feel like, damn, like what happens if they finally do get a way to get him and he's not in the state no more and I can't reach him and this and that? Because it got to the point where his messages were crypted. I couldn't even see them or understand what was going on until, like, boom, everything just hit the fan. Like, I was trying to save him, and in the process of doing that, I was about to lose him. Like, it's crazy. So we have to really be careful. He is speaking so many facts, and guess what? They're aiming for our kids using the Fortnite games, using Instagram, using TikTok, using Snapchat, using all these apps, Facebook, all of it through them chats.
Well,
We
see,
don't
like
know who these people are.
you remember you remember one point in time, a lot of us our attention spans were a lot longer than they are, and they
Yeah,
destroyed our attention spans with porn and these social media apps. You know, you watch an app, you don't even watch the whole video. You watch a kid on YouTube and they'll just like it and then swipe to the next video. They didn't even watch the whole video, and they knew that all these mechanisms they pretty much groomed us when
yeah.
John D. Rockefeller started the Board of Education. I kid you not, his whole purpose, and this is verbatim, he said, "I'm not trying to create more critical thinkers. I'm trying to create more workers." And look what we see today. All we see is the
Facts.
worker.
Look
Big
what
facts.
look what Biden is aiming for, taking away all side gigs and shit like that, right? Like when a lot of people worked hard to start their businesses from the ground up. And I'm somebody that's been fighting. Like I told when I first landed on Kwame Brown's platform, he's like, go get the answer and then holla at me. And I'm sitting here like, why is he challenging me like this? It wasn't me, it was me like, damn, I know I'm right, but I was wrong. And at that moment, I thought I was completely right. I'm sitting here challenging this man, not knowing that I'm wrong on that part when it came to the politics. Because now I'm just speaking streets. I'm only telling him what I'm seeing in the streets, but I'm not giving him an answer to the question he's giving me. And I was pissed. Like, why the fuck he not really listening?
Hey,
So I had to go out there and look. I'm like, no, man, nigga, I'm right. I know I'm fucking right. I know what I'm telling you. But when I bump my
Hey, I
heads with
remember
that
that conversation, boy.
when I bump my head with the senator and I bump my head with the mayors and they smacked me in the face and telling me this is where their funds are really going, I'm like, so basically what I'm saying is trash is worthless. You're telling me go gather people out there like it's that easy and you get the funds to get these cameras into the schools. I said, how the fuck am I going to gather millions and billions of people? Like you just put me on a task on a whole adventure. Like that's not possible. It's too
But
many
you,
people
but you,
divided.
but you know what? You know what, Miss Rachel? The money that comes into your city, it's enough money to do everything that you ask for.
Yeah.
It just it get allocated to the wrong things. It goes into the wrong pockets, into the wrong hands every single time. That's why we need to have people like you knowing where the money is, going to the sheriff's office, going to the chamber of commerce, and starting LLCs and starting programs to get the money and do the right thing with it.
Hmm.
Hey, KB, ain't that what ain't that one of the things against Fannie Willis? What a whistleblower said that they gave her all these funds and she misused the funds that was meant
Yeah.
for the people. This go back to what you was just saying. Like the funds are allocated to these people and then they take the money and do for their own personal gain. You know, like we was just talking about Tiffany Henyard. She spent like damn near $200,000 on a Tahoe for herself. You know what I mean? They take these trips, they
Facts.
go here, they go there, they take that money and they live it up with. So they literally do not distribute the funds where they supposed to go because they're too busy lining up their own pockets. They giving their own peoples the city contracts. You know what I mean? Yeah, Black Lives Matter wasn't nothing but a scam, but people were saying that from day one, but everybody was in their feelings. You remember
All
because of
that
you
money.
know the cops and everybody was in their feelings. Then once it's all said and done, and they found out that them women pretty much made off with $100 million, now everybody is mad. Same thing with the girl who faked the brick to the face. Because she started a gender war, she was able to get like $45,000 out the sisterhood. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is get black people in our feelings, and we can't think straight for the
That
most
shit is
part.
crazy. Like she was shot out. Like a woman, she actually injected saline in her face for that. Yo, I'm saying here like that's crazy. She must
But
have
do
went
you
through
see how
something.
that Somali woman, that was a Somalian woman who created, because as soon as she said, this black man, I didn't give my number to this man, and this guy hit me with a brick, and all these black men, she specifically said black men
She was a
didn't
badass
help
girl.
me. And
She was a
guess
badass
what? That fueled another. We was already going at each other's throat, but that didn't do nothing but fuel it some more just to
girl.
find out that she was lying. We didn't get no apology. We
Nope.
didn't get none of that. We just got the blame for it.
Well, Big E,
Man,
here's the problem with people today. We don't get apologies, but we get an explanation. So you take an example, and I hope KB doesn't mind me bringing this up, but you take for example with Stephen A. Smith. He finally, people say he came out, he apologized to Mike Brown. No, he didn't. He explained his disrespect, and so now today the media, what they do is they're so hell bent on being right that they're going to force their right or they're going to justify their wrong. This is what's happening with Kyrie Irving, that everybody's now all but praising him instead of them saying, I was wrong for calling him a killer. I was wrong for saying he shouldn't get paid. I was wrong for attacking him over the vaccination. Or I was wrong for calling him an anti-Semite when he wasn't really an anti-Semite. All he did was retweet or repost something. So you got to understand the type of demons in the in the political offices are also spearheaded by the same demons who give you the regular news. So, for example, Kwame was talking about Byron Donalds. I had to learn what people said about Byron Donalds, saying that the black family was stronger under Jim Crow. Facts, all experts who are black have said the same thing. But then they twisted it to say that he said we were better under Jim Crow. This is by design.
A
But
law that's
then,
been passed. A law that's recently been passed again in 2 or 3 cities already. 4, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a couple cities that law has been passed. Y'all need to go really research it. And they're aiming for all counties, cities. Like they aiming for everybody to get that Jim Crow law passed.
yeah, well, Rachel, I'm not gonna find it out unless I guess I tune in to Kwame Brown or you tell me about it because the
No, I've
media.
been talking about it for a while though. Like I've been telling people, I'm like, yo, they just passed it. Like they just passed that shit in certain cities. I'm like, yo, wake up. They're trying to aim for every city.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not gonna find it unless I check in with you guys because the media is not gonna report it. Like I said, the media was kind of forced to slightly talk about this Billy Porter situation, but
Yeah.
it's not gonna be big news. Nobody's gonna question, is this the type of loyalty that black male Democrats have to the Democrat Party? Now they're not gonna do that. But when Byron Donalds just makes an allusion to the black family being stronger at its most oppressed time, then they say, oh, well, that's how all black Republicans think. So I wonder, is this how all black Democrats. But this what they do: kiss a doo-doo stained hand from a man who has to pull his depends out of his pants. I digress. I'll let y'all finish talking. Oh, and Chris, I didn't hear what you had to say, brother. So what did you have? What did you have to add on this thing?
No, the black family was stronger during Jim Crow because we had more two-parent households. That's why it appears we was more stronger. Even when we were going through one of our worst times, like policy-wise racism, not this just well, I just don't like you because you're black. It was more policy-wise. We had two more two-parent households. That's why, we basically fucked that shit up to where, because if we had two-parent households like it was back then, we'd be a whole lot better in our community. So yeah, Bobby, no, even if you don't like the guy, hey, there's truth to what he said. So, but a lot of people don't like. I don't know what it is about some black Republicans. I don't care if you black Democrat, black Republican. If what you say is correct, it's correct. That just how that is.
Facts.
Hey KB, I wanted to come back real quick, man. I wanted to apologize if I said anything that could get your channel striked or anything like that, man. I wasn't trying to do that by any means. I just want the people to know, like, it's politics is just a distraction. I promise you. Like, all
Damn,
politics.
I didn't even get to hear what you said. Not to cut you off, I was the mic was acting up for me, so I don't know what you said. So I hope you ain't say that to get the channel clap. I'll go back and check it, and if somebody in the chat think he said something that'll get my channel clap, let me know, and I'll just put this on private when we're done. But
No,
go ahead,
yeah,
bro.
but I didn't say nothing too. I didn't say anything offensive. It's just a serious topic, and all of us need to be talking about it. Like, all of us need to be talking about it because this is a we problem, and it always has been. But I came back up here because I got a call. I came back up here, KB. Been trying to get a hold of you outside of YouTube. I know it's hard. People have made it hard who to trust and who not to trust, shit like that. But I've been wanting to connect with you for years, bro, and do something for the people. Maybe like do a live or something like this, and even talk a little deeper on this, and so it won't hurt the main account or something like this. But I'm telling you, man, I can't stress it enough, my people. Politics is just another source of division. Is the biggest problem has been the attack on the children, they've covered that up with politics. They've covered it up with racism. They covered it up with propaganda. So I'm trying to. They call me Uncle Tom, and Uncle Tom is the person that tried to free the slaves, and that's what I try to do. I try to free all of my people out these mental chains.
Wait.
We have all been victims of the United States government, and Donald Trump is the only person that we've seen that is trying to dissolve that United States government that's been enslaving us all. So, KB, I don't know how I can reach out to you. Like, I'm banned on almost all social media networks. I just got TikTok, and I know you're not on TikTok. Um, but I want to try to reach out to you and try to do something for the people, brother.
Okay, okay. You said you reached out to me on where?
No, well, I've been in the box a few times, since 2020, but I think I tried to send you my number on the decoy Instagram one time because I'm banned on Instagram, so I had to use somebody dummy account, but definitely trying to reach out to you somehow, some way, brother. I could probably put my number in this backstage chat real quick, and then you get it and take it out, but I'm trying to do something for the people. Big E, you and Compton. I'm out here in Cali myself, and man, I haven't even. I'm not even a California resident, but I know what the Rampart Comps and Compton PD have done to the city of Compton, and it makes me almost cry every time I think about it. So I want to connect with you too, bro, and do something for the city of Compton, man. Like, let's all use each other as great resources to fight this great fight. Do it for these children and unite. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. But the first thing we got to do, man, we got to find out. Well, we got to get people that actually work for our interests. Like, what I mean, like, if you ever seen that movie Higher Learning, You remember at the end, close to the end, when Rappaport said he quit school, you remember his boy was mad at him. He was like, nah, man, why you do that? We need people like you in position. We need to have our people to be here, there, here to work for us. Okay, we don't get that dynamic. We don't put people that work for us in places of power. If you notice the small hats, they got judges, they have politicians, they have people that work in their interest. We don't have people that work in our interest. We got people like Roland Martin and people like that, people that are just trying to get pats on the heads for niggas. You know what I mean? We need people that actively work like Byron Donald appears to be. Now is yet to be seen, but it appears to be. Everybody that calls themselves working in our behalf in politics sold us out a long time ago. Like, for example, probably nobody even in the chat can name one member, just one, of the Congressional Black Caucus. And they supposedly are working for black people. But we don't even know them. They don't let themselves be known for us. They haven't made no policies or just like the NAACP. What policies have they created for us? They're just taking money. They're organizations that use black people as fodder, but they really don't do nothing for us. You get what I'm saying? So we need people that's going to actually do stuff for us in pot, because bro, we're not going to get nowhere without somebody up top to help us. Okay, and if all the people that supposedly have melanin and working in our best interest is working for them, well then, bro, we're just running in place. You can't name one politician that has ever pretty much tried to even work for us. You know what I mean? They trying to get a position in the Democratic Party or something like that, but they don't push policies that benefit us. They push policies that directly work against us. And it's always been that way. Like, why is abortion always on the docket when hell don't nobody even know who the hell their baby daddy is anyway? It's paternity fraud is rampant out here. We don't need to be worrying about no abortion. We got other things. Close your legs. That's easy. You know what I mean? We
They do
vote
say
on
the
the
child support system is a fraud. So I mean, I'm just telling
correct,
people to do your
correct.
research.
See, correct. It's all. But see, again, we have people that's pushing these fraudulent systems to us, and they word it to where it sounds good. Yeah, Gangsta Slim, that's true. But see, they catch ours when the kids is little. Like they see your brightest, and then they offer him a scholarship to take him way away from his people. Then once he graduated with all these honors, he's no longer one of you now. He's one of them. We're going to call him a sellout. They take your biggest and brightest away from you,
Fact,
and they
fact.
work for them now.
But
Look
that
at
only
Ben
but that
Yeah.
only
Carson. That
happens
man
in
is
a
a brain
divided
surgeon,
world, though. That's what I'm saying, bro.
neurosurgeon. He don't work for us.
But
Like a
that's what
lot
I'm
of
saying though. That only happens. The chances of that are they're more limited if we were all together. Those opportunities present themselves more and at a higher and faster rate because we're divided. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I
facts.
was saying, like, if we the people come together, we could them motherfuckers wouldn't have a job tomorrow.
That's a fact. That's a
But
whole
they
fact.
have the jobs
But
that they
how?
have
Okay, let me
because
ask
we
you a
was
question.
divided.
Here's the biggest question. What would you say? How would we start to come together? Because the only thing I've seen that we came together on so far is we not letting nobody trying to jack hip hop. Now,
I can
what
tell you
else
right
can
now,
we
bro.
come together on?
What
I
I
can
what
You
I
tell
see
just
you,
what I'm
we
told
only
you.
saying?
come
What
together
I
when
just
it's
told
That,
you
time
hey,
like
for a
10 minutes
let's
party
ago.
throw that
or a
question
death.
around the panel. Let's everybody around the panel answer that question because I want to respond to that too. But go ahead.
Basically that what I was telling KB about us connecting, that's the first start right there. Because once again, what I said was the truth about the children will unite the masses. I promise to God. When people see what these people have been doing to these children, it will unite us all. Because even somebody who has a cold heart, they have a child that they love. Everybody has a child that they care about and they love. And that's the one thing that will bring us together. I'm telling y'all, when y'all see what these politicians and celebrities have been doing to these children, I kid you not, it would unite us all. Our topics of conversations would change right that quick, because it's that bad. So that's what I'm saying. So getting the word out and getting the knowledge out about the facts about what's been going on with these children, that all people will come together. Because at the end of the day, it's just a good versus evil
But
battle.
that's
And
already
if you're on the side of
happening and it's
good,
not working.
huh?
That's already happening and it's not working. There's
It's
enough
not.
proof out there.
But
Like
see, it's not
everybody
happening
sees it.
like it should though, because the reason why I'm saying this is because we have that. A lot of us have that mindset of, well, my kids are good, or that's not my problem, and
Okay,
that's
I
the
get you.
that's
I
the
get you now.
issue. These are all of our kids. We are God's children, so all of these children are our children too. And if this could happen to somebody else's kid, it could happen to my kid. And we have to start having that approach. We our problem is we wait till shit comes to our front door and then we react. We should react before we even have to react. So therefore, we limit the chances of this happening. But I'm telling you, when y'all see what these people have been doing to these children behind closed doors, it is going to make you sick. And the first thing that you're going to want to do is look for the person, look to your left and your right for a hug. I'm telling you, it is so bad.
You know
It
what
is so
story
bad.
they need to listen to? Y'all need to go and watch the Allie Carter story. She tells a lot.
I know I
Hold,
know
hold on,
Allie.
hold on. Before we get off the topic, let's everybody answer that question. Because again, and let's repeat the question again before you answer it, so that the chat can understand what you answer.
Okay, let me ask it again. Okay, where do we as black people, where do we start to come together? Like example, Dr. Umar had the right idea with that school. We need to be educating our own. We don't need to let the people that's trying to destroy us educate our people. So even though Dr. Umar might not have been the best person for it, we wasn't supposed to let that idea die. We are literally letting our enemy educate our kids, and we wonder why we read at the level that we read and our education is so poor.
So parents can't teach their kids how to read either.
No, they can't. Some of them can't.
Yeah, well, what are the
So,
results, bro? I mean, we
A
looking at
lot of
what we
parents don't even have
looking at it.
patience.
We're looking at the results of what's happening right now. If you look at a lot of these kids out here doing these smash and grabs, these are teenagers. These boys can't even read. A lot of these people that's out here that's on hood and on gang, and a lot of these dudes can't even read. Like real talk, a lot of these dudes can't read. So
They can't.
I hear you, but are we teaching them? I'm just saying that we like have anybody on this panel ever went to school with a small hat? Have you ever went to school with a Chinese, a Korean, an Arab? Now we all know America's a melting pot, but we just talking about where you send your schools. It's either black, white, Mexicans. We don't go to school with Jewish people, Korean people, Chinese people, Arab people. They're all over here. They teach their own kids. They have their own programs. Okay, we let the people who got us in this position teach our kids, is what I'm saying. So
so
I'm just saying, as a people, us trying to get our own schools to teach our kids our history, that idea
Biggie,
should not have died with Dr. Umar.
let,
Now I'm with you, Israel. I'm not talking about Umar himself. I'm saying the idea. We need our own schools to educate our own kids so they'll help us with our interests. Our kids benefit everybody else except us
Can I comment
because
real
we
quick?
have the most inferior education. They make you pay for it in college.
Can I comment real quick? I don't want to cut out a line, but I just want to reach real quick on the school thing. The school thing might not be the best option because you take people like LeBron James. LeBron James had a school. Oprah Winfrey had a school. And there's nothing like we don't even know the statistics out of these schools, like the real statistics. So it looks like they just having these schools what's really going on at these schools. Like, are they doing some crimes with children or what? Like, we this stuff starts at home. We could teach our kids at home. Like back in at one point of time before the board of education even existed, people were homeschooled and they were taught reading, writing, and arithmetic, and even coding and trades. So that's what we need to go to. Like, we don't. All of us could, like Kwame could open a school, and 10 families could send their kids to that school, and that's cool. But like, it don't have to be a part of the board of education or none of that, because for him to have that school and be funded, he has to teach that curriculum, and that curriculum is what's failing the kids.
And that's
Okay,
a
but where
fact.
do we
So,
unify those? So where do we start? Like, where do us as a whole,
hey,
where
brothers,
do we
guys,
start our unification
Hold on,
process
let's
at?
let's let's bounce it around. Let's let everybody get their chance first before we start the back and forth. Melda, did
yeah.
you get a chance yet?
No, I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna chime in on it right now, real quick. So, salute to the brothers. With LeBron James School, I just want to say this real quick. With LeBron James School, the studies have shown that that school has fallen into the same struggles that a lot of the Akron schools have fallen into. LeBron James didn't actually create that school and create that curriculum. What he did was he just funded the school and guaranteed that the students who graduated would have scholarships, scholarship opportunities. So it still falls under the exact same curriculum. The kids are getting the exact same curriculum that they are. That Akron Public Schools controls that school. So I know a lot of you brothers are talking about the education system as far as the parents needing to teach their kids how to read. You guys got to understand something before, and I've said it on this panel, and I'll say it again. Black folks are the only race of people to have ever been prohibited education. We were prohibited it from 1740 until 1865. Then after that, from 1865 up until the 1960s, we had a restricted education. You're talking about over 12 generations of people who were either illiterate or not allowed the opportunity to read. How do you expect them to pass down an education to their children? That's the reason why we are where we are right now educationally with our Black kids. We've got to promote and push more Black educators in these educational settings and educational structures. Now, that's my opinion on that. But to answer the question specifically about what we need to do, it's a hard sell. So a lot of Black communities, a lot of Black colleges that were designed to build up us have been sold or have gone bankrupt because of greedy presidents of those colleges. St. Paul's College in Virginia was one of them, and that college closed down. It was open for 132 years, and it closed down because they couldn't financially manage it. Guess who took over? It was the Zenwa Corporation, a Chinese-backed corporation. We used that Black college as a campus to house illegal immigrants when they arrived. Then we used that Black college to train and educate Asian Chinese students when they came over here to study abroad. Now that Zenwa Corporation wants to sell that school back, and the Black folks are trying to buy it back. They sold that school for $1.2 million. Now the Chinese company that bought it and trained their kids are trying to sell it back to Black people for $3.2 million. This is what we do to ourselves. We shoot ourselves in the foot. So the only plausible solution to me would be we have to start building our own communities. KB comes up with a great concept and idea where he's talked about these tiny homes. But every time I look around in Florida, there's a new community being built here in Florida. We got all these supposed billionaires and millionaires who walk around with all these damn chains and these leasing these cars and all this stuff. That money that they spend for one car could buy them over 150 acres of land, and you probably could put 20 or 40 families, and you could put a grocery store on that 120 acres of land, and even a school. So as long as we're not thinking about land to build ourselves up, then we'll never get what we need. So to me, it's a common sense solution. You get the land, you build the community, everything else will come. And stop asking the government to help bail you out or give you a handout. Now I'm all for reparations, but I'm also for being left the hell alone. And I'd rather have a government that will leave me the hell alone than to say I'm going to give you this because at the same time I'm taking something else from you. And I'm pro Second Amendment because I believe Black folks should be the most protected people because we can't trust anybody to protect us. So with that being said, that's my solution.
Yeah, and I like that, Mel, because that's kind of my thing. Like, First of all, in order to, we always talk about coming together, but we trying to come together while we still sick. The first thing that you do when you try to heal the wound is that you got to clean it first. And right now, we too insecure to come together. Especially you brothers that's out there in California. Y'all got families on families and generations after generations of slaughtering each other. So that it's going to be too many people too insecure to come together with another black man, especially. They might come together with a woman, but they're not coming together with you men. And my thing is, until we start changing our diets, you gotta heal that wound through your diet. We still eat what the oppressor fed us. We keep thinking diabetes and high cholesterol and all this other stuff is generational, and it's in the family. No, it's not. You just eating the same thing that grandma fed everybody. So of
That's
course, if you're eating hog maws and neck bones and all the stuff that we all like, still salty. It's still the pigtails, the oxtails. It's all generational. So if you're gonna heal, you got to heal within first, and you got to get a level of clarity so you can think. And a lot of us, we're so final with each other because of what we grew up around. Me, I started when I learned that I don't own these blocks. I'm not fighting over no block I don't own. I used to rep a neighborhood and rep a street, and we would be mad if you come on that street. That was our street, and then you realize the police come over there and kick your ass on the same street. So I learned to think different. So in order for us to change the way we go about things, one, we got to stop being such in lust for stuff. And once I shed buying materialistic things and making it look good and start buying things that actually create generational wealth, then I realized it ain't no white man that can control nothing I do. He can maybe slow me up from getting the permits because that do happen. It's happening to me right now. We got to go the long route to do anything. But I still say we should all be focusing on our family. We got to practice what we preach. If we're going to be able to say we can come together with some strangers, then we got to first be able to come together with the loved ones in our family. And myself included, we got family members that we don't rock with. And not to say you're going to rock with all your family members, but some of that is just a conversation that need to be had, and we got to start having them because at some point we're gonna be forced to have them, and that's my spiel on it.
you ain't the only one. I got the same problem with my family. So trust me, you ain't the only one with that.
That's a fact. Kwame, and I think that was Mel. They were speaking or saying everything like, because I'm thinking the same way, and I've been thinking the same way. Like I've been telling people, I got an idea. I want a community center in the hoods and stuff like that. But before we do all this, like I've told people, I realized that I have to get my shit together, get myself together, then get the people together in order to the right people that I'm gonna do this stuff with together to bring in the coding and do all this stuff. Because at the end of the day, they're gonna end up owning me. And that's the message I've been trying to tell people is like a lot of us are going to have to come together, at least get some land, get some properties in that land, and then start, teaching our kids, start building our own schools, building our own businesses, and much more. Like Kwame's been on point from the gate. So it's like, damn, it's crazy because I can't even say, oh, you wrong, because we got the same ideas in the beginning. It's just that I was being hard headed.
And that's why I was saying, KB, like you said, family. What
Family.
what what is a part of the family? Children. And that's why I
Mm-hmm.
said I can't stress it enough. And if y'all knew what I know, and a lot of people in the comments know what I'm talking about too. If y'all seen this shit that I'm talking about, like without talking about it, then you would probably understand a lot more why I say if we learn the truth about these children, what the government and all these entities that has existed in this society have done to children, that will bring us all together.
Why you think all that money is going to Ukraine and Israel? I mean, hey,
Because
I'm
they're
just saying.
I know why,
It's
but I'm
going
not gonna.
there and towards all them private prisons though. Like that right there is like, shoot,
Well,
they
plus
supposed.
y'all do know that Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and one more of those companies, all of those companies are based in Ukraine. So
All
everywhere
right.
you got that jab from, all of that was based in Ukraine. Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and it's one more. So they were basically laundering their money through the Ukraine. If you do any
Okay.
history on that dude Zelensky, that dude is actually a criminal. But you know what I mean? That's who the powers that be over here fall in line with. I mean, just really look at it. We actually traded Brittany Griner for John Wick. You get what I'm saying? I mean, really look, what are we thinking about? We let go of the Baba Yaga for Brittany Griner, a pot smoking, whatever kind of basketball player she is. You see what I'm saying? As on a global scale, that was a bad deal. There's no way I'm going to give up John Wick for Brittany Griner. For Brittany Griner. I mean, you see what I'm saying? These people are criminals. The people that's in charge are criminals. I mean, look, you saw what they let Hunter Biden get away with, having a gun, crack cocaine, everything that black people went to jail for, especially in the 90s. He was able to just pretty much throw it in our face.
And
I could
a
even bring cocaine in the White House.
and a Biggie, I
So
want to
when
give you a
you
big
really
shout
let
out.
go of their power structure, to me, that's what it seems like they're worried about. And it's more or less the left because they're the ones that's having to fit that black people are even considering not voting for them. Bro, and it's a trip to look at.
And I want to give a big shout out to Odertam Speaks. He's a moderator in here, but he showed me a video the other day. And I'm gonna tell you one thing, that if you are a black person, and I'm not gonna pull a Biden if you ain't black, if you don't vote for somebody, you're not black. But if you're a black person and you had a family member that was arrested for possession of crack cocaine, and that family member probably should have got treatment, but they were sent and they were incarcerated. And they did prison time because they had an addiction. And it was Joe Biden that orchestrated and pushed that idea that they should go to prison because they had an addiction. But then you decide that you're going to vote for this man who then turns around and says his son needs treatment and not prison time. This same man has took thousands of black men from their families. But his son, who had the same problem, now needs treatment. To me, that's a disqualifier for me ever even, well, there's a lot of disqualifiers, but for me ever even thinking about voting for him. And I want to say this on a side note, and I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm trying to be funny. I swear I saw Brittany Griner and then a picture of Tim Duncan. They look like they could be brother and sisters, like twins. Or am I just tripping? I don't know, but that's irrelevant. I'll go back on mute.
Nah, Brittany Griner look like
Boy, you ain't shit.
Hove. Brittany Griner look like Hove.
Yeah, that was bad. We traded the Merchant of Death for Brittany Griner, and the sad part about the situation is they made her seem like she's some sort of political prisoner when we have military members and people that are in the same Russian jail that they didn't let out for the Merchant of Death. So you got Marines in jail and you got people in jail, but you let out a basketball player. Had that been a black man that made that mistake, I don't think he would have been out. I think he'd still be in jail. So they saying the quiet part out loud, especially the fact that she belonged to a protected group. So like I said, there's no protection for a black male no more. We're gonna have to find a safe space in this world because it don't seem to be one.
Hey KB, it's crazy though because now that same group you talking about, now they went to go get Brittany Griner, but they didn't have nothing to say when a member of their community actually killed that girl Shanquella down there in Mexico. Do y'all remember when that black girl had her neck broke and her back was broke, something like that? Well, they didn't want to let you know that it was one of those men in dresses that was in there with the video even showed he picked her up, body slammed her. That man, ain't no woman gonna break another woman's neck. So but because it was one of the members of their communities involved, they hurry up and kind of swept that under the rug. That happened last year. Her name, I think, was Shanquella Robinson. They
And
broke that girl neck in
that's
that
why
home.
I
They
say
videotaped
I
it.
don't.
Where, where
That's
was that
exactly the.
community at then?
But that's exactly the reason why I say I don't belong to any groups because no matter the group, teachers union, police force, lawyers. It don't matter. The moment you and not everybody succumb to it. It's good people in every group. But the majority of the groups, they're going to protect the interests of the group over the greater good of what's right and what's wrong. If you representing, let's just say you representing Duke University, you gonna want to protect Duke University. You representing the Democrats, you gonna want to protect the Democrats. You represent the Republicans, you gonna want to protect the Republicans. Very few people call it down the middle, and that's where I started seeing it. Like, damn, it's all about who we like. It's all about the group. So I kind of, I can be a friendly to the group. I just don't want to be a part of the group.
But too
Yeah,
quick.
that's definitely because it's definitely a pick and choose thing. Like, I mean, with all these groups, you know what I mean? I mean, but except for us, they demonize us all. You know, like, do you notice when it comes to when it comes to like white boy shooters, he was a lone gunman. He acted on his own. He was mentally unstable. But then
Lone
if it's
wolf.
somebody black do something like that, they make us all wear that jacket. You know what I mean? Like when they killed, even when they killed the president, oh, that was Lee Harvey Oswald. He did that by himself. Like Harvey Oswald could kill probably the most famous president at the time by himself. But do you notice they put everything on us as a whole? But when it comes to them, it's the Dylan Roof was a lone shooter. The guy that went into Buffalo and killed up all them people was a lone shooter. The guy in Las Vegas that shot 500 people but mysteriously killed himself in the room was a lone shooter. Timothy McVeigh that blew up the federal building in Oklahoma, he did that all by himself. But you let somebody black do something, they like to put it all on us. You know, like I say, that's why I really don't like Tyler Perry, because of the way that he portrays black people, period. Black relationships, people, period. They they make it like we are just dysfunctional, even the most educated of us. If you remember, this show used to be called The Haves and the Have Nots. The successful black lawyer was a boy. He was a boy to somebody, and then his son was gay. So you see what I'm saying? They portray us as dysfunctional as you could possibly portray a people. That way, when they kill us the way that they do, they try to use that to justify it.
But see, that goes back to us having accountability, man. Like, you right, and we just never held ourselves accountable for our own actions. We always blame people because at the end of the day, who is Tyler Perry's biggest consumers? The people that he's mocking, the demographic of people that he's mocking. And Tyler Perry has only became Tyler Perry and gotten the name and the fortune that he did. From us,
Yeah, we
so
make these
we gotta take care
celebrities
of that.
famous. We
Yeah,
get these celebrities to where they at, and then we complain about it.
yeah, we were talking about it when I first came up here, about power. We've always given our power to politicians and celebrities. That's why they've always told us how much power they never told us how much power we did truly have. Because like once you knew that, then you would have never ever fell for their games. The 1% would have never ever, it would have been the minority, as it always should have been anyway.
But
And well,
see, this is
Malcolm,
where
Politicians
we
are elected officials, though, so of course they go against the power.
and
So they actually,
I was just gonna say Malcolm X warned us about that as well too, where he talked about all you have to do to get black folks to vote a certain way. He was talking about like go get Lena Horne or go get people. He was talking about at that time, just get any of your black celebrity to go into the community. No other race has to do that. But to Tyler Perry, I know this is kind of segueing away a little bit. You'll notice that Tyler Perry is a victim, I think, of colorism as well too, because in almost every movie he has, the most evil son of a bitch is always a dark brown skinned man, and the hero has always been Rick Fox.
well, not
Or
everyone.
pick one.
For color girls, it was old light skin that
Oh,
dropped the kids.
Hey, but y'all do know we do still have power. Like let me tell you where we dropped the ball to a little bit. Let's say if somebody black wanted to go open a barbershop in say a small hat neighborhood. Okay, they're just not going to spend no money with you, so you're eventually going to have to shut it down because you have no money coming in. Now, all these people, they hate you, but the power you do have is your money. So when they put their store in your neighborhood, don't spend money with them because that's all they want is your economic power. If you don't spend money with them, they're going to have to get up out of there. They still got bills to pay. But if you don't patronize their business, they can't stay. See, if you have a black business, black people know how to not patronize it. You get what I'm saying? But when it comes to everybody else, that's who we seem to want to give our money to. So if we don't like what these people is doing in our neighborhoods, all we have to do is not spend no money with them. They will leave. See, we don't understand that our power is economic. Everybody spends money every day. Y'all spend money, your hard-earned checks, even your hustle money. But who do you spend it with is what the issue is. And if we're going to keep spending money with people that don't like us, we're going to stay at the bottom because they're going to take our money and use it against us. But guess what? If we never give it to them to begin with, then they're going to have to get up out of there or they're going to have to conform to us. But see, they could smack us in the face, pull guns on us, and we'll still go to their business. They'll slap our women. They'll still go there. They'll pull guns on us. We'll still go to their Chinese food places. We still patronize these businesses and we know they don't like us. They only want our money. So again, if we stop spending our money with people who don't like us, why should they respect us? They can call us out our name.
And
They could shoot us,
that's
do all
true.
kinds of stuff. And guess what? We're going to be right back in their store the next day.
Yep. You know what's
And that
crazy?
is a problem.
Here in Philly, we had some lady try to do that, right? She started opening like a little flea market and stuff like that for the people in our community and stuff like that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
my audio went out. All right. Well, basically, she started doing stuff like that, and you know what's crazy? The same people in the same community started destroying the stuff that she was already making for us to, build off of. Like they started stealing, they started, trashing the place and doing this and doing that, and it started to mess up what she was doing. And she said it. She's like, "Damn, like you finally got somebody. Y'all asked for something, and y'all just don't take care of what y'all asked for. Like." That's the crazy part. And like I see it every day. People try to start little things like that for our communities, but it's our own people that knock it down. But y'all want to spend your money on all these other people, the same people we talk shit about, we go spend our money on.
And you know what, Rachel? That's a reason why a lot of people are reluctant to do things in certain communities. I got a small piece of property, and I say, that property is just sitting there. And I was just thinking, what in the world?
Babe, that's Young Thug. Wait, that's him,
That
That's
right?
look like
Lord
Uzi
Uzi.
Vert. That look like
Lord
Uzi
Uzi.
Vert.
He got a dress on like that.
Damn, I
Yeah, I know.
forgot
Yeah,
I
about
heard
ain't that
about
the
it, but
same dude? Ain't that the same dude who had a diamond infused in his head like he was a Vision from the Avengers? Ain't that
Yeah,
nigga?
that's him. That's him.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? These are the people. Look at that dude. Do that nigga look like a circus sideshow? That
Look
nigga
at
looks
his
exactly
posture.
like a circus sideshow,
opening
bro.
that window right now.
Look at his posture, bro.
Yeah, that's
And
what they
see, right,
promote.
and that's and the piggyback off what y'all was saying. One of our they capitalized on entertainment. Most of our dollars we spend on being entertained. And if people broke down it, breaking down words is so important, and people don't do it. But look up the what it means to be entertained. Look up the definition of entertainment, and that'll tell you everything right there you need to know. But it's sad that they really have capitalized on our people based off entertainment. We love
Do this nigga
entertainment.
got
We need
the
to be
arm
entertained.
sleeves on like a woman and
And
a
guess
purse like a woman?
This is an entertainer. So they push
That's
through. They push
entertainment.
the. They push two agendas in one. They push the LGBT and entertainment.
Yeah, but you
Are
know
you
who else they
entertained?
had doing this too,
Are
right?
you
You
not
know who else they
entertained?
had doing this, right? They they had Russell Westbrook doing this too.
Hey, check this out. Is it a coincidence that every celebrity black, mostly black males, they are the ones that's into this? How come I don't see Justin Timberlake in a dress? How
Well, you
come I
do.
can't? How come I can't see Leonardo DiCaprio in a dress?
You
How
do though,
come I done
KB.
seen P Diddy, Usher, and all these niggas that's got all this money, Kevin Hart? How come all the niggas got to get in the dress?
No, but look, KB, you see it. You gotta watch their movies or watch SNL to see that shit. They put
I
this
can't
shit
watch
right
Kevin
here
Hart.
because look, they know that they haven't taught us how to read, but we know how to look at a magazine. So we'll see this picture, we don't know how to read. We'll be
No,
like, oh
I
shit,
can't
that's
watch.
drip.
I can't watch Kevin Hart, Wayne Rock Johnson no more. All of these movies are like goddamn soft porn. I can't watch that shit no more.
Hey,
It's like
KB,
gay
I give
soft
you
porn.
one. I give you a good one too. How come at the height of his fame, Ving Rhames had to get bent over in Pulp Fiction?
You know why? He a big muscle bound looking nigga. They gonna show you all of. I'm telling you, I done said it on YouTube before. I think all of these superstars, super celebrities, their success come through their anus or whatever deviant act that they have to do. There's a certain level a nigga shouldn't even want to go. I don't even want to meet certain people because of that reason. I don't want to go to your parties. I don't want to be in some little it crowd. I don't want to be that. That ain't me. My
Isn't Young
shit
Thug
do stink.
married?
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not
know what he
sure.
is, but this right here is
I
weird.
but I think he's married to a celebrity, isn't he though?
I'm gonna have
Look
to
at
look
this
it up.
stance. Look at this stance right here. Look at this stance. That's way more. If he's just gonna hold a purse and people say that's art and all this other shit that I don't understand. If he was
No,
just
he's not
holding a
married.
purse, okay, some people can say it's art. But look at the stance. He got his hand on his hip, looking away. That's what my auntie used to do in her photos.
Hey,
In
KB.
1999, 1990, my auntie was standing just like this. 1989, she was standing just like this.
On God, when motherfucking back that ass up came up.
Hey, KB. Now, ain't it a trip how they demonized, and I mean literally demonized, Allen Iverson because he was dressed like at the time, the black man. They literally, I think it was David Stern, made him change his dress code. But now a nigga could come to the game in a dress.
It's the agenda, bro.
They said
Remember
Iverson
Allen
a father.
Iverson? They was mad because he used to wear starter hats and he used to have his bling with the big t-shirts. You remember they was saying, "Oh, he too much of a thug. He this, that, and the third." They literally made Allen Iverson change his dress code. But then,
Not just
soon as the
Allen
news
Iverson,
broke
Well,
all
across
this
the board.
game
the
was
reason
weighing
why they made
blouses.
Allen Iverson, can y'all hear me? The reason
Yeah,
why
we
they
hear you
made
now.
Allen Iverson change his dress code, it wasn't because they wanted him to set an image for black men and all that shit they tell you. It's because, to me, Allen Iverson looked like, and it's a two-part thing to that. Because when you are professional, you want to look more professional. But the unfortunate thing about people that are not from the hood, they don't understand how people look at one person from the hood making it as they made it. So Allen Iverson made hood niggas put their guns down and start hooping. Allen Iverson went from jail to Georgetown to the league. So then you had drug dealers thinking that shit, I might can make it to the league. So that's one less dead body. That's one less person. Now all the drug dealers fat, sloppy, and nasty. Because they ain't working out, they ain't doing nothing. AI had people believing, and not to be funny, that's what white folks try to do.
That's
They
facts.
try to snuff off that belief. That's why they sent Stephen A. at them colleges. When I got drafted, I'm a nigga out the homeless shelter, out the cheese line. If I can get drafted, nigga, that take away all your excuses. Cause all they do is pump excuses to the black community every year. Every year, you can't do it because your daddy ain't around. My daddy was gone. Oh, you can't do it because you come from a single mama. I came from a single mama. Oh, you can't do it because you live in the hood. I lived in the hood. Oh, you can't do it because you don't get a better education. Shit, I got the same education you got. So all the excuses is bullshit. You had a nigga come out of the cheese line, no daddy, on welfare, make it to the #1 draft pick. That should have been the #1 story in the United States. But because I don't dance a jig the right way, then I'm public enemy #1. But it shows that fuck all the excuses, fuck that your daddy ain't there, fuck all that a black woman can't raise a goddamn. That's all bullshit. It's the determination of the individual. It's the person that's involved. You are actually involved in your own destination.
Mhm.
And you got to take some self accountability. And that's what people don't take.
Well, see, KB, you ready to have this talk, bro? Cause I'll tell you what it is, knowing what I know now, bro. See what happened with you was that they couldn't groom you. I don't want to mention other names, but a lot of these other people, they got to groom them. Your story they couldn't groom. And that's why they tried to make you public or they did make you public enemy #1. And growing and seeing the truth and everything like that and knowing like how fake the media is and everything like that, it all makes sense, bro. So thank you for
And it
always
make a
being
hundred
true.
percent it make a 100% sense because every time a black man make it, the credit gotta go to his mama.
Yep.
My mama didn't take credit for what I did. My mama didn't do you know Kevin Durant, LeBron James, they all go get their mamas. They all, every black man that make it, we gotta go get their mama. Well, my mama wasn't with me shooting in the gym, nor was she with me screeting concrete, nor was she with me digging footings. I
Mhm.
went and did all that and brought her money.
Yeah, mama just driving to the gym. That she did
Hey,
her job driving to the gym.
you know what,
So
KB?
yeah, they don't want to show the true men that step up and protect mama. They
Oh,
don't
that's
talk
a
about
fact.
my brothers that went to jail to try to help mama. Cause a lot of these little boys, they going to prison to help mama. They going out there selling dope, put their life on the line to help mama. So this narrative that's why I tell people, you're not gonna take away my experience. I don't give a damn if you think I'm talking against black women, for black women. I do understand that mama's cooking is the best thing you could ever give a child. But I do understand that there's women that don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. They not even
Hey,
present.
KB.
They mamas raising their babies. They
And,
You
cousins,
know,
they other babies are raising their babies. They have no clue what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's okay. But the people that know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. And so all the excuses is all bullshit. We all got
and
to take accountability for how we're raising these kids and the situations that we're putting them in. We're happy that we grow up in neighborhoods. We cool saying I'm from the murder capital. We got to take self accountability. That's why I say before you heal a wound, you got to clean that motherfucker. You got to clean it, stop the bleeding, sew it up. Because what's bad, we look at as good now. We look at all this twerking and provocative behavior. We look at that as good. Ain't no white man making us do that. Yeah, he dangling the carrot of money, but we used to know better than to do that. We used to say not in front of them. We used to have a code of conduct. Now the code of conduct is get the money. That's our
Even
code of
drug dealers
conduct
had
now.
code of
Get the money.
conduct back then.
hey,
brother, that's a great point on that. And you just said it. I think I said it before, dude. The way and you just set it up so clear that people really have to process it. I did not even know Dwayne Wade had a daddy until he got inducted into the Hall of Fame and gave his daddy props because the whole narrative was centered around his mama.
Black women. Yeah.
I met his
That's
ass.
and then a lot of women are egotistical. A lot of women wouldn't have done what my mama did. My mama said, I'm not gonna do that. They was interviewing her on the porch and I asked her, why are you doing these interviews? And then she liked it at first until they kept wanting her to disrespect my father. And she had every reason to do so. But she was like, what is my son gonna look up to if I get on TVs and airways and talk about his father like that? That's his lineage.
And
Those are
then
his
if you
chromosomes
notice,
running through
KB,
him. Why would I do that?
and if you
And,
notice,
and that's what
KB,
a lot of women, that's what a lot of you women got to understand. I don't give a fuck how bad your baby daddy was. You chose to lay with this nigga. Now you got a kid by this man. Why in the fuck would you want your son to hear that he ain't shit? Just like you wouldn't want him to hear that your ass ain't shit. Cause it take two to tango.
And you
If
know
you
what else?
ended up around this man in the space at that time, you probably wasn't shit either. You probably was living a secular life just like he was. So we got to call a spade a spade. You cannot openly disrespect a child's lineage and think that he's going to grow up with confidence and everything else like that. That doesn't make any sense.
And you notice what else, KB? When fathers like LeVar Ball was there, they demonized him. Look at Ja Morant. His daddy be front and center at every game, but they wanted like, well, Ja Morant is a thug, and his daddy is letting him do that. If you know Richard Sherman, when Richard Sherman was going to them Super Bowls, you remember he gave props to his daddy and his mama that they still together and his daddy is successful.
Dad is still working same job
So
too.
And
they
Big E, Big E,
demonize the black men that
remember,
you actually see with their successful kids.
and Big E, remember also that the media got mad at Serena and Venus Williams because they defended how that movie portrayed Richard Williams as a strong father, because he was the first father I think that I ever saw publicly that was the forefront of his child, of their child's success. LeVar Ball followed that model, but see, they want to prop up Dale Curry because of the nepotism piece. And they stay on that stuff. So I'm gonna drop down, man. But Kwame, this has been a great live. I think if nothing else, everybody learned that if you are a black man and you stand upright and your back ain't bent, you would never, ever, 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 ever kiss a black man's hand, a white man's hand, or anybody's hand. That was a shame. That was an embarrassment. They need to, people in our community do need to talk about that, because if that's the image of what black voting for that man means, then there's no way in hell him or anybody who think that's okay would ever have my vote. So hey, salute to you, brother.
Hey, I'm glad you said that, Mel. A black man's hand or a white man's hand or an Asian man, nobody. You upright, individual man, you not doing no shit like that. And so I appreciate your words. I appreciate everybody on the panel words, because this been a strong live that people can dissect and go back and think about and have conversations around.
Yeah, peace and love to all y'all. For real, man. Everybody in the chat too.
Yeah, I had to take that nigga off the screen. That was enough of that shit. But that's the new man. That's what they want us to look like. That's that. Hey, look, that type of man is what all the girls adore, and all the men knocking down the door trying to be like. Not all, most,
Well, see
because yeah, that's what men, they want, that money that he got.
but they
They'll sit
also
there and I tell you what, you can go get the average. I don't care if that nigga say he a street thug, whatever he is. You go get the average nigga, you dangle the right amount of money in front of them, they gonna wear the same shit.
AKB.
What's up?
Hey, don't forget, bro. They also push an agenda, which like what a lot of people might not even know, that that's what the original Black Lives Matter manifest was about. But they was trying to destroy the nuclear family. So basically, replace the man with a what we would call on the streets a stud. Hopefully, I don't offend nobody.
Right.
So
This nigga
that's
say,
what that's the
hold on.
agenda
Let
they
me
was pushing
respond to this
to the.
comment right here. Let me respond to this comment. This nigga say, so bothered by what another man is doing. When you put things out on the internet, right? Everybody get a chance to observe. People are going to be with it, and some people are not going to be with it. So I'm not bothered by it. I observed it. I said my opinion, and I'm going to move forward. And I said my opinion that this is a bunch of bullshit. You don't have to like that opinion, but hey, I'm unbothered by it. But go ahead, bro.
Oh no, bro. I was just speaking on the when you said Uzi the new man. I was just piggybacking off of you. Like they was that was the agenda too, to push. That's why they was pushing all that with this LGBT and the feminist unit, feminist movement, replacing the man, saying a woman could be a man.
I'm about to do away with identifying altogether because they won't let me identify as a regular man, but they'll let a man say he a gal and go play with my daughter. So I'm starting to say fuck all this identification. If I can't just be a regular man and they gonna force me to be a celebrity, then you gonna have to be forced to be the gender that you are. Cause that don't make sense to me.
Hey KB, can I ask you just a basketball question real quick?
Go ahead.
Who who was your favorite player that you ever played with? Like who was your that you actually like to play with?
Uh, I would say Rasheed Wallace because he made the game easy. Rasheed Wallace and Richard Hamilton, they made the game easy. Rasheed because he talked, never stopped talking, always know where to be with Rasheed on the court. He a hell of a teammate. He gonna talk shit to you, but he gonna encourage you and always keep you on the right path. Even if he's fucking up, he's still gonna be telling you what to do in the right way. So he one of them old school veterans that wasn't a hater. He was one of those guys that knew that he was gonna pay it forward and not take away from the young guys.
I'm surprised he ain't coaching because
Uh,
he make a
she
good
can't
coach.
coach. He too, she ain't too real to coach. She ain't gonna be,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
ain't
you
gonna
got a
put his
point.
business out there, but she ain't too real to coach. But I think he should be more of a mentor role to these young players because they can identify with she.
Good point.
His personality, his characteristics is just they're gonna be able to identify with that easy. You know what I mean? And I think he can help guys out outside of the court, let alone what he can do on the court. Buck, who this is in the background? Let me see who this is in the back, Buck. Show your face, Buck. Okay, bet. I'm gonna let you up. You can go off camera.
Hey, salute to the panel. Salute to Kwame Brown.
Salute to you.
First of all,
This,
I just want to say this, man. Thanks for your YouTube because you bring a point of view that we never saw, bro. Because all this time when the media was going on you, we thought you was just a scrub personally and also professionally. So we never knew that part of your life. But this once I start, watching YouTube, I'm finding out that you a real dude, like and the lames are like Stephen A. Smith and them other guys on ESPN or whatever. So you bring a whole. That's why it's always good to get both sides of the story. Never go just with one side. Go with both sides of the story. Then you can make you know, your comment based on that. But I just want to come on the panel and ask you this quick question, man. What do you think about the whole passport bro movement, where brothers are just going overseas to finding feminine women overseas?
I think they're gonna be used overseas. If you go into new territory, like I heard that there's people going to Brazil and things like that and buying homes. They getting robbed. They getting all kind of stuff. So I say just good luck. I mean, I understand what they're trying to do because different cultures present a different type of woman. Um, but just be careful because with new territory creates new problems.
Exactly, and mostly brothers are just going there for the dating aspect, because like they find the women over there are just more feminine, more easier to deal with than some of these women in the Matrix. I call the Matrix
Well,
because
if a guy is going over and his true intent is to get married and he want a feminine woman, but most of those passport bros are just going over there to get some quick coochie and they're willing to pay
Good
for it.
coach.
They just paying the lay for some quick coochie. That's all it is.
all right, man. So I just want to get your viewpoint on that. Thanks for having me on the panel, and I'm gonna drop off, bro.
All right, salute to you, bro.
Salute.
Hey KB, man, I ain't gonna hold up your time, man, but I just had my old lady shoot my name and my number on your IG. So check your messages, man, and if you can reach out
Okay,
to me,
bet.
that'd be dope.
Salute to you, bro.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to do something. Like I said, man, uh, it's all about the kids, bro. I can't stress it enough, man. And that is the way that all of us will be able to unite. I promise you, every single one of us, no matter what color, what size, what shape. what demographic, what background, we will all unite when the truth about these children is revealed, and we can all prepare ourselves for it now and just do it. Do it for the betterment of our future and the future of these children. So I like to connect with you and Judge. So like I said, I just had my lady shoot you my name and number on your IG, and whenever you can reach out to me, man, let's do it.
All right, salute to you, bro.
Salute to you, bro. It's always good talking to you, brother.
Yes, sir.
God bless you and God bless America.
You
Save the
too.
children.
All right. That they say Kwame Wright. They're going over there to do what they be doing over here, paying for P, and that's that.
People,
Every time one of my homeboys go over there, they talk about how they done paid for them a cheap little prostitute. So I ain't gonna lie. And I hope I ain't none of my homeboys, old ladies looking at, not them. I'm talking about my other homeboys. But them niggas be paying the lay, boy. That's all it is. It's a pay to lay situation. Nah, I'm hurrying up down right now. I'm on the road now, man. This Friday traffic. I'll be late as a. I'm gonna be on CP time. I'm gonna just come there. Nice to see y'all. Hey y'all. I'm gonna go in there like all my moderators. Hey y'all.
how you think us Houston people feel?
Later than a mud
Traffic.
trucker. You feel trapped?
Now I say traffic. We got horrible traffic
What's
here.
up, Ada? Oh, oh man, this traffic out of Atlanta today was got to be more careful.
Oh,
What's
now,
up,
oh,
brother? You want to speak on the topic?
Can you can you hear me?
Yeah, we
All
hear
right,
you.
namaste, Mr. Brown and the panel and everybody. Coming to you, much love. I'm Eden Blackman, and I'm running for president of the United States, 2024. I would be my honor for Angela Stratton King to be my vice president. As president, I will give every American 1 million in gold, debt paid first. Parents 18 can't touch their kids' accounts 18 and under. 18 and under, the money, the gold staying in the bank, the interest pays for their health, vision, dental, life insurance. Um, the parents will receive a siphon per child. Um, how small that is, I don't know. The um, the the 18-year-old receives three payments: 200,000 at 18, 500,000 at 21, and 300,000 at 25 to sustain generational wealth. You adults get your debt like almost like a bankruptcy, a thorough debt uh, collection, consolidation type situation, and your debt will be paid. You get your debt. You have to pay your debt off first. You sign up. When you're signing up, um, after your debt is paid, um, just say 300,000 in debt, you would have 700,000. You have three kids. Each of your kids have money, have their million. So you would have to get off all assistance programs as welfare, Section 8, all those type of um, things you would have to get off. So there will be no Americans on welfare. There will be, if you have mental health, drug issues, you get sent to the rehabs, you get sent to the mental health facilities. Your gold will be paying, your monies will be paying, so you will be accepted because their bills will be getting paid. Your money, so we'll be able to sweep all the homeless, or that American, the American homeless. They'll all be going to facilities and off the streets. Um, you the that stability. Then I take the pay off the debt. Part of this will be paying off the debt, balance the budget, the um, buy back American soil, set age and term limits in the government. I want to uh, build back. I want to build northern and southern borders, but I want to build them as bigger than the China Wall, the Great Wall of China. Um, I will replace the gold, the England and the Rockefellers gold and the Federal Reserves. I will replace the gold of the Federal Reserves with American gold and end all tyranny ties for America. That will make America completely, truly, absolutely free. We won't owe anybody anything. We won't have to go kiss the ring. We can remain our friendships, but America will not owe anyone. There is a reserve. They in the Grand Canyon. They found enough gold in 1901. The government of the United States took military control over 3 zones. And one of the zones, there's enough gold that would uh, destabilize the global economy. So America is sitting on enough gold to destabilize the global economy. Like Musa Manson, we're sitting on gold and we should not be in debt and struggling. American, um, the gold will be, like I said, replaced with the from the Federal Reserves. So we'll be able to, um, the Rockefeller family will still have control over the dollar. But
So let me ask you this: how would you go about doing the first step to what you're talking about?
um, the the United States government has control of, which that means American owns, and it is American. The American, it's American soil. It's in the earth. It's ours. It's yours. It's ours. We all deserve. We all are a part. It's our America is us. We're from here. We was born here, and we're sitting on a deposit where they're keeping it to the side and allowing Rockefeller to sink the Titanic and all this competition and
Okay,
put
but you're not answering the question.
yes,
So we know. Let's just say it's a pot of gold there, and the gold is there. How do
yes,
you go about extracting the gold? Like, what's your first step to getting the? Because you haven't done what you're saying yet, right?
no, sir. I'm
Okay, so let's just say if you're going to go get it done tomorrow,
yes, sir.
what would be your first step, and what would you? Who would you go talk to, and what would you do?
The government is already in control of it. They're already mining it. They're already there. I'm just saying instead of them spending 15 trillion somewhere else, we would be able to spend, we would have our own control of it. They're just not giving it to us. That 1%, the get along gang, they playing games. I ain't with that part. I ain't no politician. I'm it's our goal. We got a silver mine under Lake Superior. It's billions and billions of dollars sitting underwater, and it's American soil. It's ours, and they're letting people mine it. They let people subcontract, and they got NASA's down there in the Grand Canyon. All of the 1%, they down there. They know that it's there. It ain't sitting there blank, not touched. That's why they sealed off over 127 um, caves and tunnels in the Grand Canyon. They're down there. They just don't talk about it because we ain't looking that direction. That's what the whole gold rush was about. When they came in and landed on the East Coast, they was pushing through because they was looking for the pot of gold. They was looking for the golden city. And when they found it, that's what the gold rush. The 49ers, they pushed through Texas. That's why Texas was the last resistance. As far as after, slavery, and Texas was 10 years later, because they was pushing westward towards California. They established Bank of America. Rockefeller sank the Titanic, and all the competitors, they established their currency. And they when all those people, all the people, the colonizers, they went west and built cities because of the gold and panhandling and all that, pan mining the gold. And they locked it up. They said, oh, hold on, we can't let this just everybody have it. So the government took control in 1901, and it's ours. And they're not just sitting there not touching it. So that whole process, and actually, to answer that question, actually to come back to it, um, I would build a capital city, a capital city of the Empire of America. I would move Washington D.C. government to the Grand Canyon and to Colorado. It would be the city so massive it covers Colorado, Wyoming, a little bit of Texas, Kansas, uh, how massive it is. But the city itself, the bank would be a massive, like a bigger than a Grand Central Station built over that bank, over a bank built over that vault, that zone, creating the vault of that Bank of American Empire would be enough gold to destabilize the global economy. You put a master palace, presidential palace that has martyr range and all that stuff, a big palace on the same grounds with that bank, and you encircle it with an octagon instead of the pentagon, with 8 of our military, space, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, hero unit, um, and special ops rangers, and you surround it. So there would be ever nobody able to walk up and throw a rock at the White House or get that close. And you
Well,
put the
let me ask you this. Although I can appreciate all the thoughts and all the strategic ideals that you have, well, the ideals that you have, but the one thing where you're losing me at is you're saying that you would do these things, but I still don't see how you would do them. If you could put together a plan to say this could happen in this lifetime, because right now it just sounds like somebody won't give you something and they're not going to give it to you. So if they're not going to give it to you, how do you go about getting it?
because it's mine. As president, it's mine. It's ours. It's America's. It's just
Oh, you're talking that if you were the president. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
If I'm president, I mean now I can't do nothing. I have no control over nothing. I can't do nothing for you. But if you guys put me in the presidency seat, then I would go and say, hey, to this fence and unlock the gate and be like, hey, we got enough. We ain't going to destabilize the country, the world, but we can go ahead and pay for our debts. And why is all these trillions backing up? And here goes a little gold to buy back some of these lands. And these guys got millions of acres and they're putting all these pesticides and all this stuff. And we want some of our own land back so we can do our own farming and get China and some of these companies where they can lease the land, but they can't be strategically by every military base. We need to buy back some of our own soil, and there's certain millionaires that got over 1 million acres of American soil, and they own hundreds and thousands of houses that are sitting empty just because they want to manipulate the housing economy and stuff. None of that's to benefit America. None of that's to make America better. So I'm talking about making America an empire where you guys, it's utilizing its own gold. So they're not asking England and the people in the Federal Reserves for nothing. We have our own. So why are you asking someone, if you have your own salt, why are you asking someone for salt? So we utilize our own gold and pay off our own debt and get that out the way so we quit gaining interest and they can put this Ponzi scheme. This is that time of the replacement theory. This is that time where that they lose their grip, they lose their power. It's time for a change. We got the Trump and Biden is garbage. Trump wears a diaper and he's messing himself and farting and going to sleep in court, and I actually thought he was like just being, or being a rebel to the court. That dude has a man named Handy Wipe that wipes his butt, that changes his diaper. They have a man assigned to wipe Trump's butt to clean him up. Biden.
How do you know that?
But I'm just saying that the choices that are
No,
out.
I just want to know this question. How do you know they have a guy assigned to wipe Trump's ass? Who
I
told you that?
I don't have to get on my computer and to be able to flap chef a thing, but his name is Handy White. Trump has a man named assigned to him named Handy White, and Trump boots his diaper. And Trump court with Fannie Mae, and they said he was so funky that his own lawyers like wanted to move away from the side. And I was like, "Oh, Trump is a beast. He's in there being funky, just like giving them the middle finger." Man, Trump got like, dog. Come on, man. You
Hey,
want that man to represent y'all?
listen, why wouldn't Ivanka just wipe his ass?
Ivanka ain't messing with him. You know, he be paying for his strippers. Ivanka's his stripper was a soft porn, all that stuff, just like the why he was hushing up the other thing. This other stripper, why he got the 34 cases for the hush money. Trump's used to paying strippers. That's what he do. That's why he need to go on
But
and
that's what all of them do. I know a bunch of rappers that pay
but
strippers. I mean, how
he's
can
on
we
tape
judge a man for what they do with their money?
because he's in court, he's on document, he's a felon. So Trump can't even go visit other presidents. He can't go to other countries and visit because he's a felon. So we got a president that can't even get out and do nothing. He has to just sit at the White House and poop his pants. That's what you want for a president? That's what come on now. The choices, and he committed treason. And if I'm president, I'll incarcerate Trump while waiting trial because he committed treason and the January 6th insurrection where someone died. He was part of it. He said, "Meet me at the Capitol," out of his own mouth. I'm not making anything up. He did it. He's guilty and he deserves to be incarcerated. Even if I put him in a prison that's all by itself, where he's the only one like Al Chapo, just sitting in a prison like Pablo Escobar by itself. He can be the only one.
Let me ask you this. So did you ever run for president?
No, sir. I was a first responder in Georgia. I'm with the Hero Unit. I'm retired. Well, I'm with the state farm trucks in Georgia. That's why I know where you at.
So
That's I
are you
know
gonna
about.
run for president, or was this just all what you would
I have
do
no backing.
hypothetically?
I don't have no backing. I have a lot of people that like to hear what I'm saying and a lot of people that agree, but I have not been put in front of the right people with the right connections to put me in the
So
position.
let me ask you this: Are you working with any politicians that may have like-minded uh, thoughts that you have that you may can get behind until you get the right backing for yourself?
I have not. I do not have that. I reached out like this, and like I said, I have a handful of connections. But as far as the mainstream, dude, I'm not on y'all level. I'm just I'm Southeast San Diego skyline, and I mean I was a first responder, but I'm retired now, and I'm not in those political circles. And I would
So,
love.
but if you do plan on running for president, then you do need to find a politician that, because there's some out there that share your thoughts and ideals already. So if you don't have the backing, you may need to go find somebody that's like-minded and get behind them and support them with your money,
My
your
theory.
time, and your influence.
I'm totally into that, and that's why I wanted to go with a politician as vice president, and Angela Stanton King would be all the things that she has passionate about. I'm passionate about, with the children and the abortion and all those things. I believe her as vice president, that she wouldn't sit back just being pretty and happy to be there, that she would be a pit bull. She would be a dog. While I'm doing what I'm doing, she would be passing legislation saying, "Here, sign this. We wrote this. We put this together." All the stuff she would want to be, that she's trying to get passed, she would be in vice presidency seat to do damage, to get a lot of stuff and do a lot of, because she's already connected. I'm the one that's fresh out. That ain't nobody got nothing against me because I ain't connected to nobody. I don't have no special interest. I don't have nothing. I'm just from born American, been raised here, born and raised, and I am American. My family heritage goes back both. Some was brought over, but on my dad's side, but my mom's side was always here. Always, we've always been here. So
Salute to you, Styles. Styles said, "Wait, question: does he know how to wipe his tail and just choose not to, or does he not know how to do it?"
I believe that he's a pompous jerk, and he's obtuse, and he has somebody wipe his butt, and he probably gets mad at him if he don't get there fast enough. Just being honest, myself personally, my thought process, but physically, I can't tell you as a doctor clinically. I don't have that clinical information to tell you if he can't do it himself. But he moves too good. He could do it himself. I think he's very obtuse.
So who wiping Biden ass?
I don't know. I didn't check into that. It
Cause
was on
he just looked like he shitted on the stage.
he looks like he got a soggy diaper himself. He do. He looked like don't know his name. He looked like he got Alzheimer's and man, what we it that's why they need age limits and term limits. You can't be 80, 90 years old running for president. Just then they got 4 years of presidency after they win. So you're gonna have, I mean, yeah, they both look like they need to be at an old folks' home, sitting next to each other, sipping pina coladas with an umbrella, and
Playing bid with.
or shuffleboard at least. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, it's just, you the Trump says that he will give everybody a pardon for the January 6th insurrection. January 6th insurrection, over 104 Capitol police officers got injured. And one officer lost his eye they stabbed him in the face in the eyeball with the flagpole. Last thing he saw was the tip of that flagpole coming in his eye, and he's blind to this day. His family, his kids, everybody around him affected. The people who got injured, and to think people are affected from this situation. Everybody who votes for Trump is basically saying piss on all of them because
But wait a minute, didn't Trump ask for the National Guard the day before that, and Nancy Pelosi said to him no?
I want them all to go to jail. All the people who
No,
didn't
no, no.
who,
I'm
who
saying that's not a response to the question. I'm
he
saying there's a report out that because it's kind of hard to push an insurrection narrative. Because if I want to run an insurrection, then I want less police as possible. I
correct,
wouldn't ask for the National Guard the day before I try to get
correct.
an insurrection going. So
And
did you hear that he asked for the National Guard to be there?
I believe that he probably did ask for them to be there. And with the 1% of them, like I say, this is the time where they lose their grip. They power is losing. The
All right,
power
well, what do you say to this? Because if January 6th was an insurrection, then what was it when the young people started rioting about what's going on overseas in Israel and Ukraine and all that good stuff?
the I'm the anything the insurrection is to stop the government. Is to
I
stop
understand that.
and
I understand that part. But what I'm saying is, we always highlight the things that happen around the people that we don't like, but we
correct.
don't highlight when the same exact thing happened. The same exact thing happened when people got upset about what was going on overseas with the war, and they had a new insurrection, if you will, with that situation. But they didn't call it an insurrection.
In another country, or you talking about here?
No, it was here in America. Yeah,
No, there was a protest that was here. There
it was a protest that
on the
went left right in front of the Capitol, just
in
like
front,
it did with the last time.
and they did they rush the gates and everything too, or did
They
they?
had gates. They at least had gates up, but they tried to get through the gates. They rioted. They did everything they did the last time.
Well, then all those people uh would be in trouble for going against the government. Although the sad thing about it is, I agree with him because as president, Israel must immediately stop bombing Palestine, and I will send
Styles said, "When was this? I'll get the information."
yes, sir. But anybody who rushes the Capitol building is not
Hey,
cool.
look,
Yeah,
look at this brother right here. He said, "Bro, they tried to shut down Columbia University here in NY. It was terrible." I'm telling you, people get upset and they do the same thing on both sides. So
correct.
I don't understand why we highlight it on one end and not the other.
And
If
you
Trump win the election, there's going to be somebody on the other side that's in the Democrats They're gonna nut up. Antifa is
Correct.
gonna burn this bitch down. If Trump loses, there's gonna be some right wing organizations that get
Correct.
upset and try to burn the bitch down. So I call it down the middle. I think they're one peas of the same pot.
Correct. And what you have to do is you have to put your government in the position that's fighting for right. There's right and there's a wrong, and so the ones who were fighting for the insurrection with Trump. I'm not saying that it had to do anything with Republicans, but Trump was warned at his protest at when he made his speech that not to go out to even to his speech because there was people arming up and people was there with guns and stuff. And Trump was excited about that. That's why he went out there.
What do you think? What do you think about Antifa?
Um, I like I said, um any government, the Antifa for me, I'm the as far as like the Proud Boys and things like that, the right, the strong right is what you're saying. Or are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Antifa, not the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys, you seem to be very one-sided on your information. The Proud Boys are the people that you probably don't like. Antifa
No,
is a organization that's usually tied towards the Democrats, and they get upset and they come out and they burn down whole cities and they set up their own safe zones in your cities. And it's nothing but chaos, poverty, and fire and burning. What do you
uh,
think about them?
I have no favor. I have no faith in them at all. I have none. I believe that the Democratic and the Republic, the government itself, these organizations is still, like I say, they're all part of that 1%, and they're doing nothing to better the America. They're doing nothing to make America better. Everything that they claim to be doing and try to do is always that some form of destruction and it's separation, and it keeps us spinning and not in good health because we're getting slapped from both sides. Both sides are sneaking in punches to us, and we're getting hit. So I don't favor them at all either. I don't care that they're Democratic. The Democrats have done nothing for. No, I won't say nothing, but the Democrats do hardly anything for black people, minorities, and the Republicans do practically nothing for minorities. And these presidents are getting 15 trillions of dollars a year of American money, and they're giving it and sipping it off to other countries when they could spend that trillions here. And
Okay, let me ask you this:
yes, sir.
was there any policies of Trump's that you liked or didn't like, and tell me why?
I didn't like. I don't. Trump actually. I can say some good things. Trump. I agree with Trump's stance, even though he didn't do anything about it on the border. I agree with Trump. Trump made some people wealthy. I have family members that benefited off of Trump, as far as owning businesses, companies.
Are they still benefiting now under Biden?
Uh, Yeah, I would say yes. I mean, they're still doing good. They didn't have no, they didn't run into any like money slumps under Biden. To
They may
where,
have not ran into no money slumps, but are they paying more for materials and things now under President Biden than they did under Trump?
well, they would have to speak on as far as their interstellar makings, but as far as their companies are still running as strong as they was under Trump. Uh,
What now, without putting the company out there? What do they do?
one of them is in distribution with uh, uh, um, Prime, the courier service.
Well, if they're doing distribution, and they're definitely losing a little more money because you have to pay more in gas.
Right. Correct.
So the petrol is up over like a dollar and some change. So that right there affects that industry a lot. I have some friends in the box truck industry, and that's pretty much making them go down to owner operator pretty much instead of having employees.
That is part of their system. You are absolutely correct with that. But they also expand, and I won't say diversitize. Well, that's how they're diversitizing with with the individual people driving their own personal cars. But
So let me ask you this: did you think America was, because we at war right now? All the things that they said Trump would do, we're actually there right now. We're at war. We could be at war with Russia soon. If we keep sending money to Ukraine and weapons to Ukraine to fight against Russia, we could be at a war with Russia. So, do you think that the presidency of Trump for those 4 years, did you notice anything different? The ebb and flow of people having money. You're saying it's the same as now?
the with was okay. Well, with Trump came in, and I hate to say his name because people think it's Democratic, but Obama had gave Trump a winning football team, a Super Bowl team. He was already at a phone company, already at records. Anything Trump did um, was gonna record. Anything anybody did after Obama was gonna start off at record breaking levels. So anytime Trump did anything, it was record breaking. The economy was good. Trump spent his 4 years at that phone booth, at that operator booth, unplugging all the stuff Obama did. He said this, no,
Okay,
this.
what did Obama do? Because there's a lot of people, including myself, and I voted for Obama. I have a picture with Obama. I donated to his campaign, and I only voted because he was black. But because I'm a straight heterosexual black male, I can't particularly think of one thing Obama did for us. But if you can enlighten me, I'm all in.
Well, Trump, well, even the Obamacare and things like that he attacked. Then that's just
I
one.
don't qualify
But
for Obamacare, so that didn't really affect me.
well, see, yeah, that's true.
Okay,
But the
what did Obama do that affected the people so greatly that Trump got the football and was able to move forward? Because
when
Trump gave more money to HBCUs where they didn't have to beg. Trump he gave out stimulus checks, which was basically
yeah,
a
I,
and money. Why didn't he do it?
you were breaking up. I didn't hear you. I heard you say something about Trump and the HBCUs, and I was saying yes, he did that, but Trump did not come up and write any legislation. That was something that was already in place. That was that he signed his name to. Um, yeah, that's like putting Madden's name on a game. The game was already created, and
I'm in the mid-
signed his name to it. I thank him for that. But yeah, but I don't disagree with everything Trump did, but I do. There was things that uh, Trump came in and Trump said he was himself was uh, cutting things that Obama had put in place. So the different when Obama came in and when he left, like I said, we was at whatever Obama did. He gave money to the businesses. The big businesses were the industries were bleeding, sinking, and he came in and stabilized them, where they were able to receive money and their investments and replenish their pockets, and he got the economy well again from us, uh, America well again from doing us the way we were going under Bush. And when Trump got in, he got a team. And I can just say this from your observation. When Trump got the team, I'll ask you this question. When Trump got the team, he got it at a Super Bowl. Whatever Obama did, we won't even count. But he got a Super Bowl team. And when Biden got America, it wasn't a Super Bowl America. We it was it we was it was already bad. Biden got garbage. So in the 4 years, what it was a downfall of.
Okay, I got dropped down. Can you hear me? I
Oh, I'm
didn't hear
sorry.
what you were saying. I got dropped down. What did you say that you liked about
I
Biden
agree.
again? Because I got dropped down. I couldn't hear nothing.
I agree with some things Trump did. But I don't disagree with everything. I agree with some of Trump's things, but what Trump did was, like I say, for the colleges, the HBCUs, it was something that was already in place, and he signed on to it. It wasn't something that he was like, oh, thinking about and came up with some legislation and wrote some stuff up for us for the HBCUs on his own. It was something that was already there. He signed his name to it, and
Oh,
I
you saying that Obama did that?
no, Trump.
No, I know. You say he signed his name to something, so he signed his name to something that was already there. So Obama had it in place already.
It was already in place even before Obama. That's them things that we continue that
No, no,
talk.
no, no. The HBCUs were begging every year for money, and what he did was he made it to where they didn't have to beg. You don't have to come back every year to ask for money because he had it to where
Correct.
he gave them years and years with the money. So I do think we have to give him some credit, whether we like him or not.
I do.
He brought something to the table.
Correct. I didn't say he didn't do anything wrong, bad, that he didn't do anything bad investment. I'm just saying his overall plight, like you said, the other countries, him pulling out, him telling Ukraine um, the way he did, and he told Russia, Putin, that he wouldn't, um, protect Ukraine and things like that. That's what made Putin do what he do what he's done. Putin would have attacked Ukraine. I don't know what position they would be in now, but if Trump was still president, but he would have attacked Ukraine regardless, because Ukraine, and Trump would have told Ukraine, he would have doubled down and said, "You ain't give us no money and pay like I asked," and he would have never sent any kind of relief to Ukraine. Um, so I believe, like I say, in America first, bringing our soldiers home, and that same with Israel. I would Israel. I wouldn't allow Israel to keep hitting on Palestine, to keep striking Palestine, and send relief and aid to the Palestinians and help those. And Israel would have to stop immediately. There's just certain things. The Ukraine thing, like I said, that's them, um, and Russia. But I'm trying to bring world peace. I got plans for unification, uniting the 55
Hey,
continents.
they still waiting on you to say something Obama did. You got people hyped up because you said the wrong name on this channel. Because there's a lot of people who come up here and they express that they don't feel Obama did
don't
anything
I don't
for
I don't
black.
I don't want to be tied to either one. I'm not trying to include. What I'm saying about Obama is, no matter what Obama did, he did something. He got the economy, he got America in a bad position. And that's agreed on. When Obama ended his term, whatever he did in his term, America was breaking records, economy was doing good. When Trump took office, he took office at 100% good. He was breaking records upon his arrival. When he left office in his 4 years, the economy was not that good. When Biden took over, everybody wasn't cheering, everybody wasn't happy. COVID was coming, all that stuff was happening when Trump was going out of his office. So in between Trump coming and Trump leaving, and Biden coming into office, the economy, the feelings was not
So
that.
do you know what Obama did to get the economy going? Because I don't remember. I saw the economy take a nice boost when Trump got in office because people started having money and he stimulated the economy with the stimulus checks. But if you could tell me what Obama did, then we can kind of understand.
That's what I'm telling you. Statistically, when when Obama took office, whatever policies he did, like I said, he gave money to big industry. He did some things. He did the Obamacare. Whatever he did, it doesn't have to state anything specific. When Trump got the economy, when Trump got America, we were at record breaking limits. And understand that Obama is still a black man, and they promised to make Obama a one-term presidency. An example of the cruelty: Obama wanted to appoint a judge like 6 to 9 months before he was on his way out, and they told him he didn't have enough time to get that person in. But when Trump was on his way out, he got somebody in like 3 days. So it's a hypocrisy. So the companies and stuff, like I said, no, they're not fighting to make America great. They're playing the game in Washington D.C. So their destruction was their decision. The Republicans stated that they was going to make Obama a one-term president. When Obama left office, the businesses, there's some businesses come back. Anybody who came after Obama, all the strangulation holds that they put on him, that uh, they was receiving America in a good state, no matter, um, and that's like I said, you experienced it. That's nothing that I'm making up. When Trump took office, all the stocks and everything, of course, jumped because a white man is back in charge.
What do you say that he said Trump wasn't on his way out? He was running for a re-election. Big difference.
Correct. But if they knew, well, they knew he was on his way out. But Trump was running for re-election, but he still got that lady in for 3 days. He got that. They made sure that he got in before the end date, before he ended his presidency, whether he was running for presidency or not. It was still at the end date. It was at the end of his presidency, and it was weeks, not even months. It was weeks that they got this judge, the female judge, in the office. Considering Obama had was trying to petition 6 to 9 months prior to him leaving office. So I'm just saying that the go along get along gang is strong up there in the government. They're controlling stuff. Really, the Democrats and the Republicans are two heads of the same snake, and they just playing tag. How long can you play this opera? And they slap it to this side to the Republicans, and they say you take office for a couple of years, and they just tossing it back and forth. And it's really not a concern about the American people, because we're going to end up being like them other countries and having insurrections all the time, because
What
it
what about all the money that you seeing go overseas instead of hitting Americans, and the money that you see going to illegal immigrants to be in this country for the hotels and things of that nature? What do you think about that? Could that have been helping American citizens?
and I feel that way. That's why I say buy back American soil. We wouldn't be as extreme as Africa, where they like kicking them out, and just saying you got to go. So we'll buy our properties and stuff and facilities back. But I think our infrastructures are horrible. My city I live in, streets is horrible. Our infrastructure. I think we should be looking like Japan, like China, Tokyo. We should have a magnificent country. We should be lit up uh, across the United States. Updated facilities. We shouldn't be looking like a third world country. We should have rail systems, solar, housing, all that. It's. I believe that like I said before, the 15 trillion they spent 15 trillion. So you go all the way back to like Reagan. So you can go back to all of those presidents. When you're spending trillions of dollars, they was giving our money. They keep taxing us, retaxing us, on top of taxing us. And then they take that money and they give it to another country. That's crazy. And then we got our stuff falling apart and looking raggedy. So we're basically like the workhorse for the other countries. And then the people who are in control, when it comes down to it, if America was to crumble, they just step back to Europe. Oh, they home ancestry and stuff is ain't even here on this ground. So they could care if America falls in the pot or not. So I would focus. That's why I want to give everybody a million. Because if you are um, um, got $700,000 in your pocket and in an account, you got 3, 4 kids, and they all have money. You got uncles, nephews, and nieces. They all have money. Then you don't have one person getting sucked by getting drained by a whole bunch of people who needy. You have some people who will blow their money, but in some cases, if they blow their money, they'll have uncles, cousins, sisters, brothers, daughters, sons that has a 2024 Escalade that they can give them because they don't need it because they got other businesses and businesses going on. So I can get the balance. I can get the weight off the economy budget. It wouldn't be all the Section 8. It would be immigrants. It would be people who are not American would be on all those Social Security, all those social services, um, Section 8 and all that type of stuff. And then we can clean them out. Because I believe if you really wanted to get them out of here, and because it's more than just Mexicans. So don't, Hispanics, the southern border. Because it's all kind of Asian or uh, German, other people that come on visas and stuff and just stay that needs to be eradicated and put out of here. But you could just go to a Home Depot if you just really just wanted to sweep some up and clear out this place. Um, but I don't believe that. I think it's something that the 1% is doing as far as shipping them all in like to Chicago and to the major cities and stuff, just busting them in. There's something about it. They're doing it in our face. And whatever plan that is, they got a vicious plan because they just shipping them in and clearing out spaces for them. And that's asinine to me. How you can just open them up and ship them all into the center where they were trying to get to anyway. So that's it's something about that, you know. And he also said with the police, if police will lose autonomy, police will lose. He was talking about allowing the police to kill. Police will lose autonomy, the right, the power, the authority to kill. They will carry non-weapons, non-lethal weapons only. If they, when they come upon the scene, they do scene
All right, who
assessment.
said the police will lose their weapons and they're carrying non-lethal weapons? Who said that?
I'm saying that I would that if that would be one of the policies that I would be pushing for, that police lose the right to kill. If police have no authority to kill,
Man, hold
then
on, hold on, wait. I'm confused. Wait. Hold on, brother. Wait, whoa. I don't know where you grew up at, but these kids are running around here with switches on their guns. That's
correct.
something that make it shoot faster than it would normally shoot. And you're saying that you're gonna have the police only have non-lethal weapons?
Yes, sir. They are to do scene assessment. If lethal weapons is needed, then they would call for SWAT.
So
But
hold
not
on. Well, so
lethal.
let me ask you this.
But not
Let
go
me
ahead.
ask you this, because I know people like to say a lot of thoughts and ideas, and all those things be sounding good. So I want to give a scenario.
Yes, sir.
All right, there's a home invasion, and
Yes,
somebody figure out a way to call the cops and have the phone open while they're being robbed. These robbers are armed to the teeth with AR-15s, if
correct.
you will, and the police show up with pepper spray. What are they going to do in that situation?
Actually, there's several things that are non-lethal, that are non-lethal. They have many non-lethal, but the person calling in, the person calling in would have notified them that that they have weapons. That would be a question that would be asked, and
But
if they
what I'm saying is, at times you can't just say, "Hey, I got a gun to my head." I'm saying that if they just, you know how you can dial 911 and leave your phone open, and
correct,
at a time the police will be able to find you and they'll be able to intercept said bad guy.
correct,
So in your scenario, that the person don't get a chance to say, "Hey, these people got guns on me." So the police officers are going to show up there with no guns, and that's going to be more people for the bad guy to kill.
the the police would be the SWAT would be called for something like a home invasion, some kind of hostage type situation. That wouldn't be a
Okay, but I'm saying you're not following what I'm saying. I'm
correct,
saying you don't have time to call SWAT. You don't have time to say anything on the phone. You just dial 911. You leave the phone open. That automatically brings the police to the situation.
correct.
So in your scenario, you're going to bring two or three law enforcement officers that are not ready to engage with a person that has a weapon. So those officers are going to lose their life because you said for them to not have a gun. I don't understand how that makes sense.
Okay, first, well, you kind of switch the scenario when they're calling, if it's some kind of home. There's certain situations that the police won't even, well, won't say will be called for, but the SWAT would be called instantaneously. A lot of the police are SWAT anyway, just they're just not with the SWAT squad. So that's also a, the thing is for them to come do scene assessment, so they would any type of lethal force used against police would be highly criminalized. That whole
It's already highly criminalized. That's what I'm saying. That doesn't make it.
right,
What you're saying? You're trying to make a rainbows and flower world based on some people getting accidentally killed or whatever else. But in the large part, you have to have police officers with weapons and just as much weapons as the bad guys. Because if I call the cops and my daughter is somebody's trying to grape my daughter, I want that cop to be armed to the teeth that go over there and get that assailant away from my child. I don't want a cop showing up with a Bible and pepper spray saying stop. I
right,
want him to be able to show a force and to make that criminal stop whatever he or she is doing.
correct. And there are plenty of non-lethal variations other than pepper spray. First, you have canine unit. A canine dog is a non-lethal weapon. You have the taser. You have pepper bean, pepper ball like shotgun that almost like a AK kind of uh,
But I'm
bean
not.
bag.
My
And
nephew,
those
my nephew is a cop. Sir. My nephew is a cop. And my nephew is not going to
correct,
come on with a pepper spray or bean bags or a taser. My nephew got into an altercation with a guy that was on Molly and he was on cocaine. He hit the guy with a taser. He ripped the taser out and punched him in the face, and he had to end up probably. I think he shot the guy. But you think a taser, it sounds fine in all the scenarios that you're saying, but you would be, I guarantee you, you won't go out there and try to attempt the things that you're saying and putting other people's lives at risk. I challenge you to go try to join the police force and you go out here in this world, in this society, with non lethal weapons trying to stop these criminals that's out here. And I guarantee you they'll be
correct.
dead
And like
very soon.
as you just said, sir, you're correct in this world. But if I'm president and I do with the $1 million, that's going to get gangs off the street. That's going to get that the four uh, American black guys in a car will not be four
Okay, but
suspects.
you're
They'll
just saying words, sir. How? I keep asking how. How are you gonna get gangs off the street?
through the through the the infrastructure. There'll be jobs. Like I said, moving Washington D.C. I'll create jobs. There'll be jobs for everybody. The to sign up for the to get your money, you have to get off all those the like I said the assistant plans, and I would implement the draft for 18 to 70. You have the that gets all the when you get all the homeless, and this is all Americans, you get all the homeless, you have to go to rehab for 2 years. You can't sign up for any more any type of assistance plan.
So you're gonna force people, or you're gonna ask them to go to rehab?
You can't get your money if you don't go. That's all part of the process because your money's in the rehab building paying your bill. You can't just run out and just go woolly loo and grab it and go spend it. There's going to be rules and regulations to people getting their money. You got to go through some going to take months to get all of their access to their monies because it's going to be paying for the mental health building that they're in, the rehab facility they go to, and if they like I said, the world will be changed by the time they get out. And everybody has, like I said, getting off welfare. We won't have no Americans on welfare. You won't have no Americans on Section 8. All the burdensome weight on those systems. It's like
Hold on.
Medicare.
No, wait. You said no American on Section 8?
No Americans. If you got 700, if you got all your debt paid off, you got $700,000 in an account, and you got 4 kids, and all 4 of your kids have $1 million. How are you going to be qualified to be on Section 8
So
or
where are they
welfare?
gonna get where are they gonna get the 700,000 and $1 million for each kid?
The $1 million for every American. A million you got, but you got to pay your debt first.
So you're gonna give $1 million to each American from where?
The gold in the Grand Canyon, that was
So
enough gold to
you're
to
gonna go. You're gonna go because no other president has ever done this.
correct.
So there has to be. Have you ever researched what could stop you from doing this as president? Because I'm trying to understand. Could Congress stop you? Because I'm trying to figure out why wouldn't no other president do something like this? You already had a black president in Obama. Why wouldn't he just go dig up the Grand Canyon and give all black people and everybody $1 million?
If there ain't nobody researching and love and love America, love my people, love like I do. So my research, my thought process has gone through other ways. I was studying on different things, and then I stumbled up on the amount of gold. I knew about, studying our history and trying to find out about different things. That's when I came
So,
across
so let
gold.
me ask you this: you
My,
studied history, and it told you that it's enough gold in the Grand Canyon to pay every American citizen $700,000, $1 million, and they have 700,000 in their account, and their kids get $1 million.
and yes, and that's only if they have seven
So how
hundred.
much how much money would it take to? Because you said you did the research, so could you tell us how much money it would take to give every American $1 million?
I'm not sure because I don't know the total calculations on how many Americans we truly have here. They keep telling us we're 12% of the population for
What did your research tell you when you looked it up? Because you had to have a ballpark figure
correct.
of what it would cost at that time you did it in order to give everybody $1 million. What did you come up with through your research?
This is the beauty of it. There is enough gold in the Grand Canyon to destabilize the global economy. So if it's going to take 50 trillion gazillion to pay off every American, then it would take 15 trillion gazillion, and I would still have some gold in the Grand Canyon. There's enough gold to stabilize, to destabilize. So
So
the money in the
basically,
reserve
basically, your research didn't give you a ballpark figure.
of a million, a million,
Do you know? Do
oh,
you know how many people that we have in this country? Do you know the total population?
I believe myself personally is between like 320 to 350 million people.
334.9 million.
300, there you go. So
So
that
330. So
population,
you said 339 million, and you're
yeah,
gonna give them
334.9 million. So close to
34.9.
335 million.
correct.
So how much would that be if you give every household 700,000 and the kids $1 million?
No, not the. I only said 700,000 because it's after you paid your debt. So if you only got $50,000 in debt, then you get 950,000 in gold. It's whatever
Uh-huh.
debt. If you big baller, you got 1 million in debt, then the whole million goes to paying your bill. So, but the
I just
million,
looked it up. You look at about $234.5 trillion.
correct.
So you're saying there's $234 trillion or whatever he just said, $1 trillion worth of
For
gold under
700,000
the,
each.
huh?
That
For
uh,
700,000 each, that's about 234.5 trillion.
Oh, that ain't even the million number. He want to give
I'm
everybody $1 million. But he was giving the example if you had
yeah,
like 40, $50,000 of debt, it gets deducted from your million.
from your million. So I'm
So
saying
do
million
it at each household get $1 million
is
and give us the number for that.
each person, not each household.
Okay,
Each
each person
individual
get
person,
$1 million.
each
So if it's a
individual
family of four, does each person in the
American.
family get $1 million?
What's that?
If there's a family of four, does each person in the family get a million?
Correct. And if you're under 18, the parents cannot touch, has no access to their account. And with their
So,
money staying in the bank, they will receive their vision, dental,
sir,
health.
that wouldn't be sustainable because what's to stop me from having 15, 20 children?
Then you have, well, the 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 this right here, the first stimulus, well, this
Because you
been
said you said it wasn't gonna be no welfare, but if I know that you giving out money to each kid, then I'm gonna go on a sex spree.
correct. You and every man would basically technically be a six-figure guy. Every American will have better um, self image about ourselves. And everybody talks about uh, depopulation, and we need a birth explosion. This would be the black man era. They have the millenniums and the baby boomers. This would be the black man era.
Oh, so you saying there would be nothing to stop against what I'm saying? So basically, you would be creating a bigger welfare state because you said there would be no welfare, right? So no, that means
No,
nobody would be on Section
no,
8. But if you tell people they're gonna, huh?
I said that I
Go
said
ahead.
that you would have to get off welfare for 2 years. It would be a 2 year.
Okay. Well, essentially, do you not see the trick? What you said is giving them a better welfare. If I know I get $1 million per child, then we just gonna be linking up having babies every day.
And
I'm gonna have two babies. I'm gonna get two women, three women pregnant.
right. So this is for my presidency of 2000 from 2025 to 2026. Those get the $1 million. Anybody who's pregnant and uh, anybody who's pregnant by that time. So after that, it goes down to a $30,000 siphon per kid, but you still do get a siphon for being American, and they can't touch it. And if you're, like I said, the kids who get the million right now, who's in this time limit, and everybody up to now, they're 18 and under. They get that's born before.
Hey, I'm calculating the money right now while you talking. I'm just picking out women I'ma call, and I'm trying to get five babies out of each of them, so we can
Yes,
get
sir.
5 million per household.
And you know what we would have? We would have a strong black man that has five more healthy black kids.
No, we have Venezuela with the way you talking.
Hey, but that's what we the population is in the decline.
Hey,
The
hold on, Christopher. What do you think about what this brother is saying up here, man?
I'm
people
thinking
like,
Congress
Huh?
will never pass it. The problem is Congress will never pass it.
do you
As
want
soon
it?
as it,
I'm not asking Congress. I'm asking, do you want it?
because no,
I'm
because Congress have to vote for all that. You forgot that
do,
part.
but I'm
They have to vote for
saying,
all that.
but when I understand they got to vote for that. They got to vote me in this presidency. But
Yeah,
those
they vote. They can vote you in the president, but if you say, "Well, I'm going to do," I say, "Well, okay, that sounds good," but they still got to pass it.
Okay, there's gonna be stumbles. I don't think it's gonna be easy. I think they're gonna want to kill me, to be honest with you. So that's
Because
near here. There. I'm ready for it.
it's a lot of
But
things
it's
Congress has
like I
tried to pass. President say, "I want this, I want that," and Congress like, "Nah, we're not passing." Hence why
Hey
we got
man, like
stuck
I
with
said,
a lot
we
of things.
all need to vote for this brother.
but
I
if
go on the second phase of my whole stroll, and I go out here and I goddamn repopulate
this
the world by my damn self. If you giving out a
We
million
can't
dollars
get
per
minimum
baby,
wage raised to
round,
$15 an hour. Passed.
you and you know Miss King. So you know how she's a pit bull. You know what she stands for. You know her more personally. So you figure what I'm saying mixed with somebody like her that knows the government, that knows all the stuff I don't know, because I don't know everything. But I know what I've been directed on. You're gonna have to. If I got the whole world and I'm telling the whole United States of America, and everybody knows, I'm trying to get you white, black, Mexican, whatever you are, American citizen. What I don't, it's love for everybody, American. And if you guys are all saying put me in as president so I can do this, or if
Yeah, I'm
even
gonna put you in as president. You know why? I'm gonna get a lot of women. Trish, you get a baby. You get a baby. This person get a baby.
what it
Everybody go get a baby.
that's what it takes.
Just
Everybody
ride
get them
down
fucking
Atlanta,
babies.
find some women.
Brother Brown, I'm telling you. And so when everybody gets your million, then you got to collect your debt. Even like you, even the people you owe, the your niece, your nephew that you borrowed some money from, the prostitutes, you the pimps. If you got prostitutes that owe you money, you put all that down and you get your debt paid. So don't nobody owe you, because it's gonna be a big swap. It's gonna be a big change. The streets is gonna change. The streets is gonna empty out. We're gonna have whole Section 8 row houses moving out. It's gonna be massive. It's gonna be something that's so in your face that everybody's going to see it, and it's going to be tremendous. But like I said, I don't know everything. I don't have no like backing to speak up and say it. But everybody deserves it. There's no reason why we're struggling and we're sitting on all this gold, and the 1% is playing games, and they doing all the pesticides. I want to get rid of all these pesticides that they putting out there in these crops and fields. And if they don't like it, they can just move their whole company and get out of here. And we'll put some local organic farmers and stuff in place. So as far as us growing our own foods and everything that we say about is us as a people, I say us as a people, I mean Americans. So I mean us as a people, it's our land, and we should be farming and feeding ourselves instead of them feeding us poisons in all our food. Class action lawsuits against the big businesses for poisoning us. I'm like I said, the time for their power of control is time to go. All them old people in the government, they got to go. All age limits, term limits. We want to clean the swamp. Trump said clean the swamp. I agree with him. All them people need to go. We need a whole new fresh wash of people in our government that's for America. And after I leave, the bank and the gold is and the silver is still going to be there. So no matter who becomes president, no matter who leaves the presidency, America will always be set. And that gold, there's so much gold, just the money for the Americans that you were talking about. That would just be a small piece that we would break off and sit to the side. That has nothing to do with
But brother, this is my thing. What make it seem like this is just all just word salad, is because there. Why would anybody allow you to do that? Do you see the ebb and flow of the country right now? Even when they do spend money, they spend it on illegals. They're not going to allow you. You're going to give black people $1 million. What president was allowed to
it.
help black folks?
Listen to me. The beauty in this, all black folk, black Americans are Americans. So I'm gonna help all black folk, black Americans. But I'm helping all Americans. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, Mexican. If you're an American citizen and you got them papers, every American gets paid. I just so happen that all Americans would be off welfare. It'd just be foreigners and I won't say illegals, but it'd be immigrants and stuff that are on the welfare system and on the Section 8s and all that. We'll move. I got something for us to move forward on. It's a whole plan. So yes, I'm gonna get
At what point? At what point are you going to move this from just talking to
as soon
actions?
as you hook me up with Miss King and we push forward. I don't have any connections. I'm on it.
So you think Miss Angela Stanton King can help you become the president of the United States of America?
If she watches this show and she understands that I want Miss King to be the woman that she's out there hitting the streets. I want her to be herself. I want her to politics that she's been into and she's been trying to get past, and she hasn't had that say so that the kids.
I'm confused, sir.
I
I'm
want
confused,
her in place.
sir. I'm confused. Angela couldn't get herself to be president if she wanted to. How can she get you to be the president?
How can she get me to? You're breaking up.
I said, Angela, if she wanted to become president
Yes, sir.
herself, she couldn't. And this is no knock on
Yes, sir.
Angela. She couldn't get herself to become president if she wanted to. how can she get you to become president?
I believe that she could. You kind of blacked out, so I don't know the exact question, but I believe that she
No,
would.
I said she can't get herself to be the president if she wanted to. So how can she get you to be the president?
Um, Not that, even if she can't, even if my I want her policies, I want her thought process, I want what she's pushing for, pedophiles, all that stuff. I want my vice president to be going after things that I'm
I understand what you
correct.
want, but you're not really good at answering the questions. Like I'm asking, it's not logical to think that Angela Stanton can get you to be the president when she couldn't get herself to be the president if she wanted to. So I'm trying to figure out what gave you the
So
ideal that just if you met Angela Stanton, you would become the president.
I want her to be the vice president on the ticket. I want to be run as vice as president and her as vice president.
But
So that's why I was saying, as her Angela King as vice president, all the policies, and it would be putting her in place for all the policies.
okay, but you still
So
not answering my question. You said you always tell me what you want, right? But I'm asking, how did you get the thought process? Because this is what's alarming
that's
about, and this is what's alarming about most of us men. A lot of men just sit around and do what you do. They sit around and they talk. They have a bunch of ideals, but it would be way more believable, sir, if you was involved in your local politics. If you was the county commissioner and you was up here talking. It's fine and dandy that you're retired from the job that you say you retired from, but the fact that you're not involved in your local politics, you're not a congressman, you're not a mayor. Have you ran for any office locally?
no offices locally, but as far as the community and things like that, I've always
So
yes
So
sir.
wait. Let's slow down. Let's slow down. I know you like to go fast. I want to get slow with you now because I want people to hear how silly this sounds. Here's a man who is retired as a what did you say you was a first
I was
responder?
a first responder in Georgia.
So you was a first responder in Georgia. You read a couple of books and you hear about the gold up under the park. And now you got this ideal that you could just give money to the entire America because it's there and you don't have any way to explain how you're going to go about doing it and you have no way to explain how you're going to go about sustaining that when all of America find out that you're giving out $1 million per child per person, then boy, look at here,
Yes,
the hood gonna be flooded with just sex, Viagra
yes sir.
pills and sex. Cause I know I would be out there trying to do the same thing. I'm running up on girls. Look here, you want to have a baby? We could get a cool million, and he might make it to the league. So
Yes sir.
that doesn't make any sense. You almost making people in the chat think you're high or drunk or whatever else because you're not able to explain the thoughts and ideas. It's more like a dream.
No, okay. So first off, let me start. I did almost 20 years. Um, as far as this first responder, storm chaser. The when the hurricanes come and we change the highways around, the highway accidents that we clear, we keep the highways clear. I did in Georgia. I was at GDCP, the prison that kills them. I was a correction officer for several years, and some on death row. I was the corridor um, officer and part of the extraction team. So, and with which was still with the state of Georgia. And then when we moved over to move on with the highway patrol, we trained with the EMTs, with the fire department, um, and so I do firefighting. I've had all the shock myself with the tasers and the pepper spray and the strap on the belts and get shocked. As far as the non-lethal weapons uh, training and things are concerned, I was in a cell house with 250 inmates, and I was by myself with no lethal weapons. Um, so the it can things can be handled the way the police is trained. I did their technical training with them, the shooting courses and all that stuff with the police. It's a whole compound. It's like a city, 1,000 acres down there in Forsyth that they train at. So I did the self defense and all that, and I know their tactical training and what they're capable of. And so it wasn't just any books or a book that I read. It was training and things that have um, been been I've been talking about for about 8 9 years now. But I just, like I said, don't have that connection. My local community, um, as far as uh, even just as simple as my own house, I grow my own garden. Um, the neighbors, I have lemon trees and I have boxes, crates, lemons right now.
I understand, brother. But listen, we're gonna move on now because I asked you one simple question, and I think you have a hard time
But
answering one simple question.
but I answered.
And you're a nice guy, bro. I don't want to disrespect you or anything like that. You're a nice guy. I just think that it's a dream on what you're thinking about, and you got to get more realistic with your dreams. And like the Green New Deal, it sounds good, but it's really not feasible. And a lot
That's
of times
that I
with
answered. But I was trying to tell you about Miss King. You said that she couldn't help me become president, and
no, I asked you why would you? I asked you a simple question. I said, why would you think Miss King can get you to the presidency, but she couldn't get herself there if she wanted to?
I don't think Miss King can get me to the presidency. I think I only wanted her for something. I'm trying to get on my own merit, whether she's not my vice president or not. I'm I just that means the only person that could get me to a presidency is would be like Obama or the president now or somebody like that. If that was the case, the only person that could, that I'm doing it on my own merit, and Miss King is somebody who has my
Okay,
belief.
well, the first thing I think you should do is do it on your own merit, like you're saying, because you're not doing it on your own merit if you're looking for me to help you or Miss King to help you.
Well,
If you're
everybody,
going to do it, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I let you land your plane. I was very patient while you were talking.
yes, sir.
And if you want to do it on your own merit, then you got to just stop talking and you have to be a part of your local elections. I find it very hard to take you serious, the fact that you're not a part of anything locally. You should hold some sort of office, be on some sort of board, or be connected to some sort of politicians locally. You check none of those boxes, but you have all these grandiose ideals. And right now, that's just talk. That's just jargon. And that's what you're doing. You're just talking. Because if you wasn't just talking, again, I know people, there's stepping stones to life. There's building blocks. You didn't just, all the things you accomplished in life, you didn't just wake up and do it. You went to school, you had training. You just said you were preparing to do all the things you did. And right now you say you want to be the president and you're not preparing to be that. You're just talking about it. So my advice to you would be to get off this live, go down and talk to people locally, go down to your churches, go down and build you a fan base and a following on the ideals that you want to present. Then they vote you in locally. Nobody's going to believe you on a grand scale if people don't even vote for you locally. So try that first. And then if people take you serious locally, then you have some legs to now you can branch out and you'll have your own name and you'll be doing it on your own. But right now, sir, I want to get back to my show. I appreciate you for stopping by, bro.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right. I can't take no more. I gotta light this shit right now. Shit. Oh man, I gotta light this. I gotta light this right. I'm talking about right now. Ooh, my shit done wore off, boy. I'm about to have a mental shutdown. So y'all gotta give me a second. Give me a second. Let me light this up. Oh my goodness. Just the reason why I smoke. Someone asked a question. Why do you smoke? I smoke because people crazy. Shit. And nothing's even wrong. I smoke when I am happy. Shit, I gotta get this in my system. Right now, this is goddamn frustrated smoke right here. This ain't a happy smoke right here. This is a frustrated smoke. Someone asked the question, why do I puff? When I puff, I don't inhale. I get my Bill Clinton on. Oh my God. Oh man, I gotta got there. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to pull over and double smoke one of these motherfuckers. Lord have mercy. Jesus. Kwame, is this interview the most outrageous you had? I think that's tears, daddy. Cause I don't understand, boy. The logic. I would ask one question and the run on like the run on sentences and I don't know. I'm so confused. I don't even know what I was listening to. To give everybody $1 million, man, Lord have mercy. He, he said he gonna end the welfare state by giving every NFL $1 million. Man, I'm gonna be worth 50 goddamn million by let me see. I'll be worth about 50, 60 million in 2 years. I'll be out this month. I'll be stroking. That's what I'll be doing. Man, girls wouldn't even give a damn. You want to be my baby daddy? Come on, we gonna get it out there. How you tall, nigga? You gonna be my baby daddy? Cause we might be able to make it to the league. We might be able to play football. Everybody would be doing the same thing I'm thinking. It'll be hunching. Oh my God! Everybody get $1 million. Man, niggas will be divorcing their goddamn wife. Oh, you can't have no more kids? Baby, it's over. Man, who wouldn't divorce their wife to go out and have goddamn about 7 more kids? If you know you got, now y'all men know y'all got it in you, even if you old. How many of y'all niggas wouldn't divorce y'all wife to go out there and get y'all a couple million? Come on, man. The separation rate will be through the goddamn roof. Nick Cannon already had 11 million in. Yeah, I need to break that nigga back up and be like, hey, look here, do you get back pay? I got a couple children. Do you give back pay? Shit. Hey, JJ said I have about 5 more kids. God damn. And JJ, you old as hell. You gonna have a bunch of geriatric ass pregnancy. Motherfucker, old ass, but see what I'm saying? You gonna have women dying on the goddamn table. There's gonna be women goddamn 48. Yeah, bitch. We going to the club tonight. We finna have a baby, bitch. You gonna have women 57 years old getting pregnant, taking goddamn hormone pills. What the hell is wrong with this dude, man? It'll be so. Look at Easy did it. Tell me, I plead the fifth. Hey, look. Hey, them girls gonna be double dipping. They gonna be getting $1 million for every child, then putting the nigga on child support. Hey, them girls gonna take advantage of that shit. I be done had 300 goddamn babies, and then goddamn get $1 million for each one. The girl, and see how that's gonna work. When we had a kid, who gonna get the $1 million? The mama or the goddamn daddy? Because he's saying the kid get the million and you can't touch it till they 18. Oh, hell no. I ain't waiting till I'm 18, goddamn. We gonna have to figure out a way to tap into this million. You gonna have to get some back pay. Fuck this shit. Have a kid right now. How the hell I'm gonna know I'm gonna make it 18 years? Hey, it's gonna be motherfucking 45 trying to have kids. Boy, look at here. I got 3 more years left. I'm gonna make it to get this goddamn million. Hey, croak right before they get it. You go through all that goddamn trouble, waiting on this goddamn million for 18 years, and your ass croak right before you get the million. God, to be more careful. Hey, look here. It'll be motherfucker. The million will be gone before the baby get 18. Shit, all you gotta do is go to the bank. Hey, look at this stupid ass president gave me a goddamn $1 million already for the baby when he 18. Let me take out a goddamn 700, $800,000 loan against this million that's promised to my baby. It'll be motherfuckers having that baby money gone by the time by the time that baby got them 2 years old. That money already spent. What the hell you mean? Boy, you can't fix these people. He trying to fix stupid. See, the problem is there's too many people trying to fix stupid. You can't fix stupid. You got to factor in stupid. Yeah, everybody got that rainbow approach. Oh, you know what? That man say he gonna make no more homeless people. What the hell? Has he ever walked up on a homeless person and asked them a question? Man, if you got there and walk up on a homeless person and tell them they got to go to rehab, I would love to see them account. And who gonna make all these homeless people go to rehab? Hell yeah, all the clubs, man, niggas gonna get that $1 million and be broke in 1 year. Niggas gonna go out and buy Rolls Royces. It'll be 6 months, they be broke. They gonna go buy Rolls Royces, Jordans, Balenciaga. They gonna go buy a house next to goddamn Meg Thee Stallion, be broken in a motherfucker. Cause they gonna try to move to Hollywood. They gonna want to live next to their closest celebrity. Man, that's crazy, man. That was an interesting conversation, man. Lord have mercy, Jesus. You'll still have your money? Oh, he said no child support. Women couldn't put them on child support. Oh, you ain't gonna get the woman vote then. If women can't put men on child support, you done lost the election. Yeah, you done lost the election, Prince. Hey, President, you done lost the election right then and there. You talking about I need to let you back up here and tell us. Hey, women, put a one in the chat if you gonna vote for him if you can't put a man on child support. Put a two in the chat if you'll still vote for him. Cause I know it was women out there thinking like I was thinking. They were thinking like, ooh, shit, have me about 5 of these babies, get the $1 million and put that nigga on child support. I know there was a lot of women thinking like that. You done lost presidency like that. I'm gonna wait to see what the women say. JJ talking about double dipping. I'm telling you, there's a bunch of women that be double dipping like a motherfucker. They got to get off child support. Oh shit. So if they got to get off child support, what's going to sustain their income until the baby 18? Cause you said they can't touch the money. Oh man, let me drop this link again. This shit done got funny again. Now hold up, I gotta hear this shit. Now this done got funny again. Now I can make a joke out of it. He was just talking too goddamn fast. Hey, hit the link again. We gotta come back up here. You gotta tell me this shit again. You done lost. Yeah, you gotta tell me this again. The women ain't fucking with you no more. Oh, hey, it's gonna be people adopting kids, all kind of shit. Man, I'm late. I'm gonna be late as shit. I might not even make it, bro. All this damn traffic. Man, you just lost the election, man.
You said I just lost the election.
Yeah, you said you're not gonna let women
Yes,
put
sir.
men on child support. You just lost the election. You now why they can't put men on child support? I'm going on mute.
Because I'm already straight and they getting $1 million for the kid. And then after 2026, after a year of my election, they'll get 30,000 per kid. Everybody won't be getting $1 million just for the rest of life, forever and ever and ever. That's only for this year, for the first year of the presidency. Then The
So would they gain interest on that million if they put it in the bank? Would it
yeah,
gain interest
that's
on that million?
yes, sir. That's exactly how
But
they're
what
getting
about
paid. Then the
the women that can't touch it till they 18? If they get off child support and they can't touch the money till they 18, they're gonna be broke.
the parents get a siphon. The the health, life insurance, all that stuff is paid for through the interest that's building off the money, and the parent gets a siphon, or the guardian gets a siphon a month, basically like a monthly check. I don't know how much it'll be, but it'll be like a siphon uh, per month. So that's why she's got to get
Hold on.
off.
I just
Well,
added somebody to the panel. Who is this? Blacks Who
It's
Defy.
Black Suit Five. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. How are you? I watch your
I,
show all the time.
I was trying to make sure you wasn't no porn bomber, man.
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. I don't do that at all.
All right.
I actually know a frequent panelist of yours. His name is Black Thoughts. So, yeah.
Oh, this gonna be interesting. All right. What do you got to say around the topic, brother?
Well, I was just listening to what the gentleman had to say, and it literally out of a socialist's manifesto. It doesn't make any sense. You realize we've already dealt with something similar to this. We've dealt with during the CV issue where they had an influx of printed dollars. They introduced an influx of printed dollars to the system, and that increased our. I'm sorry, that sped up our road to what we're dealing with now, the inflated dollar that we're dealing with now. Now, you see, we're on average we have 30% to 75% more spent at the register, at the gas tank. I'm sorry, gas pump, dealing with inflation with your utilities, and people are having a hard time paying for anything, paying their bills. So I'm saying if you give everybody $1 million, it's like they don't have $1 million, is the point. If everybody has it, then nobody has it. Do you understand that?
um, if everybody in America isn't Americans, so it'll be
Okay.
so the money that you're saying is they give enough. The money that anytime they have given any type of money, it's never set anybody straight. It's always just been a flux to pay off a bill or two, and it
But
never
do you
really.
understand why? Do you understand basic economics and why it doesn't?
I do understand basic economics, but when you see places like Morocco and places like Dubai, where they're building and they're working 3 hour day. Well, not in Dubai, but there's places where they're working 3 day work weeks. It's because the people are straight. The people are set. You have to pay their debt. We're down by debt, and we're being held captive by debt. And if you give everybody a chance to break free at basically at one time. But if you want everybody to come up from up under that debt, even it's not you guys are saying socialist because those are terminologies and there's terminologies and words that make people think differently about stuff. But if you can't never fix a system, how are you going to ever fix any system if you don't have a reset? How are you going to ever just get everybody off welfare? If you guys say the system don't work, you don't just cut it off and let everybody hanging who's part of the system. You got to give them some kind of comforting couch to lay down on. So all the socialist stuff, yes, everybody deserves to have 4 or 5 kids. Everybody deserves to I won't say not struggle, but everybody deserves um to get out from up under this debt we've been in. We've been attacked. We've been as far as Americans, the inflated dollar is also because they keep first off multiple taxation. So it's being retaxed on the dollar, and
That's not why the dollar's inflated, but okay, continue.
and actually part of the inflation is it's so many new things that you got to pay for that you didn't have to pay for 10 years ago. Your dollar doesn't stretch as far, but we're getting off the dollar because we're going to cut the Rockefeller. And if you understand economy, we're going to cut Rockefeller family and the dollar out, and we go with gold. So the whole
And you
influx.
think the Rockefeller? Listen. I'm actually heading to Jekyll Island right now, and I'm telling you right now, you would be in the ground before you cut the Rockefeller family out of
Correct.
anything.
I understand that. I
E-
understand how vital
Eden, Eden, where are we going to get the gold from?
there is. Gold is in the Grand Canyon here on American soil. We don't have to go nowhere but the Grand Canyon.
How do we get the gold out of the ground?
They're already there. The government is already there. They're already touching it. They're already mining it.
How do we get
Already.
it out? Tell me how we get it out. Give me the process. Tell me how we mine the gold. How?
Do you sound? Do you see how idiotic you're trying to make me look? Actually, make
No,
you.
I asked you a
There
question.
is
This
there
isn't a
is
got you. I
there.
asked
But
you,
okay.
how do you
So
get the
listen,
gold out of
listen.
the ground? I've
The
listened,
government
but you haven't
already.
answered my question.
It's. I'm not. I haven't invented anything. I haven't
I
made
didn't ask
anything
you
up.
to invent anything. I'm asking you, do you
They're already
understand the
doing it.
processes of how
They're
to get
already
the
doing it.
gold out of the ground?
The same way
How do
they're
you get
already
it out
doing
of the
it.
ground?
The same way they're already doing it. How else can I?
It doesn't work. You can't just say that. It doesn't work that way. You have to have a plan. How do you do it? How do you and then you kind of posited the Rockefeller family, or that has nothing to do with the dollar. So the current monetary system we're on is based on fiat. Okay, it's debt. Okay, got that. Do you understand what just happened on June 9th, 2024 to our fiat currency?
Explain it.
Okay,
I don't
so
understand
we
what that
are
has
on
to
something
do.
called the petrodollar. We are on something called the petrodollar. Petrodollar is a dollar that's backed by oil. Okay, our petrodollar is backed by Saudi Arabia because we trade military power for them to trade in nothing but the United States of America's dollar. They have ended that relationship. Do you understand what that means?
So that's why you go with gold, because we're extracting it from our land and we don't need to have anybody else
You need
be partnership.
capital.
We won't owe
You need
anybody.
capital to extract gold. Where do we get the capital in the interim to
Are
extract
you
the gold?
telling me, are you telling me that we're sitting on enough gold to destabilize the economy and we don't have a couple of dollars to pull it out of the ground? We're already pulling it
Okay,
out of the
so you
ground.
obviously didn't
It,
understand what I said. Okay, so do you understand when the petrodollar is ended? Once that hits our system, that means that we will have an influx of dollars. And to go back to what Kwame said, it will be Venezuela. When your money, see, when we're dealing with GDP, when we're dealing with dollars and cents, you want as much of your dollar in other people's hands other than the United States of America as possible so that you can generate income, okay, for the United States of America, so that you have a value to the dollar. When your dollars start coming back to America, which they are about to do, okay, that means that the amount of paper money we have will be astronomical here in the United States of America, and it will become insolvent. It will become worthless. Okay, so in the interim, I hear you. You're saying we need to get gold. All right, got it. How do we get the gold if we can't pay the people to get it out of the ground? The government, and I'll leave it here, the government doesn't manufacture anything. They don't make anything. They don't produce anything. They buy everything. Okay. So how are they going to pay the people, the ore mining companies who mine precious metals? How are they going to pay them to get that precious ore out of the ground if we don't have the money to do so now?
we do have the money to do so. If we didn't, we just pay with gold. They'll get paid with what they're extracting. We'll use the mineral itself to pay our bills, to rebuild our infrastructure. To do what we need to do, we're going to use the gold as collateral. It's enough to disrupt the economy.
Why has gold retained its value for 5,000 years?
You said gold has retained itself?
Yeah, I said, why has gold retained its value for 5,000 years?
Because it's valuable and it's not diluted. It's not diluted
Okay,
through the system.
It's
and
It is
why
actually a
isn't it?
power source.
Why is it not diluted?
because you have to put a cap on it and not
Because
disperse
there's a finite
it.
amount of it. There is a finite amount. You don't just go down, hey, I want some gold right now, guys. Let's go on the ground and dig it up. No, it doesn't work that way. The gold is extremely hard to mine, and you have to have people who know what they're doing, and that costs money. So that's why gold has retained its value, not because we have impugned a value on it, because it's actually usable. I think the gentleman said it's a power source. It's a
Correct.
superconductor. We
Correct.
utilize it in every piece of electronic that we have.
Correct.
We utilize it for trade. We utilize it, and I'm not even talking about the jewelry grade. Okay, I'm talking about the industrial grade, the real worth of gold. So
Correct.
how do we get it out of the ground? Right now, I haven't heard an actionable step. I haven't heard mention any companies that we can solicit or pay them in debt until we can. Nothing. You've just told me that we deserve it. You
So
said, oh,
what?
we deserve it. How do
So
we deserve it, and how do we get it out of the ground?
so this is how I would love for the conversation to go. Instead of you asking me, I would love for you to say, "This is how we get the gold out, and this is
I
what
don't
companies
believe
that
in.
you
I
know of."
don't believe. Listen, listen. I don't believe in what you're saying. I don't believe it. I want you to convince me. I'm not convinced. You've given me pie in the sky, everything. You haven't convinced anyone here on the panel or in the chat. So I'm asking you to convince me. You obviously given this some thought. So I'm asking you, how do we do it? How do we monetize this? How do we get the gold out of the ground so that we can turn it into currency, coins, whatever, and we can then pay everybody their $1 million? How?
There are several. I'm from California, and there are several gold mines here, golden companies. As far as finding a company that would be able to extract it, it would become the company would become something like I won't say not OPEC, but Black Ops, like real high government type company that would be in control of mining the gold, and that's why we're saying the whole city would have to be built around it, so we would be able to extract it. There's all kind of more than one company that extracts and mines gold, but like I said, it's just vast. It's not a couple of pebbles. It's not a vein. It's a lot of gold, and it'll be a massive. Everything is gonna be massive. It's gonna be a massive undertaking, but the gold would be mined. There's gold mining companies, all that the government, like you said, the government doesn't produce it, so it would basically be contracted by like a government facility trusted type company that would extract the gold and make the blocks and print our currency. And as far as gold currency, that's all over the world. Africa and China and some other people are all trying to switch over. So the Solomon Sea, as far as the gold will remain. But yeah, there's gold companies here in California that would contract and do the mining for the gold. So extracting the gold for the American people, it would just take time to, like I said, to get it all in order and all arranged. That's why wouldn't be the first week of my presidency. It would be something that you know, that would be coming into effect as I get into office. But yeah,
Eden, and I say this with love, man. Critical thinking is a virtue. Okay, you gotta critically think when you're coming up with plans. And right now, I don't believe you're a critical thinker. Right now, I think that you are dreaming. Okay, and with anyone who has any love for anybody, they would tell you the truth. And I'm just telling you the truth. The way you're presenting your idea, the way you're framing it, the way you are talking about bringing it about, it's impossible because you don't have a plan whatsoever. You didn't have a plan to be a president. You don't have a plan to extract the precious ore from the ground and or water sources. You don't know anything about the industry. That, not even a plebeian's idea of what the industry is. So with that, sir, you haven't convinced me. You haven't convinced me that you know what you're doing enough to proliferate this actionable plan to the
So
masses of over 350 million people that we live amongst.
e-
Hold on, brother. You got to tell me what that word is that you said. Plebeians or whatever that was. What the hell does that mean?
A plebeian. So a plebe is a peasant. So we're all
Okay.
plebes. We're all, every one of us.
Plebes.
That's a Roman word. Okay, we're all plebes. No, okay, or
So you
pleb. Some
said
people pronounce it
plebeian?
pleb. Plebeian. We're not part of the air. Yeah, plebeian. We're not a part
Okay.
of the aristocracy. We're not the autocrats. We just, and it's not an insult. What it is, it's just a nomenclature. It's a way to define a group. So I'm a plebe, you're a plebe, even though you got way more money and prowess than me. You're not you're not a decision maker uh, in Washington or anything. So since none of us are, we're all plebes. That's all.
Hey, learn something new every day, B.
okay.
Every day,
Plebe
man.
life.
That you do.
Plebe life.
Listen, I listen. I own a baseball team out here in Texas. And I deal with the youth on a daily basis. And this is how I speak with young men every day. I'm saying, listen, you're telling me what you want to do, but you're not telling me how you're going to get there. You're right here, and you tell me you want to go to the MLB, or you tell me you want to go to the NFL or the NBA, wherever. And you don't even know how to get there. You don't wake up in the morning to do the work. Okay. You don't eat well to make sure that you're physically fit enough to do the work. You don't talk to anyone who has the knowledge and has been where you want to go. You don't show up early. You don't stay late. You don't do all the things that the basic things you need to even begin the conversation. So now that's what we have to work on. We have to work on actionable steps to get you to where you need to go. And that requires a plan written out or in your mind. However, it just needs to be there. That's what a business plan is. That's what action steps are. That's what a 5-year plan is. Figuring out how you can get over the hump and get to the next stage of your journey. That's it.
Well, first off, let me say that it is written down, and Mr. Kwame Brown, and I'll email it to you. Um, and two, as for 8 years as a supervisor, being a first responder, storm chaser, having to be at work at 3 o'clock in the morning, as I know how to get up and show up early and work late. When you said I may misanswer some stuff, I'm not a politician, but here in my city, I am working with the district councilmen, council people, and with the mayor of San Diego on a homeless safe village system. So I am politically, I mean, like technically, community go to the group meetings and council meetings and stuff like that. Family is involved in local stuff, but I'm not no type of politician on any state, on any standard. As far as if I would become president, I don't have no control and companies to even have in the queue because it's not a possibility yet for me to be president. But when I sign my ticket as president, I will definitely know what gold companies to sign. I would then open a government contract for the extraction of the gold itself. So that would be
You understand the contracting process.
the contract that worked for the state of the Department of Transportation for
I'm
the
saying, do you understand how to
listen to
contract?
me. I do. I understand that part of my job. I mean, part of being part of the Department of Transportation, the city contracts and stuff like that. I was in some of those meetings and conversations, so I do know all about the bidding process and all that type of stuff. For the contracts, yes, for contracting.
All right. So I saw that post you put up, Kwame, where you said that in the 70s is when Nixon took us off the gold standard and put us on the petrodollar that we're dealing with now. That was 1972. How much precious metals do we have in circulation, or what percentage of precious metals are in the current coinage that we have in circulation?
Is that question for me?
Yeah.
I have no
Yes,
clue
it is.
how much. I have no clue how much coinage. That has nothing to do with with me giving the $1 million to the people. And
It does,
be,
because you said it would be in precious metals. So I'm asking you,
no, it would
how
be
much
gold.
precious metals,
Yeah,
what percentage of precious metals, silver, gold, whatever, is currently within the coins that we mint?
I'm not sure. I couldn't.
Zero.
I could
0%. It's
that,
nickel. It's nickel and other very common ores.
and that's why.
I'm saying these are the things you're telling me, and you're telling everybody else to believe you, but it's very hard to believe you when you don't know the answer to simple things like that.
But you're asking about the coinage, the money being the coinage.
Because you're talking about money, Eden.
But you
You're
just said
talking about gold and
dollar,
precious metals.
you just said the dollar is going to be solid. It's going to go kaput. So it doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, 3, or 0% of the coinage. That's why you have to have, everyone has to have money. You can't give some to some people. You can't give some to a group of people over here. You can't give some to your homies over here. Everybody has to be situated for the economy to be stable. That's why everybody has to benefit from that drop, because it's going to go from 0% to 80% in just that in that time. That the goal will be the main transaction. People will be walking around with little $5 and $10 plates. You know how people do. They got money, and they got the silver dollar with the $5 and $10 plates. That is currency. That is.
There's no silver in the silver dollar.
I didn't say you ain't never seen a person with the little rectangle plate that looks like a flat domino, and it's solid silver or solid gold, and that's current.
I've
That
seen that. How much are those? How
okay.
much does an ounce
But
cost?
you'd be all in. It'd be in your pocket, $1 million worth of it.
How much is it? How much does an ounce of gold cost currently?
I don't know how much it costs. We have
But
enough to
no, we don't.
have
That's why
it.
we don't. So I'm saying you're dealing in gold, but you don't know how much the gold is worth. You're dealing in silver, but you don't know how much the silver is worth. I'm just trying to
You're
get you to
go
work
ahead.
through
Okay,
what
so
you want to do. You're not working through it. Instead, you're just answering me with circular reasoning. I'm just asking you the basic things. I need to know how much the silver is worth. I need to know how much the gold is worth and how many I need to put in my pocket in order for me to be able to purchase my goods and services.
gold is
What,
more than the dollar, but you'll be getting $1 million in gold. So you will have $1 million in gold,
okay, so then how do I then
and then
separate
it'll
the
be broken
gold
off
into a dollar or dollar
that.
50? Or how do we do that? And what do we do?
So you got gold at different prices. So you get change. How do you do that?
How do you change the gold? Who's the money changer? How do we change it into a dollar's worth of gold versus it being $1 million worth of gold?
They have
Do I carry a nugget? Do
correct.
I carry I carry a nugget of gold?
Well, not a necessarily nugget. It'll be printed. It'll be stamped. It'll be like I said. They got it now. They got the currency where the dollar, where their little rectangle, their little
How
rectangle.
much is that little rectangle worth?
It depends on what you want. There's 10, 25, 30. There's different amounts of gold. There's different size bars that there is. So, but like I understand what you're saying as far as it's gonna being converted from dollars to gold. All that currency and stuff is that whole system's uh I won't say in place, but in place. But the gold to be accepted, you wouldn't be turned down if you paid $10 of gold, $10
Listen,
for your
I
growth.
want you to. I want you with this exercise to just come up with actionable steps. That's it. I'm trying to figure out how to make your plan actionable.
Right.
We haven't gotten there yet. And so if you know how much an ounce of gold is worth, and you know you've seen how small an ounce of gold is. So
Correct.
how do I take something even smaller, keep track of it, and then spend it on the goods and services I want to spend it on, or that I want to purchase?
Correct. Basically, we'd be making our own. I won't say our own currency, but just like you said, it's got to be. It's printed stamps. There's different. I don't know how to change it from the dollar to the because it's exchangeable. But you the dollar's worth of gold would be printed. I would say on the dollar scale. So if you got something that costs $1, there would be a there's gold for $1. I mean,
So you're saying we would go back to printed money.
no, not no. It doesn't have to be printed. It can be all coinage. It doesn't have to be necessarily. It can be still like on credit cards, plastic. All those numbers and the digital part of it is still good. But yeah, and even if we did, we can as far as just kicking the dollar out of the we can print our own currency. We can make our
So
own.
you talk, hold up. So you talking about doing the same thing Umar Gaddafi was trying to do,
Yep. Yes, sir.
and you saw what happened with that, right?
That's what I told Mr. Kwame Brown from the beginning. I think they're gonna want to kill me for this. But I'm willing to because I know my people and all Americans is gonna benefit long after I'm gone. Dude, I'm gonna have a whole baby generation population. You wasn't lying, Mr. Brown. They're gonna be people out there and relationships is gonna do better. People gonna be loving each other because the man ain't gonna be worried as the chick trying to get him for his money because she got her own money. Her mama, her auntie, her and all them they ain't trying to get him for his. And the girl don't have to worry is he a bum because he got money in his pocket. She knows that he's at least got some money in his pocket. So like I said, it's gonna be a population growth and but like you said, I do understand they're gonna want to kill me. Yes, sir. Back to your question. Yes, sir. I be scared to quit talking because I want everybody to hear and want everybody to know. That's kind of why I do the run-on sentences because I don't get up on platforms too much, and then when I do it, so much to talk about, I try to get out as much information uh, that I can. So I appreciate the help and the looking out because I don't know everything. But I do know, that is possible. And as president, I would have some powers. And whoever's president, I don't even have to be president. If you guys can tell whoever's running for president to push this, I get $1 million or $1 million in gold out of it. So either way it goes, I'm happy to push this information, this tactic for America's future is my whole intent. But the dollar, the currency that we're under, and everything's destabilizing, and we don't have anybody fighting for America, and I'm trying to get all that accomplished all at the same time. Whether you call me a socialist or whatever, a Democrat, Republican, I don't care, whatever it is. Uh, America's sitting on a lot of gold, and it's enough. No matter how much it costs, there's enough that it wouldn't mess up and uh, empty out the gold. We wouldn't empty out all that gold. It's not just a little vein or something. It's enough to destabilize the economy. So that's why we got enough to pay all the bills, all the prices and the numbers that you guys coming up with. Just think, you got a blank check. Think of it that way. You got a blank check to do what you want, to build the rail system that you need, however much it costs. We got enough money. The infrastructure, whatever it costs, we got enough money. We need to hire employees to do construction work and to do the solar. and all that type of stuff, we got enough money to pay for it. We got
So
enough.
we have over $32 trillion to pay off our 32 to
Yes, sir.
$33 trillion debt right now.
Yes, sir.
Is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes.
I don't see how
But
we
we all
do, but
said
all right.
the
You
buyback.
still haven't told me how we do.
That's what I'm saying. That as soon as I become president, I will put out a government contract for a corporation like Black Ops, one of them major corporations that are connected with the government. Even our own military
You
has.
mean Black Rock is what you're saying?
I'm sorry. You're correct. BlackRock. You're
Okay,
correct.
Black Rock. Okay, I
Yeah.
was trying to make sure.
I meant both. You're
So you
correct.
want to put more? You want to put Black Rock more in bed with the government? Got it.
No, 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 no. That's I don't want to be misspoken, taken wrong. I said I would contract a company like. I wanted you to understand that I wasn't talking about some corner, little gold miner on the side. I'm talking about a major corporation that would be able to handle that job, and we would put out a contract for the extraction um, of that gold, of some of the gold for our needs and capabilities. And then, like I say, build a massive building, massive bank on top of the mine. So the basement is actually the gold mine itself, the American
Okay.
Empire.
Okay. Um, I gotta tell you, man, it's hard for me to see it because I don't know how we're gonna ever achieve that. Uh, how we're
That's
ever
what
gonna get enough gold out of the ground to make it happen, and how we're ever going to understand the value of that gold, and and then how we wouldn't end up right where we are now, which is completely inflated.
well the value of the gold is already. I don't know the numbers, but the value of the gold is already established.
But
Um,
do you know why it's valuable? I'm saying it's valuable for a reason, and that reason is that there's a finite amount. That means there's just a little, that and it's already accounted for. That so we don't have major operations getting a ton of it out of the ground every day. We have major operations getting small amounts out of it every day. That's why it's so valuable. So how do we get the quantities that you're talking about to give everybody $1 million in gold bars or
that
gold flakes or gold coins, however?
because you're looking at uh the like stuff like the Bering Sea when they're sucking out the gold and they're getting the little drizzles of sand in the Grand Canyon there. That doesn't mean spread out over the whole Grand Canyon, just in that zone is where they're
What
getting
zone?
enough gold.
Where?
The United States government, you can look it up. The United States government in 1901 took control over 3 zones in basically 3 areas in the Grand Canyon because it was exposing um, Egyptian type buildings and stuff, and
Oh my God!
they found enough
Where?
in the Grand.
So this was already mined gold, is what you're saying? It was
No,
already refined.
no, 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 not no. The mines are, but they did find gold in artifacts and stat. They're still finding gold and artifacts and stuff like that in the Grand Canyon, but it is enough gold
Did they
in
find
one
aliens too?
to destabilize the entire economy. So you don't have to. It's not just going to be little pebbles. It's not going to be just a little sand. It's not going to be that finite stuff, that little sand and drizzle that's going to take
You're
care.
saying it's going to be nuggets the size of your fist and bigger,
I'm,
is
I'm
what you're saying.
talking about. I'm talking about the whole bigger than your house, full of gold, solid gold, giant. Not just one nugget, but I'm talking about the whole. It's all that's what the gold rush was about. The gold rush and the 49ers and everybody who moved to California was coming because they found the gold. That's what they was looking for. And the government said, hold on. And they locked the doors on it and took military control. So since the military and the United States owns this gold, then you just, like I say, you put out a government contract and you mine it out, and the government benefits up for it. The government, uh, the people itself benefits. And I'm not a 1%er. I'm not trying to keep it to the 1%. I'm trying to spread the wealth, and everybody can be living nicely. And you still got to work. You don't just quit your jobs because the money don't last. So it would be just giving people foot up, whole families um, stabilized, and then they can open up businesses and they can continue working and not living paycheck to paycheck. But you still got to live and have some money in your pocket. So, but any other questions?
I mean, I'm still not seeing it, Eden. I'm still not seeing it, and I've never heard
You
of
go back to the finite. You got to go back to the open.
gold sitting the size of a home just
You're
in the middle of the Grand Canyon,
one nugget.
patrolled and controlled by some sort of innocuous United States military force that has complete control over it and is deliberately stopping us from seeing these gold nuggets.
So you're correct, and that's why they. If you go to there's like Area 51 in Las Vegas, Nevada. If you go into the Grand Canyon, into the zone
Hmm.
gold is, you will be met by black ops, military personnel. You can't take no helicopter flights and explore the Grand Canyon over these zones. Yes, our military has a military hold, and NASA's down there with them. NASA has is taking part of
Oh,
being
NASA.
in
Okay.
with them. Yes, sir. They're also a part of being down there. So they are functioning um, around that gold and is keeping it a secret. And well, I don't say keeping it a secret, but they're not telling everybody. It's not something that's known. And so it's me, and the love for Americans is the one that taking it upon myself to divide that gold out amongst our people.
Can I ask you a
Amongst America.
question, Eden? How do you know so much about this and nobody else does?
Um, I don't know if they do know, but I know once a lot of people get to the Illuminati area levels and the go along, get along games. I know there's a lot of people who make millions of dollars um, that just know not to help their own people. So
Mm.
there's a lot of people that want to play along the games and be part of the system that won't even talk about, may not even just talk about it because, like I said, they don't want me. I bet you they won't want me to talk about it. They ain't gonna want
Mm.
the whole world, all the United States knowing that they could get some money and get off welfare and all these programs and get your business going and things like that. So, but it's there and you can Google it. I mean, you can look it up. 1901, the government, United States government, Bank of America was founded in California because of the gold rush. And cities popped up because everybody was moving to California and Colorado for gold. And the 49er football team, everything that has to do with that had to do with the gold rush. And the government took control in 1901. And so we do have a military lock over this substantial amount of gold, not just some drip scraps. Got to pull out of your mind is that gold is so hard to get to because we're sitting on a whole swimming pool, bigger than a swimming pool, but a whole lot of gold, not just dribble.
So we're gonna be like Scrooge McDuck off Ducktales and
Yes, sir.
diving off diving boards into swimming
You
pools of money,
you
huh?
you, you are correct. Yes, sir. That's how it should be.
Hmm. Okay.
You are correct.
Well. Okay. Oh
We
man.
got
I.
to find out how to get to it. I mean, I'm gonna say find out how to get to it, but just like I say, even if you guys think I'm crazy, Ask you guys' connects. Ask your scholars. Replay this. Ask them, is it possible? There's nothing that I found that stops me other than like you say, the top 1% that's gonna convince you guys I'm crazy and don't vote for me or something like that. And we stay broke. But you can't help somebody, 10 people or this group, and then complain about the whole welfare system when you have a chance to get all the Americans off of that system. The crisis and things that we're having, we have a chance to get a reset where we can, as America, get a reset and situate ourselves. And this only go for a year, and then every American after that only gets 30,000 for being born. You don't just keep getting, and that's only for the kid. The parent don't get it. So this would only go from everybody from now to 2026, and then Americans only get 30,000 for being born here in gold.
So,
So it
so it
wouldn't
would.
be like we're.
So wait, you running for presidency this year?
Yes, I pushed me today with Trump and Biden. Is that
Oh
all we
shit.
got?
Did
That's
you
why
did you sign up? So,
no.
did you?
I went. No, sir. And that's why I say I don't even think I can possibly do it because it's too soon, too close. But it's we can push my agenda on to somebody else who's running for presidency so they can stand on it. And I
Oh
want
my God.
$1 million. I want everybody to be okay and the American empire straight. I don't have to be the president. We can push this on somebody, call somebody up who has a chance, an opportunity to run and push this so we can get them in. I'm for America. That's what I'm about.
So how about we just tell people to write your name and
That whatever we have to do, I need backing, I need support, and I need help. I need you to help me with those statistics because when somebody needs to help me, I need to be able to turn to you and not have to say nothing, and you be able to spit out that bow 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 bow. This is what I need that team behind me, you know, just like that rapper who the judge was talking in the thing on him, and he had that female lawyer, and she had 27 lawyers, 57 lawyers in the hall. You know what I'm saying? That's what I need. I need a board of people behind me that's going to help because I'm trying to give money for everybody. I ain't asking for a penny. I'm the ones trying to give y'all money. So that's one thing you guys know I ain't hustling because I ain't saying, hey, give me some money in this. I'm saying, I'm trying to give y'all $1 million or tell somebody how to give y'all $1 million. We can get all our systems all unburdened, all that weight. Like I said, child support. You got $1 million. You can't put no man up for child support, and your kid got $1 million, and they health, life, and medical and dental and vision insurance is all paid for. You can take them to the hospital. With man, you better not put nobody on child support. Don't just be having babies by no random cats, you know. But I think that it'll help relationships and and our economy. It'll help America. We'll have to buy back land. You know, China owns land like near our strategic military bases. They ain't thinking of that. Ain't none of the presidents talking about that. We need to buy that land back from them and kick some of these other countries out that are here that could possibly cripple us if something jumped off. You know, we got, like I said,
now I do agree with that. I
we
do
got
agree that we shouldn't have foreign invaders purchasing sovereign land from America. I
correct,
do agree with that.
correct. And I agree with Trump on the borders. I believe we should have a border on northern and southern borders as bigger than the Great Wall of China. You know, so and the military bases with eminent domain stretched along the borders because we got a lot of gold and we need to make America, the American empire, great again. Pull back from the UN as far as we're not paying for everything and everybody. Not going to happen. We need to restructure those type deals. So I do agree with Trump on some of the things that he say, but like I said, with the goal for the people, and just think, your kid gets $1 million, then they ain't got no debt. So the interest that it's building off of it, because everybody under 18 is all staying in the bank. So the interest that builds off of it, it allows for the life insurance, health insurance, dental, vision, all that to be covered. So every American will have life, health, dental, vision insurance, and medical insurance. And when they turn 18, they get 200,000. Then when they turn 21, they get 500,000, and when they turn 25, they get 300,000. So they'll get it siphoned off to them, so it'll help that they just don't go blow it and mess it up. It'll continue on with like I say, the reset of America. If you're over 18, you get your money like everybody else, but you probably don't have
And wait, they don't
that.
have to work or do nothing for this money. Just be born.
We yes,
Uh,
just being the benefits of being an
Okay.
American citizen. The only way that our economy will be able to, I won't say
So let
guarantee
me
stay.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Why would anyone work if you're gonna make everyone rich? Why would anyone work?
There are, because the million the million won't um the million doesn't last. It's not a lot of money. It
What do
is
you
a lot
mean
of
the
money.
million doesn't last? You said it's gonna get interest the entire time.
Right. Correct. So what
So
I'm
if the
saying is,
interest is gonna take care of medical, dental, and all this stuff, and the person is gonna get $1 million, why wouldn't they start their own business or something like that? They're not. Nobody's gonna. You're gonna eliminate the working class.
that, that's what I'm encouraging to a point. You will be,
So
but
how
some people, what
how
you
are we
got to
gonna have
understand, Kwame,
restaurants? So
there
wait.
are employees.
I just want you to be able to answer questions, please.
Yes, sir.
Why would anybody work at your favorite restaurant if everybody has $1 million?
Um, Most of them are going automated for one, but not everybody here isn't an American. So those people will occupy those type jobs, but you will. It will just millionaires to this day. There's millionaires out there that has a lot of they still work. Just because you got some money in your pocket, you're not just gonna sit down and just count your money and not go to work. You just won't be living paycheck to paycheck. You'll have some money in the bank. And if your
I'm
boss
gonna
is a
pause
jerk,
it one more
you
time,
can
Eden.
quit and go get another
Right.
job and
Can
not
can I
worry
just
about
say
your rent
something?
for a
Wouldn't
couple of
that
months.
make a lot of our youth real lazy? Like, I want my son to earn his
That's what I'm
money.
trying to say. Like this doesn't make any sense to me. Ain't nobody gonna want to do nothing.
Yeah,
And
like we
Eden,
trying
I just
to.
want to
They
say
know they
one
got
more
$1 million
time.
coming. That nobody would be
I wanna
incentivized
I
to do
wanna
anything. That
I
would be
wanna
the
say
laziest.
Morocco.
That would be the laziest America that you could ever think of. Just giving people $1 million. Like what? For what?
And Eden, I want to say one more time to you that if everybody has it, that means nobody has it, and then we're right back at zero.
It's not Morocco. I want but and I hate that I'm not in front of my computer. But the you can
Morocco, what do you mean?
look it up. The richest place in the world. These people all have Ferraris and Bugattis on the highway. It looks like a race car track, a Hot Wheels race car track. They only work 3 days a week. Everybody's like they're millionaires, and it's a beautiful society. Hardly
You're
no
talking about
crime.
Wait,
Dubai.
It's
You're,
a
you're
nigga,
talking about
you know that the
Dubai.
richest place in the world? I did a video on that. Has a big ass hole in the middle of it with flames coming out of it. That's the richest
Yeah,
place in
right.
the
See,
world.
there you go. Tell them
That's why
but
I'm like,
that's
wait,
not.
uh, I
the
kind of know, I kind of get where he coming from,
because
but
you're saying
even they
rich,
got rules. It's kind of like living in Dubai. You can't even scream in Dubai without getting
right?
arrested.
Exactly. And the
But
point
what
is,
you guys have been
Dubai,
taught is if you give
the household
everybody,
median income in Dubai is 7 million. Okay, all right,
not
but you
Dubai.
still, but okay, but I'm saying the places that you were describing are Dubai-esque,
Yes,
and if you're talking about places like that, okay, even they have their poor undesirable places that people have to go who are not making that money. Not everybody's a
And
sheikh,
it's
not
bad.
everybody's a prince, and
It's
it's
really
terrible.
bad.
It's worse
It's
than American poverty.
So, but here the only difference is it won't be Americans that you see out there. The Americans will be straight. It's gonna be there's so many other people that's not Americans here that's still gonna be homeless. It's still gonna be homeless. It's still gonna be um, crazy people walking the streets preaching in the intersections. I'm not clearing up every 100% of it. Just Americans. So there is
What do you do with
population.
those undesirables then? What do you do with them?
Um,
Where do we how do we make sure that they are not radicalized and set upon you because you're a millionaire?
they'll be working too. I mean, they'll be benefited because everybody will have money, so they'll benefit. But well, Americans will. But as far as the them, I want, like I said, illegals. I want them taken back and shipped back to where they come from. So the undesirables and all that stuff, if they're not legal citizens, then they can get their jail times and shipped back to wherever they snuck over here from and never went back home.
but they didn't sneak in here. They let them in here.
Right, correct. And put
They're
them on.
not. They're
So
basically what they let in here a whole bunch of gangs. If people go do their research, they like. There's a lot of illegals that got paperwork to be in here legally. That's why I'm like, wait, we have to watch what we saying too. That's why I'm like, wait.
correct. And they put them in. I think all that was illegal. Like I said, I think there was something behind that, and that whole wave of them busting people by busloads up to the deeper into America. All that stuff is unacceptable, and should be addressed. But like I said, I don't have no power to do it as me just sitting here. But as the presidency, I will. As presidency, I'm not going to have a whole bunch of illegals in schools, sleeping in schools, and all that. It's going to be like a real big change. It'll be a dramatic change because the previous government that's in place now has made a lot of mistakes, and it ain't to better America. And they would get pushed out. They would be getting bused back to the corners
What's
like
the previous
kids.
government?
I didn't hear you, man.
I said, what is the previous government?
The one that's in place now. They're the ones that allowed them to bust all these people in and stuff like that. These illegals.
You trying to say the Democrat Party?
No, not the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the what America
I'm
together.
lost right now.
We're
You
talking about the people
get
who
ready
have
to
left.
remain lost.
What's that?
I said get ready to remain lost. You're
Oh
not gonna
no,
find any clarity.
I
Yeah.
was agreeing with her. We was talking about the people being bused in, the illegals, and so I said our government that's in place right now is responsible for busing these illegal aliens these into like Chicago, into these inner cities. And what I'm saying is I'm against all that. I want them gone. I, I wouldn't allow them to be sleeping in schools and what they've done to them. They would all be shipped back to where they came from. So I'm agreeing with the lady. That's where the clarity came in. I just said today's government, whatever government's in control of America now, ship them buses in, bus loads
Again,
in.
okay. Well, I'm still stuck on how we're gonna get the gold out of the ground. I don't know, man. We gotta
I mean,
listen. I hear you. I hear you.
sir.
I respect your altruism, but it's just, man, there's so many holes in there's so many holes in what you want to do. They're not easily fixed
Yes, and
unless
I understand that it's not an easy ordeal.
I understand what he's trying to say, but it sounds really good. It's just hard, like because right now a lot of people divided to get a lot of things done. And then to me, like the president is somebody that just signs a piece of paper. Like we have to deal with the mayors, the senators, like basically the whole legislative system at the bottom to get a lot of shit really, really done. Like my focus to me is more towards them than the president and all that.
Yeah,
And
local elections,
yeah,
local
everything's
magistrates,
local and
local
separate.
judges, your sheriff, your you know
Yeah.
your
Because
House
like
representative
those are the
here in
people
this.
we need in place. Because the president just signs that paper. He says, "I agree. I don't agree." Like the ones that put the laws in place, man. I think that's where our focus should be. How do we get into it? How do we, you know, figure out a
Well,
way
it's
to
not.
dismantle the system, piece by piece, like with their own tools.
I'm like Ronald Reagan. I believe in the
Uh,
trickle down theory. Start from the
So I
top.
don't know if I'm explaining myself right, but
yeah, I understand you. And uh, what she's saying, Eden, is what I've been saying. Going to the White House is more pie in the sky. And what Kwame said, deal with what's going on locally. Do you
yes,
know? Do you know your in Chicago? We call them aldermen. Do you know your local alderman? In
Yes,
do you know? Do you know how to? Have you gone to those meetings and voiced your opinion when they hold them twice a month? Do you you know? Do you vote? Number one, and do you know how to be added to the ballot so that your voice can be ultimately heard if you are then voted into that position? Do you know who your judge is, who your board of commissioners are? Do you know who your election judges are, etc.? Think people that you need to talk to get what you need to get done. You know,
correct.
and those are the actionable steps we're talking about, and that I'm talking about. If you want to do this, you have to have a sound understanding, a sound grasp on just a few of the things that I just mentioned.
Yes. Well, I do. Like I stated before, um, I do. I'm working on a. If you can Google it for San Diego. It's called Safe Village, and it's a homeless program, and for the homeless. And I'm in contact, and I meet with the there's 9 districts here in the county of San Diego. I have 7 of the 9 votes will vote for the agreement to move forward um, with my
Proposal.
with my proposal, and meeting with the mayor, setting up a meeting with the mayor of San Diego on this homeless program. So as far as I do go to meetings, I do go to town meetings, I do go up the hill to our district for meetings on Fridays. I am that, but I'm like I said, I'm not a politician and all of that type of stuff. But I do go and the beat, keep my ear to the ground as far as my neighborhood's concerned, them gentrification, those type of things that go on, and I do speak up and participate in those type things. So, and I am in contact and talking about people with this, but I just ain't had no as far as a group or whatever to lock it in. I talk a lot to most individuals, politicians here, well, like councilmen, aldermen, and stuff like that, and business people. But I know I gotta grow. But this presidency is just so quick. I won't say so quick, but it's just going so crazy that it needs to be done. This needs. I'm so scared of what's going to happen on during this election. If one of them two get in there, that this has to be. We got to figure it out. We got to figure out how to make this happen. And as president, it would put me in position to reach out to all the mayors and all the and of that in the different cities and have that power instead of me talking to just the one here in California or one here in my city and spreading out. It would be saying, hey, uh, from the top, trickle down.
Have you ever heard the saying? Eden? Have you ever heard the saying? As California goes, so goes the rest of the country.
Yes, sir. Born and
All right,
raised here.
so
I've heard it.
you're right where you're right where you need to be. If you
Yes,
make
sir.
a change, then make it local. So
Yes, sir. Y'all will hear me.
Because it has to be beaten. So we got to figure out how
To make it happen.
you. I'm trying to figure out. No, how do you do it? I'm asking you.
You in and out the
How do you?
matrix,
How are
sir.
you going to do it? Who are you going to tell? How are you going to
You
do
was
it?
in and out the matrix.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but what you were saying kind of was going in and out, so we couldn't understand.
I'm sorry. That's what I was saying. Can you hear me now? Pretty good. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying, how are you going to do it, Eden? How are you going to do it for yourself?
For myself, like I said, all I can do is keep up with my research. I would have to like be part of the ballot. I would have to. There's all kind of things as far as the presidency uh, concern is. But if as far as what it's going to take to become president, I'm asking y'all. It would be for y'all to spread the word and not just laugh this off, and to encourage people to spread the word and get a wave going. And like I said, as soon as I step into the presidency, as I'm going, they know what my campaign is running on. I'll be looking into that. I'll be looking into telling the companies as I'm on that podium, as I'm making my speeches. I'll be telling, hey, uh, not BlackRock, but hey, BlackRock, we're putting out a government contract to extract the gold. The president, the people run the policies in the government uh, for the president to sign, and so they would know me coming in. I'm not about garbage, and you wouldn't just be putting that stuff in front of me in front of the table, and it would be all the stuff that I'm concerned about. So hopefully that all the Congress people, they'd be getting $1 million too. They're all Americans.
Isn't that
Hopefully everybody on both sides would be down for it because they'd both be receiving
isn't that
benefits.
kind of like what Trump was trying to do when he started doing them the PUA grants and the loans and all that stuff?
Correct. Correct. But the only thing about it is it kind of, when everybody's broke and you want to give money to just a couple of groups of people, then that person is going to have 15 people around him sucking him dry. And
But
those
see,
people,
he didn't just give it to a couple of people. He gave it to everybody.
well,
Because he
no,
gave out not
no,
just loans, he gave out grants, and a lot of people like misused that shit.
well, no. I'm saying that if you only try to help one or two people or just a little group of people, it it it, it, it's hard to be successful. But if so, it's got to be like try to help everybody. Like you said, Trump was giving out to um, money to everybody, and that's how it should be.
He
Yeah, but
started it.
then that's how a lot of these
Biden.
pandemic babies were made
He
because the welfare and the SSI to me is something supplemental. Like it should only be used for when you're down, and once you're up, you shouldn't be on that. You should be
Correct.
already off that. Like for me, that's what it's meant for. But
Correct.
people misuse it, take advantage of it, and I don't know what, and end up being lazy. That's why I don't want my kids to depend on no type of, like I want them to earn their shit and start their businesses, become bosses, get to the point where they got enough money saved up, get some land, do something like. But
That's what we're shooting for. I'm with you
I
100.
don't want to give it to them. Like I don't know if it may sound fucked up, but I'm not giving it to them. They have to earn it. Like they have to earn this money. I want to leave them with something behind, yes,
When you
but they have
guys,
to earn.
when you guys say they have to earn it, we have been punished. We have been taxed,
Our
overworked.
kids have been spoiled since the 90s.
Um, they um they 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 came in. They put us in slavery. They burned down. You can look up called the 40 Black Massacres. There's
You're not
from
wrong on that, but
1863 to 2015. Almost every year they were like burning whole black cities. 17 black cities or towns are underwater, like Lake Lanier in Georgia. We've been slapped, we've been punched, we've been kicked, we've been choked, we couldn't read. Everybody who's here has been suffered some kind of part of the Willie Lynch letter. Uh, we've suffered, we've been slapped. At some
Oh my
point
God.
in time, we somebody needs to give us a break.
No, you're right. You're making you're speaking facts on that stuff,
Yeah,
right? But that's the thing. We're not living on that era. Like that's what our ancestors now. See, a lot of them lost their lives, right? And they risked a lot, right? To get us to where we're at. Now the question is, what are we going to do about the knowledge that they left us behind? Are we going to dwell on it, or are we going to do something about it? Because we're
that's what,
not in that era no more. We're dwelling on their
correct.
past. We're free slaves now. Now we got to figure a way out of that.
That's why I'm trying to get us reboot. We've never ever got
And contrary to popular
over that.
belief, the majority of the black people who live currently, their parents or great grandparents or maybe not even an ancestor in their line was a slave. So we have to correct that as
Well,
well.
hold up now,
Okay,
hold up.
that's
My
one, and then
father,
two.
listen to
Now I'm
me.
not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. Okay, I don't want to take this anecdotal. I'm saying I don't want to be innocuous either and paint with a broad brush the entirety of black people in America. Then let's talk about what we dealt with and what we don't have. Integration. We got rid of certain laws. We instituted more, and businesses and institutions that were great that black people proliferated throughout the South and the North were then they became insolvent. They became non-existent. Bus companies that we owned, restaurants we owned,
Correct.
manufacturing companies that we owned, things that are gone now because we have this perpetual downtrodden nature. Okay, my whole thing is a handout never works. And the reason it never works is because nobody cares if you give them something that they did not work for. She was right. She wants her
Okay.
children to work. Hold on,
Can
let
I
me finish.
respond to that?
Can I finish? Let me
Yes,
finish the statement.
yes,
She
sir.
wants her children to work for what they have so that they always know the equity, the sweat equity, the pains it took to achieve it. If you hand out $1 million not per person, not only will it be worthless because of uh, our monetary system. If everybody has something, then nobody has it. It'll also be worthless because it was never worked for.
Okay, can I respond?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, so as far as what you just said, that's one thing. Never use absolutes. So the Jewish people, like when Kanye West came out and they kept him, the Jewish people take care of their own people. You can get a loan with no interest and no time limit. So that's basically giving their people money and they don't have to pay it back. If they do pay it back, then that's icing on the cake. So to say that people don't take care of their people, that's not true. They do. And
Oh, okay. Well, what about the aid, the Indian aid that's given out? That's constantly usurped and used for nothing but getting drunk and gambling because it's owed to them. Around $200,000 given to each person after they graduate from high school. They're given $200,000, and the overwhelming majority, I'd say about 80% of them, squander it. They don't spend it on anything except for trinkets, and then before you know it, it's gone. My point is, yes, there are outliers, and I didn't speak in any sort of absolutes. I was
you did say no.
combating the absolutes. I was combating the statement and the position I posited was to combat the absolutes that you are trying to posit. You're trying to say that everybody should have $1 million if you are a citizen of the United States. That's an absolute. Okay, you're saying that everybody will be able to take care of themselves. That's an absolute. I'm not speaking in absolutist terms. I'm trying to combat it.
So, but what you said was that giving, just if you give money to somebody that's never worked for it, it never works and never is an absolute. And I just
So
told you that
what
the whole Jewish race gives their people money. So if there's a whole race that does it and their people are
that's
doing
not
good,
true. But that's definitely not true. They don't give anything. The whole Jewish race or the whole group of Ashkenazi or Orthodox Jews or Israeli Jews are not given anything. Yes, there's $1 billion given to Israel every year. Every single year we give 1 billion. Every year we give billions of dollars to aid to countries that look like crap. that are garbage. And then what does it do for the American populace? How do we uh, get value out of giving that money away to these countries? We don't get
You
any
don't.
value from those. Okay,
You
so
you
my point is that when you give, okay, unabashedly, and nobody has to work for it, okay, if you give to a country they don't have to work for, they do not value it. How do we know? Because at every moment, in every moment recently, and during this presidency, they've been bucking the hand that feeds them, they, which currently is Biden. So all they're doing, how are they bucking the hand that feeds them? Again, petrodollar is now gone. Okay, we're done with the petrodollar. People are telling us what we have to do in order for them to continuously utilize our dollar. Otherwise, they'll move to BRICS. They'll move to the BRICS system, and get rid of the and get rid of American currency as the reserve currency. So we have given handout after handout to countries and around the world, and this is the things.
I agree with you 1,000%. And they don't appreciate it. And we're the work mules that's feeding all these other countries all this money, and they don't care about America. We're just feeding them. And I agree, we shouldn't be, and that money should be spent here and with America. So I do agree um, with you 100% um, on that issue. So, but like I said, the Jewish people, there is, if you are Jewish and you go to a Jewish institution for a loan, because you are Jewish, you do not have to pay that back. There's no time limit, I should say. There's no time limit, no interest. And that's an actual fact. Now, I don't know who, if they don't take care.
What do they have to do for their communities?
I'm not sure what they have to do for their communities, but they
they
give their
they
people money.
maintain them, and they also have to give back. Okay,
Oh,
nothing's
of course.
free.
Well, I do know that. I do know that they
Okay,
do.
they have to
That's
maintain
cool. Of
communities.
course.
They have to maintain the traditions that was able to allow them to achieve giving people, or adjudicating loans for a finite amount of people. That still isn't everybody.
Correct. And what I'm saying is, when I'm saying give the million, um, that's the same as far as with them, that they don't have to, as far as give it back, do they gotta, I'm not saying just take this money and go blow it. There's all kind of business schemes, like I say, the infrastructure being built, moving Washington DC, the government, and the buildings and the infrastructure that comes with that. There's gonna be things that you have to sign up for to abide by to get this money. You just don't get it and go fool and blow it down the drain, because you got to participate in our system of what we're trying to do. We want you to open businesses. We want you to be an entrepreneur. We want you to go in together with other people and make nice big companies and to thrive. We want that. We want that hustle. We want that. That's what we're promoting.
But at every turn, Eden, when the government gives money, it creates more poverty. It hasn't created more wealth. And every time the government gives
Correct.
money, we always have the greatest wealth transfer known to man. And it just happened most recently with all these PPP loans, with all these government handouts that the populace received. It was the biggest wealth transfer in history in America, and
Correct.
all that wealth went to the top. None of it stayed down here. None of it stayed with the plebs, as I put earlier.
Right.
So it doesn't help.
So with the in saying that, there's a lot of restrictions and a lot of things that was put in. We all admit racism exists. They put stuff in. The Willie Lynch letter can got them to do certain tactics. The parenthood welfare system, the things that they put in place to bring us down, to control us, to do not good deeds to us, they're all still in place. None of that stuff has been stopped. So we're in a perpetual downward
Eden, but
spiral
the
because that stuff is just
that's
working.
the
Whatever they put in place is
Eden.
working, and now it's running
That's
automatically.
the system that you
He's
want.
he's
But
spitting
that's just
facts though, because
the
some real
one.
shit. A lot of the government is running on them loopholes right now, and people not even peeping it.
Right.
So
And
But
what's
so
his
that's the
name?
system that
Eldon,
you
Mr.
want.
Eldon. He's speaking some facts. Well, the loopholes, I don't know. I mean,
I'm
that's
saying
the
the
Kwame be
system,
talking about all the time. Go ahead, my
the
bad.
system you just described is the system that you want. That's
no,
what you
not
want.
that.
You why
You
not?
have to get
I'll
off
tell you
your.
why. I'll tell you why you want it. That
You have
because that's
to
the
sign up.
system you just described is what you the system that you're describing is exactly what they've done once before. Okay, this isn't
Mm-hmm.
where how we got here. This didn't just happen innocuously. This took time, over 50 years. After the Johnson During the Johnson administration, there was something called the Moynihan Report, and in the Moynihan Report, it goes over it goes over how we can achieve uh, black people's basic subservience to the government, and
That's a
just
fact.
in a nutshell. And how do we do that? We approve government programs,
Mm-hmm.
etc. I mean, they were given to us at nauseum. In Chicago, they gave millions of dollars to gangs.
And the way to do it
Okay,
is to fight through them legislators. Like
uh,
it's steps to this thing before you get to any other place. Like it's steps to everything.
exactly. Section 8. That's how Section 8 came about. We, I'm saying
The
everybody
welfare,
thinks
the welfare was created to divide families, divide the man
Correct.
and the woman.
so. You get money from the government. You get money from the government is the way you're proposing. It always ends in this. It's always tied to your servitude to that very system. The
Correct.
system cannot maintain itself. It works off of you. Okay, you constantly pay into it. They throw you penance, or the bottom among you penance, and then the cycle continues. That's that circular logic. It
It's a
never
fact.
ends.
That's why you have to do something that's substantial that gets them off. So when you sign up for this money, you have to get off all of those assistant programs. So now that your bills are paid, your car is paid off, you have money in your pocket, and your kids have money. You no longer have Section 8. You no longer have
That sounds
welfare.
good,
You
but
have none of that. But you're sitting on $3-4 million. You,
that
your
sounds
husband,
good. But people are used to spending their money. What happens if we create more homeless people than anything? I mean, I'm looking at both sides. I'm listening. I'm
right?
not hearing. I'm
But I want
listening.
to. Well, there's different things that's going to be in there for me to help the homeless people. There's a list of you can look it up. The 10 most people that own the most land in America, and one of the guys owns over 1 million acres, and he has hundreds of thousands of houses that he's sitting on because he's controlling the housing industry. So if I buy back American soil, I would be buying stuff like that back, land like that back, farming land where they're sitting on these houses causing um, inflation and stuff like that unnecessarily, and controlling the industry, that the housing problem won't be in effect. Plus, you'll have money. You'll be able to afford to get you into some of these houses. It'll make a lot of complexes go empty until they refill them up. But as far as your housing and your own property, I'm trying to get us all stabilized. I want a man and a woman to be able to come together and start their own business, or if their business is on the rocks, that they'll be able to get over that hump and create a healthy family.
But it's been proven time after time that giving the money to them, it just makes it worse. So I mean, I'm
It
When
just
I'm
doesn't
with
work.
when
you. It's just I'm
when
just trying to figure it out.
when have anybody
Like
ever gotten money that was substantial enough to get them straight? When they get 600, they get 1,000. You got enough to pay your bills off, but you right back broke.
But here's
So
the
it
thing,
really
right?
it
I
helped to
get
get
you. That's
the pressure
true.
off
Yeah.
your back.
But people actually, hold on one second. Don't do that again. People actually got to do that. These people, like here in Philadelphia, right? I'm in North Philly, like I said before. Like a lot of people got that PP loan stuff and them PP grants and all that stuff. And instead of like, because they had enough money in their pockets, they could have started their own businesses. They could, some did, but guess what? The majority of them decided to use their money on buying 5 to 6 cars, the latest brand of clothes, and I don't know what else. They didn't use their money properly. Like, and
Yep.
it was shown and it's proven. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, you really just wasted all
Which
that money on
created,
this, and it created a lot of bullshit.
yeah, it
Yes,
created
a
the
lot of
greatest,
people went out here and got more drugs on that money. I'm
yeah, it
sorry to say,
created
but
the
it's the
greatest,
facts.
yes, it created the greatest wealth shift in history. Furthermore, they printed more fiat currency and it was pushed into the system. And now we have more dollars than we have value. And as soon as that hit our system, you saw the increase in gas, you saw the increase in eggs and other
Right.
simple things you purchased. And I'm just saying, Eden, we've done this before. Okay. I don't see how you doing it is going to be different. Even if you given us a substantial amount, supply and demand is still a thing. There's Milton Friedman. You know who Milton Friedman is?
Go ahead and say.
Okay. Milton Friedman is an economist, one of the most famous economists. Okay, in his day, and people still refer to him and his teachings and his writings as it pertains to economics. And he talked about monetary theory. Okay, we don't. So there's a theory that we create inflation. Okay, the American populace creates inflation. No, we don't. Then there's a theory that the unions create inflation because of the sort of, you know, back-breaking tactics that they utilize. No, they don't. There's only one entity that creates inflation because they have control of the monetary system, and that entity is the United States government. They have the I'm sorry, they have controls of the spigot of the printing press. We don't all have our own personal printing presses. The government does. And the more fiat currency they print, the more we end up having an inflated value of the dollar. So now we're dealing with that, and it's going to get even worse because of the end of the petrodollar. And when we get more of our dollars back here, as I said earlier, it just gets worse. Nobody has ever lived through the sort of inflation that we're about to experience, not even during the Great Depression. We're already at, and people don't believe it, but we're already at Great Depression levels. But the problem here is, how can we mitigate the issue by digging up gold and flooding the system with gold? I don't see it. I don't see how we can get gold and put gold in everybody's hand.
You have the same way you get the stimulation check. It's the same concept, other than it'll be physical gold instead
But
of.
the stimulation check is what created this.
What's that?
I said, but the stimulus is what created this. Every time there's a stimulus, there is an inflated value of the dollar. It happened during the Obama
But think
administration, during the
about it.
downturn of 2008, a recession of 2008 is happening now.
This ain't the
I'm
dollar.
just
It's
saying.
gold.
But same thing. Listen, if everybody has the gold, then nobody has the gold. That's the point. If everybody has $1 million, nobody has $1 million, and then we're at zero, and then everybody's poor again. Everybody has a Ferrari, nobody has a Ferrari.
But you keep saying you've said that before. But there's countries out there where there's
It,
$1 million, everybody's millionaires, and they're not just going on a destruction path because everybody
you,
got money. Every stimulus,
it's relative, is my point.
every
It's
every
relative.
every stimulus. But when you talked about the PPP loan, the PPP
They
loan, black people are only 12% of a total population of, as they say, 12 to 15%, as
I
they
didn't
say.
say black
At,
people in PPP loans.
what's that?
I wasn't talking solely about black people.
Okay, well, the population that got PPP loans was a minuscule. It wasn't half. It
It
wasn't.
wasn't minuscule.
What's that?
I said it was not minuscule. It was very large. It was a very large percentage of this government.
with the PPP loans for the average person that went and blew their money. What I'm saying, how that was not a large percentage of PPP. The PPP, the people who got the PPP loan for the over total population of America was small. The people who blew their money on the PPP loans, out of that small percentage, was even smaller. So the people with the, like I said, it only benefited. It didn't benefit. The PPP loans didn't benefit half the population. So,
You're not
That
understanding.
them PP loans got a lot of our kings and queens in jail right
but
now.
correct. But it didn't. The people who was qualified for PPP loans was not half of the population. So when you send a stimulation package in and it's only helping half the population, a quarter of the population, you're gonna have where it just builds up and goes fizzle fizzle. But if you get Leroy and he buy a Cadillac and mess up, and you get 3 or 4 people who buy cars, waste their money on jewelry, that and they the only ones with money, it becomes a problem because now other people that drained them, they need the money too. But if he's got uncle, brother, cousin, auntie, nephew, niece, brother, sister, daughter, who has a 2000, who's got money, they'll give him a 2024 Escalade and say, "Yo, dog, I don't even need this. I got me another whip." So people doing things wrong with their money will be able to be recovered because other family members will be doing good. Everybody's not a bum. Everybody's not going to blow their money. I believe
That's
in
not.
our people and trust that they'll do more people to do better with the money than run off with and just do something stupid.
Eden. That's Eden. Someone, a small percentage of people blowing a PPP loan has nothing to do with what I'm telling you. I'm saying that the United States government printed several trillion dollars of worthless paper money, and they introduced it to the system. That's one form they introduced it to the system. But they also gave loans to countries. They also gave loans to banks. They also gave money to other programs that we don't know about. There's money that's earmarked to places like the Kennedy Center and other things. Just because you were instrumental in people getting into office, that's all written into this legislation. You're thinking small potatoes. I'm telling you, on a governmental, a national, and a global scale, we printed out a ton, literally a ton of fiat currency that got injected into the system that has caused a huge inflated market, which we are just beginning to realize the ramifications of. Okay. And to compound that issue, we no longer have the petrodollar. That's the most important thing. No longer having the petrodollar is basically building a car with no wheels. Okay. The vehicle's there, but it can't move. Then we had 31 million illegals in the last 5 years enter the United States of America. 31 million. Okay. And then they are utilizing money from the VA loans, not VA loans, I'm sorry, money from the VA earmarked for veterans. They're utilizing SSI, and they're illegal aliens. They're utilizing housing vouchers from HUD, and they are illegal aliens. All this money has to come from somewhere, and it came from the United States of America printing their fiat currency. So I'm not talking about Pookie and Ray Ray who go out and buy the caddy for cash. I'm not talking about Junebug and the rest of them and them down the block who went to go get a couple of $25,000 chains. Okay, that was bad enough. I'm talking about something that that far that that's far greater reaching than that. Okay, when you inject money, when you inject a stimulus into a system, you run the risk of inflation, and that's what we're facing now. So your idea of injecting a stimulus of gold into the
Sorry about that.
system, I just don't I don't see it helping. I see it hindering.
If I can get a word in, if you guys would, um, I just want to say something real quick. Salute to everybody. Salute to Kwame. First of all, salute to everybody in the chat. I hope you guys are having a great, productive day. Um, I've been listening for about, I would say for about an hour maybe. And what I'm gathering from the conversation, first of all, just in me listening, I'm learning a whole lot. I'm learning a whole lot from listening to you guys, and it's really good content. But I'm just reminded of something as I'm absorbing this information. A colleague of mine a couple of days ago, he posted on his social media, and he said, "What is one of the things that are holding us back as a community?" Again, his question was, "What are one of the things that is holding us back as a community?" And he had a various amount of responses, but what I responded to, I'm sorry, somebody just called me. I don't know if you guys can still hear me.
Yeah,
We
we hear you
listening.
now.
What I responded to his post and said, I said lack of unity. And there's been a lot of people. I'm not saying that Mr. Eden Blackman has the solution, that I have the solution, that Mr. Blacks Who Defy, any of us have the solution. Um, and obviously, you guys are very intelligent. We have different perspectives because we all have a different lifestyle and we have different biases based on, who we are as people. But I do think 100%, I believe 100% that what holds us back as a community is our lack of unity. Just in my short time of listening to you guys on this panel, um, I don't think that I've seen one person so far come to the support of the idea that Mr. Blackman is given. I'm not saying that his idea is correct. I'm not saying that he has all the answers. Maybe he is saying some things or putting forth some things that are could be far fetched. They could be maybe even incorrect, inaccurate, or whatever the case may be. But I think what would help a whole lot is that rather than us, when someone brings forth something that could uplift us, rather than us interrogate or patronize or try and, in a sense, I don't want this to sound aggressive, but kind of attack that person. I heard Mr. Blackman say something about 30 minutes ago. He said, what I would like for the conversation to go, or how I would like for the conversation to go, is how do we get to this place? How do we get these things? And as I said, it may be far fetched. Maybe he could be more polished. Maybe he doesn't have the vocabulary, or maybe he doesn't have, all the answers. And I don't think any of us have all the answers. We've had 45, 46 presidents of this country, and
Facts.
none of them had all the answers. But if we could find a way to unify, find a way to work together, because Kwame Brown, as he stated many times on his platform, he made it to the top 1% of people. So his perspective may be different from the other 99% of people. So unless you're in that 1% of people, when somebody brings forth a plan or an idea that could uplift the other 99%, I think, this is just my opinion, I think that it would behoove us to support that person. There's been many people in history. I'm reminded of Henry Ford as I talk right now. They called him crazy for creating a V8. When he told them that there could be a V8 motor, they said it could not be done. It's impossible. And I remember them saying that his workers and his supporters tried it a few times, and they said, Mr. Ford, it can't be done. And his response was, try it again, do it again. I believe it. Every great idea or every great person in history, it began with a thought. It began with an idea. The Wright brothers didn't get it right the first time. But I believe that they were able to achieve these things and they were able to get to that place because they believed it, one, and two, they had the support around them. Had Henry Ford not had that support, had the Wright brothers not had that support, had Rosa Parks or any other enormous figure in history not had that support, where would we be as people? And I think unity is the one detrimental thing that we lack as people. Whether or not the person has all the answers or the vocabulary or the intellect or the courage, whatever they may be lacking to get us to that place, if it's an idea that is directed towards uplifting up as people, we should try our best to support it and help them and try to get to that place. Unless you as a person, you're comfortable with the way the government is, you're comfortable with the way you're living, you're comfortable with the way that America is running. If
That's
that's you,
true.
then that's you. You
That's a
know,
fact.
if you're comfortable with the way things are going in your life, in your city, in the world today, then hey, that's how you are. But for myself, I'm only 33 years old, so I'm fairly not young. I'm not comfortable with it. I'm not okay with the way things are,
And
and
that's
it's
why,
my fault. I'm
can
boss.
I butt in real quick?
I'm
That's
not.
why that's why
Who's the,
Mr. Eldon, he had a good idea, but it's like I was trying to say earlier, but then I got asked the question, right? The giving $1 million is not a bad idea. We've heard it before, but here's my thing, right? He has a vision, and without a vision, you can't have a dream. Without a dream, you don't have a vision. So it's not bad. But how about instead of just giving it away, you give it to those that really want to do something with it?
right,
I
right.
don't know if I'm saying it wrong because that's
And
why I'm like, he's going somewhere with it, but we don't want to keep repeating the same
and,
cycle.
and I didn't know.
Uh,
I didn't know this. A guy who was on the panel earlier, I think he said something about Gaddafi tried it. I didn't even know that this thing was tried before in history. I didn't know if someone tried something of this magnitude or something that was even close to this. So obviously he's not
Gaddafi didn't try it. That was a misnomer.
right. Okay,
That's not what Gaddafi did.
okay.
However, may I posit something? So I hear you say unity, and I hear you say support. Um, you don't support someone by lying to them.
Right, and
Okay,
and and,
you
and
you,
that's
you ask, but
that's what
when
I
you ask questions of critical thinkers, if you are easily offended, then there's something wrong with you.
right.
You have to be asked the hard questions because the people who don't believe in you are going to ask even harder questions and may not ask questions of you at all. They most likely will shut you down and tell you to go somewhere else and go and keep smoking whatever it is you're smoking. Okay. Social, and if it's a bad idea, it's a bad idea. If I tell you, if you write a white paper on something, theory of relativity and how it can be disproven, and you hit me with all types of innocuous statements about it, and there's no science, just because you made the attempt doesn't mean that I'm going to agree with you. It means, as your peer, as your colleague, I'm going to mark it with red ink and tell you to go back to the drawing board. And then now let's go get something to eat or something to drink, whatever, pick your pleasure. It doesn't mean we're not friends. It doesn't mean we're not acquaintances. It just means that your idea needs to be fleshed out more. When I asked Mr. Blackman about his knowledge on gold and it came up lackluster, well, whose fault is that? Is it my fault for asking him the questions, the hard questions that need to be asked and answered? Or is it his fault for not knowing, but he posited the idea?
One one thing for sure is that I do agree with constructive criticism. I do. I never said that, or I never implied. Hope I didn't imply that I took offense to you or anyone criticizing an idea because that's something that I believe is important for development. That's something I believe is important for success. You need constructive criticism and you need honesty. And I hope I didn't apply also that we should support bad ideas. If I did, I apologize, because that wasn't my intention.
It just
What,
seemed
what,
implied
what,
because
what I'm
you
saying,
spoke of the unity. But go ahead.
yeah, yep.
Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, Kwame has over 400,000 subscribers, right? Out of all of his subscribers and all of the maybe 400, 300 people that are watching this live right now, although he may deserve constructive criticism, where are the people who are offering alternative solutions? Where are the people who are, like I said, unless you are comfortable with your situation, where are the people who are offering alternative solutions? Or are you telling me there are zero alternative solutions?
No, see, okay, so that means nobody was listening. So what I asked as he posited his position, okay, I asked, did he know his local statesman, pretty much, in a nutshell, okay? He said he did, okay, and that's fine. So that's kudos to him. Now, then I asked, and so did Kwame, and so did other people who are out here, do you know how to achieve the presidency? Okay. Who do you talk to? How does it go? Who do you hire, etc.? It isn't to say that I like the current regime, because I definitely don't. And it isn't to say that I like the way the current system is going. No, but it's the system that we have, and we have to work within it. And if we want to change it, we have to achieve a position that allows us to change it. Okay. That regardless of whether or not you hate the system or are just living in it, there are millions of people a week who try and come here because they want to live in the system that you or I detest. Okay, because we have something called a constitution, we have a bill of rights, we have things that protect our God-given rights, so that we're able to achieve the things that we achieve. We're able to have the money or have the real estate or have the wealth and the opportunity to exercise that wealth that we have now. So perfection is unattainable. We understand that. Things can always get a healthy dose of reality and change. Absolutely. But I'm not going to sit and pretend like somebody's idea is good just because they posited it. So that's why we ask the questions. That's why we do the hard things. We do this not to excoriate, but we do this to either educate or to get you to educate us. And the only education that I received up here to this point is that Mr. Blackman doesn't know what he wants to do. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If he did, then he would garner my respect and support.
And I agree with you. I believe everything you said is 100% true. I think that we definitely shouldn't pretend that bad ideas are good. My response to that would be, what are the alternative solutions? If not him, then who? If not that, then what? If not, because just
If
simply,
not him, then you. Go to
exactly,
your local.
exactly,
So what do you
exactly.
do?
So that's what I'm
What
saying.
do you do on a daily basis? What do you do? So I'll tell you what I do. Okay, just to give you an example. Okay, I go to my local county commissioners meetings, okay, every time they have them, so that my voice can be heard. Speaking to our local judges, speaking to knowing your sheriff, knowing your faces, my HOA board knowing who I am, and I have a say in everything that goes on in my community, as small as it is. Okay, that's where it starts, but
Right.
it's not where it finishes, because then you need to know processes. You need to know who your election judges are, how that processes work. Do you go picketing? Do you go door knocking? Okay. Do you go and speak with potential voters to sway them to your side? Okay. There are so many things that need to happen before you say, I want to be president of the United States. Saying it is an innocuous statement, but what's the work? What work do you have between here and then?
Right. And I think that everything that you just said are things that we should have been saying prior to now. I agree
I
with you.
said that.
Right, right.
I said all these things.
Right. And I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is what like I said, I've only been on here for maybe an hour or so, maybe an hour,
Okay,
15 minutes. But what I heard most of was constructive criticism, which is okay. But I didn't hear more of what you were saying just now. As far
it's because I said it ad
as far
nauseum.
right. As far as giving constructive criticism in a way where a person could benefit from that and extract that and put that immediately to use. What I heard more of was an interrogation, an attempt to make maybe a bad idea sound worse or sound more idiotic. And like I said, I agree with
But that happens with bad ideas. There's
exactly
no attempt.
that's
So
true.
there's no attempt to make you sound like a fool. If you sound like a fool, you just sound like a fool. You were
That's true.
exposed to be a fool.
That's true.
If it's a sound idea, then it will float to the top. That's
Right.
that's that's what peer review is about. That's what
Right.
scientists do. That's what lawmakers should do. Okay. And that's what people who care about you do. They don't allow you to dig yourself a hole and then cover it up with dirt. They ask you the questions. Covering you up with dirt would be like, you know what? I agree. Let's do it. I agree. I agree with that bad idea. Let's do it. Socialism has happened time and time again because that's what he's prescribing right now. Okay. If you didn't understand that, okay, we've had it with Pol Pot. Okay. We've had it with Nazis. We've had it with Stalinism, Leninism, fifth wave Leninism, which is Mao Zedong and his Red Army. Okay, we've had it. We've had it with my goodness, so many other with Mussolini. Okay, we've had that, and it's never worked. We most recently Venezuela, which is like twelve thousand
I'm
percent inflation, and
right.
they eat gray meat.
Right.
My point is that we gotta get beyond the giving things out. Okay, nobody needs a handout. People need to be working, and they need to be legislating, and they need to be voting. Number one.
I believe and I agree. Once again, I agree with what you're saying, and I'm learning a lot. As we have this conversation, and I may not be the greatest historian, but I can't remember, or I don't know of a time in history where every American, as he said, every American, it may not be $1 million. It could be a lesser amount, where every American was given an amount to sustain not only them but the next generation and maybe even the next generation. Now, maybe it has happened in history, maybe not. Like I said, I'm not the greatest historian, but I don't think there's been a time in history. I don't think there's been a time in American history where each American was giving a substantial amount to not only sustain themselves, but the next generation and the next generation. I think a lot of the criticisms are coming based on the current system that we live in. And what I believe he was trying to say is that his idea would debunk that system. His idea would debunk that structure. So when we're criticizing him based off the current system, it's sort of invalid because what he seems to be proposing is something that would debunk that entire system.
But it isn't different. It's still socialism
And
because you said to me there was never a time in the government where or the United States of America where something was given and and where the money was substantial enough for people and their lives and their children's lives to be
right,
continuously met, their
right, right.
needs be met. Okay,
That's not
there
what
being
he said.
ends to means. Okay, all right. So I also posited the aid given to certain tribes. Okay, so there are tribes given aid, and each person within the tribe, if you have a certain quantity or quotient of the blood necessary to be considered a part of that tribe, gets the aid when they graduate from their high school at 18 years old, and usually it's $250,000. Ask me how many of them reinvest that money to become millionaires.
How many? Zero.
Absolutely zero. Okay, $250,000. I don't care who you are and how much money you have. $250,000 is no drop in the bucket because people. That's life-changing money, and if you tell me it isn't, you're being facetious. That's number one. Number two, when we talk about money passed down, there have been monies passed down in the form of Section 8, which was inadvertent. But how many times, because I know I've experienced it, having lived in the city of Chicago all my life, where you have grandma and mama and Medea, whatever, they had Section 8 when it started, and it trickled down to the family. They had 5, 6, 7, 8 generations of people who lived in that household, and they were all bequeathed the ability to get Section 8 after the fact. Okay, it may not be the quote in the quotients that you're speaking, where it's $1 million, $2 million in gold bars, but it is a nomenclature that is substantial enough to keep people off the streets, and people get it. But what do they do with it? Because they're given it, okay, and this is not all, but it's a vast majority. They end up creating more poverty. They create more poverty because they don't work for anything. Hey, if I make over $250 a month, then I won't be able to achieve that dollar amount from the state government anymore. And so I'm not doing that. I got to get that check.
That's true.
That's
Okay.
right. And if you had the money,
I think that it would be more substantial if we were to put it in a way where you have to work for it, where
They've
you.
tried. It's been tried. Listen, guys, there's nothing new under the sun. And that's number one. But two, there have been so many proposals made. And I'm not telling you they're all bad proposals. But what I am telling you is that socialism, Marxism, communism never works. Communism, Marxism which is communism. It's supposed to be the next stage of capitalism. Okay. Then once they usurp capitalists, capitalism goes kaput, then they pick up the pieces and they redistribute wealth. Okay. But then somebody has to run that wealth. So then we end up with a central government, a central planner, and then it goes to shit anyway. Okay. One thing communists and Marxists and Leninists and socialists are good at doing, they're good at usurping. We're seeing it now. They're good at taking things over, but they are batshit stupid when it comes to running things. They don't know how to run shit. And we see that now. And we've seen it for the last 100 years in the countries that have tried to institute it.
That's a fact. Like, it's nothing free. Once again, nothing free. There's a catch to everything. Like,
Hey,
I was
hey
trying to
guys,
say,
I just made it. Hey
go
guys, I
ahead.
just made it to my location, so I gotta end this live. I just made it down here. So I
All right,
appreciate
well,
y'all for coming up, sharing your thoughts. I
Oh
appreciate all
no, but
y'all.
I wanted to say when you made the comment about the communists and all that type of stuff, when Stalin was ruling, there was millions of people that was living great during the socialist times. Other than
oh,
they
so
was
now I know
greedy and
what
they
you
was
are. You're a
attacking people. I'm
communist.
not trying to attack and go to war with everybody, but when
mm,
you talk about the socialist stuff and everybody, those countries wasn't everybody suffering. The people who
Do you know what the
opposed
Voldemort
them.
was?
What's
mm.
that?
Do you know what the Voldemort was? 25 million people died? You don't know what you're talking about, man. Wealth has to be
I
extracted
said,
and then redistributed. It always flows up. It never flows down. Poverty flows down in governments like that. Listen, I'm done. Man, Kwame, thank you so much for allowing us to get up here and have the discourse. I hope to return. Thank you so much.
All right,
Same
bro.
here. Thank you, Kwame Brown. I guess I'll
All
hop
right.
on your next live.
Salute, salute.
yes, you appreciate it. But I just, like I said, back to like this brother, I appreciate you eloquently